Welcome to this video, probably one of the longest videos that YouTube has, one of the longest videos that you guys might have ever watched. I haven't seen the total time on it because I haven't processed the video itself. It's probably going to be about 10 hours, maybe even longer than that. And you might be wondering, what is this guy going to talk about for 10 hours? What's going on here? Why is there a 10-hour video on stage? Well, let me quickly tell you about myself, about this channel and what's happening here. So myself, my name is Ovidiu Mazuru. I am a Flutter developer, which is why this is about Flutter. I decided to start recording videos about Flutter during the lockdown, during the first lockdown in the UK. And since then, I just kept recording because there's still a virus out there. There's not too much I can do outside. Bars and restaurants were not really operating the way they should. And now we're entering a second lockdown. So yeah, what else am I going to do this time? I don't want to just sit at home and play video games. So I decided I was going to go ahead and record these videos and get some information out of there. So in this channel so far, we've spoken about a few different topics about Flutter. We started with simple things like variables in Dart and that kind of simple stuff, functions, lists, maps, and so on. Then we spoke about classes. We spoke about object-oriented programming in Dart, specifically polymorphism, inheritance, encapsulation, and what's the last one? Doesn't matter, I'm sure you guys know. And if you don't know, then go ahead and watch module 2. That will definitely teach you all about OOP. In module 3, we spoke about UI, we spoke about layouts, how to make things look the way you want them to look. And yeah, that was a really fun module. And finally, there's this one, module 4. And module 4 took a lot longer to record than I thought because I changed my job halfway through. So I took a long break. I was quite busy for a while. But yeah, that was done. So module 4 has looked at state, and I've recorded a lot of videos. I've gone into quite a lot of depth trying to teach you absolutely everything I can about state. I've tried to just like extract everything in my brain and just put it into your brain. We spoke about starting with stateful versus stateless widgets. We spoke about why we have these different things. And then we looked at state management solutions. We spoke about why we need state management. Why can't we just always use stateful widgets? Then we looked at inherited widgets, which is the OG, the old school type of state management, which comes built into Flutter, but which isn't really the best one anymore. Then we started looking at provider. We took a look at GetX, which is one of the newer state management solutions, but that was a lot of fun to record. Then we spoke about the different event-driven state management solutions like Redux and BLoC. And in so doing, we created a few different apps. We have a unit conversion app, we also have a timer, and a couple others. So guys, if you're ready to become the absolute best Flutter developers, if you're willing to spend 10 hours of your life really studying and learning a lot of stuff completely for free, then yeah, be sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because after this module, we're going to carry on learning about network calls, APIs, we're going to learn about RESTful frameworks, we're going to later talk about all these different things. Eventually, we'll start talking about test-driven development, TDD, and I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well, but for now, myself, I'm going to head out, and you guys can just sit back and enjoy the video. Take care, guys. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course right here on YouTube, presented by yours truly, Ovidiu Mazuru. Now, I am excited for this video because it is the first video of the new module, and yesterday happened to be my 30th or 31st day of recording. So this channel has been live for an entire month and we've grown to over 500 subscribers already. So thank you so much for everybody who has subscribed. We have a lot of views. Thank you for everybody who has viewed my videos, and I hope that we can continue learning together. But on to the new module. So module 4 is going to be all about state, and we're going to explore everything about it. We're going to start with stateful versus stateless widgets. Then we're going to look at a lot of different solutions for state, because the way Flutter by default deals with states, with the stateful widgets, it's good, it's perfectly fine, but there is some room for improvements, which we do with things like change notifier, with BLoC, both the old school and the Flutter BLoC package, and there are some fairly new ones as well, like GetX, which we'll explore. And we're going to do this by making a timer. The timer is kind of like a tradition for everybody studying state. The two main apps everybody makes is a to-do app and a timer app. And what we're going to do in that timer, that's I think is going to be quite cool, quite interesting, is we're going to have a stopwatch on one page and a timer, in other words, going down on the other page. So as a result, the two different pages, we can use different state management solutions. But at the same time, they're quite similar, right? Because they're doing similar things. So you can really contrast them. And I think it's going to be great. I hope you guys are looking forward to it as well. But before that, I do want to jump into a different quick topic. And what we're going to do for that. So we created a new project, and I named this project Flutter Timer. And as you can see right now, it's just the default project here. As always, I'm going to Control A, delete everything, impm to get my imports, then void main, arrow function, run app, my app, which does not yet exist. Then down here, stl for stateless widgets, and I'll call this my app. And as always, I'm going to start with a material app over here. Then I'm going to give it a home, and for now I'm going to create a home here, but I will change this in the future. I'm going to call this example home, because I'm not going to be using this in the future. And you'll see why in a second. Because I do want our timer to start looking more like a real app. And we're not quite to the stage where we're doing everything perfectly yet, but I am trying to inject a bit more of the clean code or the different best practices and stuff like that piece by piece. And today we're going to start with themes. Now that I have my example home, I'm going to change this container into a center widget. And I'm going to give the center widget a child of, well, I can't type, a child of container, and the container will have a text, child of text, and I'll just say example text. You know what, it's going to say hello world. Because we're programmers, we need to use hello world. It's one of the rules, one of the laws of programming. It's just the way it is. And I'm going to refresh this. We'll see it here in just a second. Yeah, so the reason it's doing this is because it's not wrapped in a scaffold. So I am actually going to wrap it in a scaffold here and give it a body. And now, if we refresh it again, we can see it like this. Let's move on to themes. So I mentioned in one of the first videos that Material app and Cupertino app as well, by the way, have a few different properties which we can use, which we haven't thus far. And one of them is, and there's a lot of stuff here, over here, theme. I wasn't sure exactly what it was. So what the theme does is it let us, the same way that we were using like specific text styles, or the way we were using specific colors and I was using a variable called myColors, well, we could also do that within the theme itself, to allow Flutter to help us deal with that, so we don't have to pass around that magic variable myColors which I created. And I could do that, so I did that in the previous app, and sometimes I still prefer to do that, but of course Flutter lets us do it a different way as well. So let's look at theme. Theme of course takes theme data, so we'll type theme data here, and then theme data has quite a lot of options. It's all of these. Of course, we're not going to go over all of them. The main ones I want you guys to notice, there are a lot of different types of colors. And this is swatch, but we're not going to go into it. There's primary color, there's accent color, hover color, focus color, all that stuff. So these are different colors we can set, which we can use for our theme. So I'm going to set, in this case, a primary color of colors.white. And I'm going to set an accent color of colors.blue, and I want kind of a light blue. I'm not sure exactly what I want, so I'm going to hover over here. I'm going to use blue 300 for now, but I think in the future I'll probably look up a hex color and choose something more specific. And then I'm also going to use, let me find it, the background color. I'm going use a background color of colors.black. There. And so what this has done is it's exactly like what we were doing before. We had the myColors variable, and we could store those colors so that we could change them all from the same place at the same time. It was just saving us some keystrokes and also making it much easier to change things, kind of future-proofing. What theme data does on top of that is Flutter can use these themes, these colors by default in certain places. If I use a button, for example, it's going to take one of these colors by default. Now, if you've watched any of my other videos, you know that personally I prefer to do things quite manually. I really prefer to rebuild things, and that's just my preference. So for me, using myColors or theme data is not that different, but for other people it can be. And let me show you guys how to use it. So if I go back into my example home here, under my text, I can give this a color, a style actually, of text style, and I can give the text style a color of theme.of context dot, and then I can choose one of the colors. And in this case, I'm going to choose primary color. And of course, when I do this, we're not going to see it because the primary color is white, right? It's getting it from here. Similarly, within my scaffold, what I can do is I can give it a background color of theme.of context dot, and this one was background color, right? And I can, and it got a bit confused. I definitely wanted the background color, not the accent color. I'm just going to try refreshing it. I'm going to very quickly rebuild my app because it should not be doing this, and I'll probably edit this out. Okay, so I have refreshed everything. I've restarted my app. It was misbehaving for some reason. So what I've done is, instead of using background color, which I was planning on using, I'm using the scaffold background color. So as I mentioned previously, if you use the actual theme data, unlike using your own colors, Flutter will take some of these values and place them in the right place by default. So one of the things it's doing here is, because I used scaffold background color, it's automatically inserting this black color into my scaffold. And like this, I don't need to call theme.of.context.color. And I did want to do that because I wanted you to see that command, theme.of.context, but yeah, I guess I'll just do it like this instead. It was not accepting these. I even tried a different color and it was not happy at all, but well, it happens. It does happen. But okay, I've saved this. And again, so that command is theme.of context in the parentheses. So you'll notice we always need to pass context. This is all kinds of information which Flutter gives us about. It has information about the device. It has information about, you know, the theme data, text data, all kinds of stuff like that. And we're using it for the first or second time over here. And then I'm just using the dot primary color. And the same way we have these colors, we also have different text themes. And there are a lot over here. So I don't know if I can find the correct one. Yeah, there's primary text theme, accent text theme. We can set a font family, so this will change the default fonts for our entire app, and all kinds of stuff like that. And I think that's quite cool. But for now, let's try a text theme. And text theme is going to take a text theme. And then text theme also gives us quite a lot of options. And all of these are different. It's like different names that we had for the myColors. I could call it colors.white. I could call it myColors primary or whatever. Well, this gives us some names we can use for our text theme. So I'm going to start using a headline 1. And for headline 1, and we can see this takes a text style, because at the end of the day, it is just what's going to go here. We'll put text style. And I'm going to give it a font size of, let's say, 40, font weight of font weight.w600. So this is semi-bold. It's not fully bold, but semi. And I think that's going to be enough. One thing to note though, if I try to give it a color of theme data.of theme.of context.primary color, let's see what happens. So I'm going to change this in the style. I'm going to change it to my theme headline 1. So that's going to be theme.of context. So the same way we were getting the color. And I'll say dot, and this will be headline 1. It should be. I forgot text theme. Text theme dot, and then headline 1. So for the text theme, it's theme.of context text theme headline 1, and you do need to memorize this command, but you'll get it quite quickly, I think. If I refresh it, let's see what happens. We got an error because I'm missing a comma somewhere. This is why I don't like being at the zoom level. I can't see the entire page at the same time. Refresh it, and notice that our color is a bit off. Our primary color should have been colors.white, but I set it right here, but it's showing as blue instead. The reason it's doing this is because I can't use the color directly within, I can't use the theme color within text theme because it just gets a bit confused. So what I'm going to do instead is just set it as colors.white over here. And notice that when I change the color here, it changes the color over here. Okay, so I think this is going to be quite a short video. I'm going to leave it at this because in the next video, we're going to start to get into something a little bit complex, and I don't want to overload this video first, but we're just helping ourselves set things up for now. And a quick review. So today we're learning about the theme data. Within the material app, the theme property, we can set theme data, which can have different colors, and there are many different colors, and we can use these in different places using theme.of context and the name of the color. And then we can also change the text theme, which is going to be the default theme in different places. And also we could change the text theme everywhere. But in this case, it's a specifically named one, which I can call using text theme.headline. And yeah, so that's going to be it for this video. Myself, videos, I'm going to be out. And if you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, subscribe if you haven't already. And I'm looking forward to the next one. Take care, everybody. Welcome again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidus Mansurum. Now in this video, we're continuing along with our new module, which is going to be all about states. And the way we're going to do that is by building a bottom navigation, which I have displaying from a finished project I already have. So what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to very nicely switch the screens from these buttons over here. Additionally, you can see that when we activate one, the color is going to be a bit different. And I'm just going to make it look really nice like this. And you can also intuit probably that this is going to end up being the makeup of our entire app. We're going to have a stopwatch, a timer, and a settings tab. But we don't have that yet. So I'm going to get rid of all of this. And we're going to run our, going to do a quick Flutter run to open up the project the way we had it last time, which, if you don't remember, we had a quick practice thing over here, just showing us how to use theme data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of this because I don't need this anymore. And instead of returning the scaffold for the home, I'm going to delete this and make a home screen. And as you guys can imagine, that means I have to go into, I'm going to create a new folder inside the screens. You can see I already did that because I wanted to show you guys what it would look like. So once you have that new folder called screens inside lib, you're going to control click here. Sorry, that was right click, a new file. And we're going to call this home_screen.dart. We're going to use impm for our imports, and then STL for our stateless widget. Here we're going to call this our home screen. And in so doing, we can control click here in our main.dart, import our home screen, control shift P, and you can see I already have it on the top because I used it recently. But if you don't have this, just type FIX and it should come up straight away, fix imports. When you see it, you're going to hit just enter. And that's going to fix the imports for you, which mine hasn't yet because I didn't save anything. Let's try again. Because I'm using the wrong one here, that's why. So I'm going to control click and import home screen, control shift P, fix imports. And for some reason it's not doing it right now. What it should have done was give me an enter here and get rid of this to make my import relative. Normally if this has a problem, it just needs to be restarted. So I'm going to quickly restart VS Code. Okay, so we're going to ignore that little hiccup and just carry right on. So back inside our home screen, what I'm going to do for now is return a scaffold. And this scaffold, because I have the scaffold background color here as colors.black, should automatically show up in the correct color. So I just had this open again, the background. So this is what our project currently looks like. Because of our theme data here, I already have it the black background the way I want it. Now, once I have this, I don't want to give it a app bar just yet. I will later. For now, I'm just going to give it a body of text, and we'll just use hello world. And later, of course, I need to change this. And as I mentioned, we're going to focus on this bottom tab navigator, and we can get to that from scaffold. If we look at scaffold, so scaffold has a lot of our layout things like the app bar, the body widget. Another thing it has, if I can find it, is here, the bottom navigation bar. So I'm going to type bottom navigation bar, and this is going to take a widget bottom navigation bar. Now, I could type the entire thing here, but you guys know I like to split things up quite a lot. So I'm going to make a new stateless widget here, and I'm going to call this let's call it I'm just going to call it bottom navbar. And then here, say bottom navbar. And currently it's returning a container, which obviously isn't what I want. I'm going to change this to return a bottom navigation bar. So this is a type of widget which I'm getting from Flutter material.dart. And bottom navigation bar has a few different options. The important ones are the items and the on tap. So what items is going to do for me? Items is going to be a list of bottom navigation bar items, which are going to be those icons as well as the title text that I had underneath. It's the things I can click on. So it's going to be a list. I can annotate the type of list if I want, which is bottom navigation bar item, but it's not necessary to annotate it. And then, so you can see it takes bottom navigation bar item, and this is a class. So I can just say bottom navigation bar item. VS Code brings it up automatically. And let's see what this takes. This is going to take an icon, a title, active icon, and background color. And I'm not going to worry about these just yet. The only thing I'm going to do is give it an icon and also a title. We'll forget about the other two. So for icon, the first one I want to use is an icons.timer. And this might be a little bit confusing because our stopwatch is going to use the timer icon because I think this looks good for a stopwatch. And for the timer, we're going to use something different. But that's fine. And then for the title, now the title takes a widget, so I could give it anything, but I do want to give it a text. So I'm going to give it a text of stopwatch. And for now, I'm just going to leave it like that, save it, and refresh it just to see how it looks. And it gave me an error because it needs to have at least 2 items. I actually was not expecting that error, but when I made the finished projects, I didn't stop after just 1 item. So the second one, I'm going to give it an icons, and I think it was called slow motion video. There we go. So slow motion video is going to be this kind of icon. I could imagine this being like a timer going down rather than the stopwatch, which is going up. So that's why I chose this. But if you find something else you prefer, feel free to use that. For the title, I'm going to give it a text of timer. And since we did have that error, I'm going to go ahead and give it 3 items. 2 would be enough, but since we're doing it anyway, we might as well. For the last one, I'm going to give it an icon of icons dot, and I'm going to use settings here. You could use whatever you want. Settings is this kind of cogwheel thing, so that's fine. And then I'm going to give this a title of text settings, or call it options, or anything you'd like really. Control-Shift-I to format everything. Refresh this, and look what's happened. So it's given me this. First of all, the background color here is white rather than black, because in our main.dart, we gave the scaffold a background color. But let's see if we give this a background color of colors.black, if that's going to fix it. And refresh it, and it didn't. But it's still a good thing that we have this, because now when I go back into my home screen, into my bottom nav bar, I could give each of the items a background color, but that to me seems like a little bit of a waste. So one of the nice things about the bottom navigation bar is, although the only 2 items it really needs is the items and the on tap, I can give it quite a lot of other options. And one of them is the background color. And then similar to what we did last time, I can do a theme.of context dot, and I'm going to use the background color. Save and refresh. And now we can see the one which was selected had this bright white color, and I believe that's my primary color if I'm not mistaken. It is. That might also be the default. No, I'm pretty sure they just took it from my primary color here. But the other 2 are not very visible. If I click on it, you can see it is still there. It's just, the wrong color. It's too dark. So what I'm going to do is give it an unselected color, item color here, of theme.of context.accent color. And I was playing around with this before recording this video, so I already decided that I want to change the accent color. I'm going to leave the primary color as colors.white, but I'm going to change the accent color to colors white, and I'll use a darker one like white 54. And what this is going to do is it's going to give me this grayish color, and the bigger the number, the brighter it's going to be. So you can see white 12 would be really quite dark. If I refresh this, we can see it's quite dark. I think you can see quite clearly which one is the main one. However, if you think this is too not different enough than the main color, I could make it a white 38. My concern now would be maybe it's not so easy to read what this says because it's too similar to the background color. So I'm going to change it back. You could also do what I was doing before, which is have a blue color over here instead. But for me personally, I didn't really like the way it looked when I had the selected one in blue on a black and white background. It just didn't really work for me. So yeah, that's that. Okay, but now that we have this, we can go back here, and it does look good overall. There is something I don't like about this. You can't see it, but there is an elevation, a small shadow over here. The reason you can't see it is because the elevation isn't black. If I change this to colors.white, wrong one. If I change this one to colors.white, you should see Okay, I can't see it, but it doesn't matter. You just have to take my word for it that it is there, and I don't want it to be there. So I'm going to say elevation 0, similar to what you guys saw me do in the app bar previously. Personally, I don't like having those shadows, so I'm going to change that to 0. And I think for now, that might be it. The other thing is I would like there to be a bit of padding, a bit of space between the icon and the title. So what I'm going to do, I could wrap the icons in a padding and do it here, and then do it here, and then do it here. And then you guys know what this stuff is like. I'm not going to be happy with the first number, so then I'll have to change it here, and here, and here. But obviously that's not going to be good design. We shouldn't be repeating ourselves, and we should be making it quite easy to make changes as we need to. So what I'm going to do instead is make a function. So I'm not going to make a widget. The reason being, these navbar items, it's similar to the app bar. It can be a bit finicky. It can be a bit weird when you try to make a new widget out of it. So just to simplify things, I'm going to make a function instead. And this function is going to be build navbar item. And it's going to take an icon, and a string title. And what this is going to do is it's going to return, and I'm just going to take exactly this and then change this to a semicolon, Control-Shift-I to format everything nicely. And then we're going to change this text to be just title. And here, my icon, I'm gonna do here. The nice thing about this is, and actually I'll show you guys later, and I'm actually going to move this from here into my build here. It probably won't make too much sense why I'm doing it now, but later on I'm going to want to make use of this context. So, well, that's why. So now I'm going to change this to match my new function. So I'm going to say build navbar item, and my icon is going to be my icons.timer. My string is going to be stopwatch. So just like the previous one, and now I can delete this. And then for my second one, build navbar item, I'm going to use, same as before, icons.slowmotion, video, and timer. And that should be a capital. And then for the final one, I can use icons.settings, and my title is going to be settings. And I also want a comma here so that I can format it nicely. And then delete these two. Control-Shift-I, save, refresh. And currently it looks the same. The nice thing about this is now I can control-click here, wrap it in a widget, give it a padding, and this of course is going to take a padding property of const edgeinsets.all. And let's try with 5, save, refresh. So notice that because I pulled out this widget, I was able to change all of them at the same time. And I don't like 5 that much. Let's try it a bit bigger. Notice now it's very easy to change rather than have to go through and change all of them at the same time. And this is exactly why we should always be pulling out relevant widgets when we can. Do it again. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better. I might say that maybe I want the text to be a bit bigger. I think it's a bit too small. So again, now I can change it in a single place, which is much nicer than what I was doing previously. But I do want to leverage the theme data I was using here. So inside text theme, I already have headline 1, but what I'm going to use is, and I have a lot of choices. I think the displays have all been deprecated. Let's try subtitle too. Why not? So these things do have some defaults attached to them, but yeah, we can change anything we'd like to change. I'm going to give it a font size of, let's try 14, and font weight, let's try semi-bold. I'm not sure if I want it or not, but we'll try. And you guys will remember from last time that within the text theme over here, I can't use these colors because they haven't been created yet, right? This is the same function, so it doesn't make sense for this property to use something declared inside of this property. This property doesn't exist yet, it hasn't been created, so I do need to manually specify the color. So I'll save this, refresh it, and nothing's happened because I haven't used it yet. So back in my home screen, I'm going to give this a style of text of theme.of context, and this, by the way, is why I put my build navbar item inside here, because I wanted access to this context, which I would not have had if I put it outside over here. And then over here, so theme.of context.theme, text theme in fact, dot, and I believe I use subtitle too. Save, refresh, and notice now they're all white. Okay, so that was a mistake on my part. I did not want to give them all a color because I want the unselected ones to have a different color. So save, refresh again. Now they're all the wrong color. We'll fix that in a second, don't worry. So actually I made a little bit of a mistake over here. I don't want to give this style over here. What I'm going to do instead is style the text piece by piece from inside my bottom navigation bar. So for now I'm just going to save it and refresh it. So now that I'm not overriding the style, we can see that it's taking the color from selected item color and unselected item color. I haven't defined selected item color, but it's taking that primary color for me automatically. So I have that. Another thing I want to do is currently we can see this text is a little bit bigger than this text, and either way I think they're both a bit too small. So what I'm going to do is say unselected font size, and I can give it, let's try 16. Maybe that's too big. 14. I think it's about the same as the selected one now, and give this a selected font size of 14, because I do want them to be the same. Okay, so I think this looks really good. This is the actual building of the bottom navigation bar. But notice it doesn't do anything yet because, well, why would it? We haven't hooked it up to anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, inside my home screen, I'm going to make a list of widgets, and I'm going to call this screens. And it's going to be a list, and they're all going to have a center. It's going to have a child of text, first screen. So this is like what we had previously, and that's going to be enough by itself. Then center, child, text, second screen. That's going to bother me, they're not the same. And center, child, text, third screen. I know I always tell you guys to pull out the relevant widgets, but we're not going to keep these, so I don't mind copy pasting a little bit. So over here, what I'm going to do is return, and so I also need one more thing, which is int, and we'll call it screen index, and we'll start with 0. So this is going to control which of these we're seeing. And over here, instead of returning hello world, which by the way isn't showing up because it's in black, it's the same color as my background, I'm going to return a... What am I returning? So my brain stopped working. I'm going to return the screens with the screen index here, which we're not going to see currently because it's the same. This text is the same color as the as the background. But I think I already have headline 1 over here. So use style themed of context dot theme text theme. I always get that wrong every time. Dot headline 1, I believe it was. And yeah, because I'm using the context here, I need to move my list of widgets inside the build function here. It's fine if I leave screen index outside, but I could also move it inside. That's fine. And I'm just going to copy paste this. Again, I hate copy pasting, but because we're not going to keep these, we can make a bit of an exception here. And there we go. So now we can see the first screen, and this screen index is what's controlling it. So I need to pass this screen index to my bottom navigation bar. So the way I'm going to do that is just here, say index, screen index. And I just realized this should have an underscore. It should be a private method. Of course, index doesn't exist yet, which is why it's being a bit upset with me. So I'm going to make a final int index here, and then control click, create constructor for final fields, refresh, and now it's giving me the index. And what I'm going to do with the index here, I'm still not changing it. So inside my bottom navigation bar, I also have this on tap here. So that's what's going to give me the function that allows me to change it. In fact, if we hover over this, it's going to tell me it's a void function which takes an int and is called when one of the items is tapped. You know, exactly what we would expect. So this does take an int, and the int is going to be index. Of course, you can call it whatever you'd like. And what I'm going to do here is say index equals, so this is going to be a bit off. So I'm going to change this to ind. And this index is supposed to be this index. But notice it's not working. So that's because it's final. If I delete this, well, now this isn't going to work. It's going to be quite confusing. So this might be your first idea of how to do it, but as you can clearly see, this isn't going to work. What we can do instead of this is to create a function, a callback inside this widget here. And we're going to call this void set index, and this is going to take an index. And all it's going to do is say screen index equals index. So whatever index we give here, we're going to set this one equal to that. And of course, I'm going to have to pass this in here. And it's going to be callback, which is set index. And I do still need this index. You'll see why in a second. And then final function, I'll just call it callback over here. Control click. Definitely did the wrong thing. I meant to generate a new constructor. There we go. I don't know what I clicked the last time. So this was a naive way of doing it. Obviously it didn't work. I'm going to change this back. No, I'll change it. I'll leave it as ind. And then in here, I'm going to use the callback, and I'm going to pass in my ind. So this is the index. I'm getting 0 here, 1 here, 2 here, which Flutter is giving me every time I tap on one of these buttons. So that should work. The reason I still want this index here is because I want this index to match this one. Currently, if I did it this way, I could press here and this would update, but my bottom navigation bar would stay on the previous one. This wouldn't change. So what I'm going to do is give it an current index of the index we've passed in over here. So that's why I do still need this. Save it, and I'm going to restart everything. So now it should work, but it doesn't. And why is that? Everything looks correct. You know, I'm creating a nice callback. I think I'm doing everything correctly, but it's just not doing it. So what's happening? What's up? Well, we're actually gonna finish on a cliffhanger this time, because to understand what's happening and how to fix this, we need to understand the main topic of this module, which is state. So in the next video, we're going to introduce state and fix this up so this navigation bar is going to work correctly. I hope you guys look forward to that. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll see you guys next time. Welcome back, everybody. So we left on a cliffhanger last time, and now we're going to fix the small issue we had over here. So we need to understand what's happening. I seem to be doing everything correctly, and yet it's not working. Well, the reason this is happening is because we're using stateless widgets over here. And an interesting thing about widgets is that actually widgets are immutable. That means widgets cannot be changed. Once you have your widget, that's it. You can't change anything about it. But that might seem a bit confusing, because obviously when you have an app, I expect things to change. I want things to change. It will be useless if it doesn't do anything. So how is my widget able to change if it can't change? What's really happening is that the entire widget is destroyed and a new widget is created in its place. And of course, we run this build function to create a new widget. The problem is, in my app over here, when I create a new widget, when I create a new bottom nav bar, I'm creating it with the default index and the default callback. So I'm essentially I have my old widget, which is updated, but then a new default one with the initial values is created on top of that. So you can't see my old one. You can't see the things I've just changed. And that's why we need to use state. State is what allows us to change things. State is the changing information, or the exact position of that changing information. So that way we can create our actual widget with using the information from the state. So what we're going to do there is, in my stateless widget, I'm going to control click. Okay, it's not working here, so I'm going to click on the light bulb instead, which should do the same thing, and convert to stateful widget. And notice what happens when I do that. Now my home screen extends stateful widget, right? But I have an override here, which is create state. And this is just an arrow function which returns home screen state. If we go down, we have a different class. Again, it's a separate class, which is the home screen state, which extends states of type home screen. So this is exactly what I was mentioning before. They need to be two separate things. If I had a single class, then that would just, it's being updated, but you would never see that update, because when we rebuild it, we're masking what was just updated. So that's fine. Save, refresh, and let's try now. Still doesn't work. Let's try also inside our stateless widget. Here. It doesn't want to do it. Convert stateful widget. And I'm going to restart everything. Okay. And now it should be working. It really should be working. If my laptop was a bit faster, I think it'll be working. Notice that when I reload it, I just remembered why. I was trying to show you guys step by step the way to do this, and in so doing, I forgot which step I was missing. So notice something really interesting right now, which really demonstrates what I was saying. Right now, the third screen is selected. If I click on the timer, nothing happens, nothing seems to happen. But if I reload it, it is going to go to my correct one. So it is saving that state, but it's not rebuilding the way it should. And the reason it's not is because we need to give our app some kind of signal. We need to tell it, hey, it's time to rebuild now. And the way we do that is through set state. So what set state does, and we'll see if it says anything useful here, notify the framework that the internal state of this object has changed. And because we're telling the framework, hey, we've changed things, then the framework is smart enough to know, okay, if we made some kind of change, that means I need to rebuild everything. And I did say that correctly. It rebuilds everything. Everything that was here before is going to be destroyed, and new ones are going to replace it. And the set state is going to take a function, and it's a void function with no inputs. So I'm going to make this here. And honestly, if I remember correctly, this will work, but it's not quite correct because I should put this inside my set state to tell Flutter what exactly is changing. If I do this, notice now I'm able to change this correctly. What's interesting though is my bottom nav bar is also changing. And maybe you were expecting this, but you shouldn't have been, because these are two different widgets. Why does bottom nav bar know to refresh, to rebuild when I've used the set state inside home screen state? It shouldn't be doing that. Well, the reason is because my on tap, and I believe it says it over here, so track of the index of the selected bottom navigation bar index and call set state to rebuild the bottom navigation bar with the new current index. So my bottom navigation bar is going to automatically call set state. If this on tap was not calling on state, my bottom nav bar would not update. What you would see is this changing, but this staying the same. Let me actually demonstrate that. I don't know if I can actually do it the other way around. I can't. Okay, the way I'm going to demonstrate that is by just deleting all of this. And I know I'm missing something. So what error do I have? Stateful create state. Because you are now a stateless widget. Okay. And if we refresh this, widget callback, let me see. Yeah. So it changed everything for me automatically, and I'll go over what it changed afterwards. Because for now I want to show you guys. Yeah. It's still working. I need to read. For some reason it's still working. It was not supposed to work when it's a stateless widget. I might have to rebuild everything. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so I have just rebuilt everything. So my bottom nav bar is still working the way it's supposed to be. I was actually expecting it not to, but I guess the Flutter team has done something behind the scenes so that even if I do try to create a stateless widget, it does still work. It's either that or... Oh, this is why. So I actually made a small mistake in my understanding for a second. Because bottom nav bar is a child of home screen, because we're using set state inside home screen, my home screen is rebuilding itself, and all of this is being rebuilt. And we can see right here we have our bottom nav bar, which is being rebuilt. When I was making the finished project, so before this video, I had these two things separate. So I had a separate scaffold, and that was like outside of this, which was demonstrating what I wanted to demonstrate correctly. But this was another important point to understand. All of the children of our rebuilt widget are also going to be rebuilt unless we give it a key. But that gets into more advanced stuff, which we're not ready to tackle quite yet. But for now, I'm actually going to change this back to a stateful widget because it's just the correct way of doing it. Again, my VS Code is not cooperating, so I'm going to click on the light bulb there instead. And one more thing I want to point out to you guys is that when I do this, my current index here, rather than being index, becomes widget.windex, because currently bottom navbar state and bottom navbar are two separate classes. So would it make sense to use index like this? Because this doesn't exist. This is from a different class. I can't use a different class's variables inside my class if I'm not passing it in. But Flutter knows these two things are highly related. So it's given us the ability to quickly access the variables from here, which is by using widget dot. And we have the same thing with a callback over here, widget.callback. Okay guys, so real quick review. This is state. State is what actually allows our classes and our widgets to change. If we don't have any state, nothing will change because widgets by default are immutable. They cannot change. And actually, every time we are changing the state, we are rebuilding the widget. We're rebuilding the widget and any children which need to be rebuilt. So we're not just changing one part, it's everything's destroyed and rebuilt, but it is the best way of doing it. Okay, we're going to leave this here. In the next video, we're going to start talking about some possible difficulties when it comes to state with slightly bigger apps. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But for now, myself and Vidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Manzurum. In the last video, we started speaking about stateful versus stateless widgets. And you might have seen that video and thought to yourself, oh great, that's fantastic. So now that we know about states, now that we know about how we can change a widget, how to update a state, we're all good now. That means that we can just complete the entire app using these stateful widgets, and it's just going to be bada bing, bada boom, all finished, perfect. Well, hold your horses, because that's not quite the case. What I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to show one of the big issues with stateful widgets, and especially when you have a larger widget tree. We'll go into what that is in the future. Essentially, in this video, I'm going to present the problem, and it's a problem which has many different solutions, and all these solutions are great, I think, in their own way, but yeah, we'll try to go over as many of them as we can. We won't be able to go over all of them because there are just so many different ways, but we'll go over the main ones definitely. Okay, so that said, let us jump in. So the starting project is exactly where we were last time, and I have my emulator running here. So we can see I have my stopwatch, timer, and my settings. And all of these control a different quote-unquote screen. I say quote-unquote because this is not a real screen. The reason I say it's not a real screen is because currently all it is a widget inside my home screen. Inside my home screen state, to be specific, and I'm only changing this part rather than changing the entire screen. So as you can imagine, as you probably guessed as soon as we did it this way, it's not really the correct way of doing it. What we really should be doing is having a separate scaffold and everything that entails in each of these screens. And that means my bottom nav bar is going to be repeated on those different screens, correct? And then we're going to get to a slight issue with my screen index, because currently I have my screen index in my home screen state, and this is passing it down to my bottom nav bar. But when I separate the screens into real separate screens, how am I going to do this? And I'm going to show you how we can do it, but also why it's kind of awkward. So the first thing I'm going to do, Control B to open this, and you can see I have the previous video, the code saved separately. So I'm going to Control click on lib, hit new folder, and I'm going to make widgets. The difference between widgets and screens, a screen should be the entire thing here. You'll also sometimes see this folder called views, or sometimes pages. All of them are correct. In Flutter, I've seen people use screens the most often, but if you prefer views, you can use that. Yeah, so I was telling you the difference. And then widgets are smaller components, which are usually repeated. So my bottom nav bar, which I'm going to have to use in each of the screens, goes under widgets, not screens. So here, Control click, new file, and I'm going to call this bottom underscore nav underscore bar dot dot. So remember that when we create our file names, the correct way of doing it is all lowercase with underscores between the different words, as opposed to when we create the widget names, we use camel case. That's when you have the capitals. and the widgets will usually by default contain an uppercase first letter, whereas functions or variables generally contain a lowercase first letter. But leaving that aside, so we're going to copy all of this. So that's my bottom navbar plus my bottom navbar state. I'm going to cut it out and put it here in a new file. So that's in the bottom navbar dot impm to import material, and that's going to fix a lot of my issues already. I'm going to leave index and callback for now. That's fine. I'm just checking if I forgot to update anything. Yeah. So this one, it's giving me a warning because since this is a function, it should be with a lowercase. However, I created this kind of as a replacement for a widget because I didn't want to turn the function into a widget because it would become much more complicated. But yeah, so as a result, I'm actually going to leave it this way. Okay. So now we're going to go back into our screens and we're going to ignore the error for now. We're going to have an error for quite a long time. Create new files, specifically stopwatch _screen dot. And we're also going to create a timer dot, and that should have been timer screen. So I'm going to right click and rename timer screen dot. And I'm also going to create a new file, options screen dot. And for now, they're just going to be stand-ins. So I'm starting with my stopwatch screen, impm, then stl, stateless widget. And you guys probably can guess I might have to change this into a stateful widget yet, but I don't want to jump ahead of myself. And this is going to be stopwatch screen. And for now, I'm going to return a scaffold here. And so one thing I didn't mention is, why is it so important for me, especially in this project, to do things the correct way and use the scaffold? Because I could kind of break convention and just do it kind of the wrong way and have these screens as quasi screens, just as components, and switch between them like I was doing before. But one of the big reasons, especially in this project, is I think it would look really nice if we had a reset button right here. I think maybe reset here, maybe pause here, maybe reset here, maybe pause here. I haven't decided yet. But either way, I want to make use of this app bar. And because I want to make use of the app bar, I need the scaffold. And because I need the scaffold, I need to override the bottom nav bar. So that's that. But yeah, so I'm not going to have the app bar for now. For now, I'm just going to have center. And in my center, I'm going to have a child of text. And my text, of course, is going to have stopwatch screen, just so we know where we are. And our style is going to be theme.ofContext.textTheme. And I believe it was headline 1, which I was using. Let me see. Yep, headline 1. So I have this. And then under the body, I'm going to do a bottom navigation bar of bottom navigation bar. That's not correct. Of bottom nav bar. And I'm going to have to auto import this. Then you can see this doesn't look the way I want it to look. So Control-Shift-P to bring up this menu here. And mine's already on the top. If yours isn't, just type in FI. Or if it still isn't, type in all of it, fix imports, and our extension will come up. Hit enter, and it's going to format this nicely. Really quick about the imports. So my packages should be on the top, and then my own files, the ones I'm importing from, from over here, should be under that with a space in between. And normally we'd prefer to use a relative import, so it doesn't have the complete path. And also this should be in alphabetical order. A lot to do by myself, but my extension will do it for me. And this obviously is going to give me an error because I don't have all the items I need. And I imported the wrong one actually. So I'm going to control click and import my bottom nav bar here. You guys can actually delete your home screen. We're not going to use it, but I'm not going to do it for now. And now I'm just going to copy paste this into the timer screen and the options screen. Of course, later on, we're going to actually make them do different things, but for now, we're not. Okay, so now we have our 3 different screens. I don't need to touch them right now. I will later on. So I have my navbar, that's fine. My home screen's going to need to change. So I'm going to go into my main.dart. So now I no longer want to give my home screen as the home because it's not really doing anything. So instead I'm going to start with my stopwatch screen. And to do this, I'm going to auto import it. See if it got the right one. It did. I'm going to hit fix import. Fix import. Yeah, my main file is importing them in a strange way, but that's fine. I'll just leave it. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so we're going to refresh this. And it broke because I don't have the items I need. I was expecting that actually. So now we need to talk about the state itself. My bottom navbar needs to know the index and needs to know the callback. And I'm actually going to refresh this so it's not, or restart it. It's all going to have the error. I just didn't want it to look like that. I'm going to make this big so we don't have to see the ugly red screen. Okay, so my bottom navbar needs an index and a callback. And where are we going to get these values? Obviously, I need to have some kind of state. Now, we might be tempted to say, well, I already have a stateful widget here. So why don't I just, keep the value of index right here? The problem with that is my bottom navbar is on these different pages, right? So I have a bottom navbar in the time screen and a bottom navbar in the stopwatch screen, but this is an object. A widget is just an object. So even though they look the same way, actually these two are 2 separate objects. So the state I have in my stopwatch screen bottom navbar will not be the same as the state I have in my timer screen bottom navbar. So what does that mean? That means that even though I can keep track of the index here, when I move to my next page, it's going to lose the index and it's going to go back to the default index because I will need some kind of starting value. I could start with 0, for example, but then my timer screen should have an index of 1. If I'm on the timer screen, this index needs to be 1, but it's creating a new bottom navbar and that index is going to be 0. Now I could hard code it. I could say index 1 here, but that is so ugly. You shouldn't be hard coding stuff like that. That's not the right way of doing it at all. Obviously, that's not a good thing. So what am I going to do? So I can't keep my state here. I do need to pass it in because if I do keep my state here, it's just going to get overridden when I go to the different page. So it's not going to do anything. So that's not the correct way of doing it. Well, I'll have to move my state up. The same way I had my state in the home screen before, now I can move it up to the stopwatch screen. But again, my stopwatch screen and my timer screen are going to need to have that same state, right? They need to have the same one, not the same values separately. So that means I'm going to have to move up again. I can't have it in these two, so I need to go into their parents, which is main.dart. Wow. So you can see how this has become problematic already, but let's just go ahead and do it this way because it's the way we have to. I'm going to control click here, convert to stateful widget. And my stateful widget in my app is going to have the same thing that my home screen used to have. So I'm going to put them side by side. I used to have my int screen index equals 0, and I also needed a callback set index. So I'll have int screen index equals 0. That's going to be the default. And I'm putting it in the wrong place. I should be putting this in state here. And then I'll also have a void function. I'll just say set index. I'm not going to be too pedantic. Set index, and this is going to take an index. And what this is going to do is set state and it's going to set screen index equal to index. I think that's what we were doing last time. Yeah, that's fine. So that's the same. Okay, so now I need to pass these two variables to my bottom navbar. And to get to my bottom navbar, I need to go through my stopwatch screen. Are you guys already starting to see the problem? So I go down to my stopwatch screen, and here I'm going to have to say index, or screen index, is underscore, sorry, I can't type right now, and then callback, and I'll be more specific because I'm going through multiple screens. Set index callback to underscore set index, like that. And of course this is giving me an error because they don't exist yet, but I know I'm going to use them, so I'm going to save that. And now I'm going to change my stateful widget, my stateless widget, to a stateful widget in stopwatch screen. And now here I'm going to have a final int screen index and a final void, I forgot what I called it, screen index, no, set screen index, I think that was it. Set index callback, like that. And then control click here, generate constructor, and enter here, just for nice spacing. And now that I have this, I can give my bottom navigation bar an index of screen index and a set index, I think it was just callback here, of set index callback, like this. And this gives me an error because it's an undefined name, because I should be using widget.screenIndex. Remember that widget is going to give me access to the variables inside the stateful widget instead of where I am here, which is the actual state. And same here, widget.setIndex, and it's giving me an error because so this value can't be used. I did something dumb. Final void callback, final void function. Final function set index callback. We all make mistakes sometimes, but okay, now it works. And now that I have this in my stopwatch screen, I'm going to have to do the same in my timer screen. So to save some typing, I'm just going to copy paste actually all of this. And I'm also going to do the same for my navbar. So my bottom navigation bar is now going to have a more complicated constructor. And I haven't converted to a stateful widget. For some reason, VS Code doesn't want to do this for me. It does that quite often, actually. So now this is working. And now I'm going to have to do the same thing in my option screen. Convert this to stateful. And copy these. Put this like this. And then copy this. Okay. So now it's going to work. We need to do the navigation, which is going to be done through main.dart and through the bottom navbar. And I'm going to show you guys how to do that in the next video because I don't want to introduce two different topics at the same time. In this video, I'm simply trying to demonstrate the structure of the state, the way we have to do it to actually work correctly. And in fact, I've drawn a little diagram, but first let's quickly review what we've done so far. So in order for my bottom navbar to be used in multiple screens, I had to change where that state was located because I couldn't store the state in bottom navbar because it would just be overridden. So that would be kind of pointless. So initially I would want to move it up to my stopwatch screen or my timer screen or my option screen. However, again, these would have different states. So that means I have to move them up one extra level, which is home.darts, main.darts in fact. And now this is a mess. I think I mentioned to you guys before, personally, and I think most people agree, we want our main.dart to be my app, the main widget, to be as clean as possible. I want it to have my material app, my theme data, my navigation data, that kind of stuff. I do not want to have variables here, which I'm changing. This is not right. This doesn't seem right. What's even worse than this is when this changes, it's going to have to rebuild the entire material app. Remember that when the state changes, all of this is going to have to be rebuilt. That is ridiculous. The other thing I could do is keep my home screen, but literally the only thing my home screen will do is hold these two things. That's literally going to be it. And then I would return home screen, and then that would be the parent of all of these. Again, that's ridiculous. So here's my little diagram that I drew showing the direction that state moves. So I'm storing the states, which I need in my navbar states, in my app states. And from here it's being pushed to my app. And my app is sending it to stopwatch screen, timer screen, and option screen. I didn't draw the third one, but you understand what I mean. And from stopwatch screen, timer screen, and option screen, it goes to the stopwatch screen, timer screen, and option screen state, which again I didn't draw because it's a lot of boxes. And then from the stopwatch screen states, it goes to the navbar and the other navbar on the timer screen. And then from here, it goes to the navbar states in the stopwatch screen, and the navbar states in the timer screen, and the navbar states in the option screen. I mean, this is ridiculous. I only want to use these variables here and here and here. I want to use it in the bottom layer, but I had to climb up 1, 2, the one I didn't draw, 3, 4, 5. I had to climb up 5 different widgets. That's ridiculous. And what's more, now I had to make stopwatch screen, timer screen, and option screen stateful, which before they weren't. And of course, you could argue with me and say, well, Vidius, you were going to make your screens stateful when you completed them anyway. And yeah, you'd be correct, I was going to. But what if that wasn't the case? What if these screens would have been stateless otherwise? Well, now they're being rebuilt. Now I need them to store states, and these screens don't care about these variables. My stopwatch screen does not care what the index is. My stopwatch screen does not care what the callback is. So why am I storing this? Why do I have set index callback inside my stopwatch screen when it does not care about it at all? It's simply so it can pass it along. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't know if you guys ever played that game, Chinese Whispers, when you were children, or I think different countries have different names for it. But essentially what happens is a group of children sit around in a circle, and one of them says something and whispers it to the next child, and the next child whispers it to the next child, and they go around in a circle to show how easy it is to misunderstand what that thing is, because by the time whatever phrase or word goes around in the circle, it's always been completely changed, sometimes on purpose, but oftentimes just by accident because people misunderstand. And we're going to get to the same issue here, because now my stopwatch screen is handling this data when it doesn't care about it. It just has more room for errors. What if I accidentally change it? And you might say, well, Ovidius, you shouldn't be accidentally changing it. Yes, I shouldn't be. But what if my stopwatch screen needs a different index? And, I purposely called it screen index so it's more clear what it was. But what if I just called it index? And then I need some different index for something else, and I modify that and accidentally end up modifying this. Remember, initially in my bottom navbar, I just called the function callback. Well, a callback can be any function. So, because I've done this before, I know the kind of pitfalls I can get into. I renamed it to set index callback, even though here it's set index, here it's callback, but between these intermediary screens, I had to change it to set index callback. What if I didn't know that? What if I just used callback because, you know, that's what I'm using in bottom navbar, why should I overcomplicate things? Well, now it's very conceivable to think I have a second callback inside my stopwatch screen. This is a very common situation. So then I could be accidentally using it in the wrong place or overriding it or doing God knows what and just breaking my app. And more than that is the performance issue I have as well. So now all of these screens need to be rebuilt because their state is changing. And that doesn't seem right to me. Why am I doing that? Well, obviously it's not right. But okay, that was enough of a rant from myself. In the next video, we're gonna take a quick look at navigation. Again, I don't want to have two separate ideas in the same video. And then after we look at navigation, we'll actually solve this issue, this state issue. And we're going to do it in a few different ways. And yeah, I think it's going to be great. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. I am as well. But in the meantime, myself and Vidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Manzuru. Now, in the last video, we spoke about the problem with stateful and stateless widgets, and I forgot to show you the final result. So I had broken my app, and now I've refreshed it to show that I have fixed it again, but it's not doing things quite the correct way. You know, it's not actually navigating to a different screen because we haven't done navigation yet. So that's what we're going to do in this video. We're going to take a quick look at navigation and how to do that. If you are joining us for the first time, don't worry, you don't need to go through the entire project to understand navigation. It's kind of its own concept, which is why I made its own video. So what we're going to do for navigation is, and I don't need this anymore, I'm going to go to my main.dart, and my main.dart has material app. And the same way our material app has theme data, our material app also has information about navigation. Specifically, what I'm looking for here is routes. Here, I couldn't find it for a second. And routes, if we look, takes a map of strings and widget functions which have build context. Okay. That's a little bit confusing, but let's not worry about it too much. For now, all we need to know is, since it's a map, it's going to have the open and close curly braces. And then it's going to take a string. This string is the route name. It's what tells us where to go. And what I'm going to do is, inside each of my screens here, inside my stateful widget, I'm going to make a static const route name equals, and then I'll have a string with the appropriate route name. So here I can use stopwatch, and actually I'll use /stopwatch -screen. And you might think it's a bit weird for me to use a slash and also a dash over here. Normally in Flutter we wouldn't use slashes or dashes, so what's going on? Well, essentially I'm making it easy to transfer to a web environment. You can imagine that if we were on web, I would want this to be the ending of my URL, and this is the web format. Of course, in this video, in this project, we're not uploading to the web, but we're just making it nice and easy for ourselves in the future. Okay, and once we have this, I'm actually just going to copy paste it into my timer screen. And I'm going to change this to timer. And I can have the same name, route name, but keep in mind that the one from stopwatch, timer, and option screen are going to be different variables, and you'll see why in a second. Option screen here. And also you'll notice here we're using a static. The static keyword, I was hoping there'll be a pop-up, but there isn't. A static just says that it's a single value for the entire class. So the stopwatch screen. So this should really be option screen. So apparently I haven't changed these, and I'm gonna actually undo that and hit F12 options screen. By renaming it this way, it's gonna rename all of it for me. So I forgot to do that last time, and that means I forgot to do it here as well. Timer screen here. I remember to update the text in the center, but that was it. I think I did. I did, yeah. Okay, so the static, what this says is I'm going to have a single value for every single instance of option screen, no matter how many instances of option screen I have, it's always going to have the same value. This is never going to change. So I have that. And then now that I have my route names, I'm going to go back to my main.dart and use stopwatch screen. And actually, this is bothering me. I'm going to put a comma here to get rid of this error. Stopwatch screen dot route name. So of course, what this is doing is going to my stopwatch screen and they're getting my static variable route name here. And I'm going to put this equal to, and actually this shouldn't be an equal sign. This should be a colon because I'm inside a map. And then this is going to be a function which takes my build context as an input. And we can see that here, function build context. And it's going to return whatever screen I'm creating. So in this case, it's stopwatch screen. And I'm going to put a comma here. And the same thing for timer screen.route name. It's going to be a context. And timer screen. This is currently giving me an error because I haven't imported it yet, but I'll do it now. And the same for options screen. Context. And that one has just imported it for me. And that's going to make an option screen there. Okay. So now I've pushed the routes into my material app data. So as a result, I can use this in the navigation. And by the way, I didn't have to go through the routes. I could also leave out this step and it would have looked a bit different. But actually, I'll show you guys what I mean in just a second, a bit later. Okay. So now on my on tap, I have my widget callback here. But now instead of doing this, what I'm going to do is actually navigate. So I'm going to say navigator dot of context dot, and I have a few different options here. I'm going to use push named. And then let's check what my push name takes. It takes a route name and it has optional arguments. But in this case, the only thing I need is my route name. So I'll use stopwatch screen.route name. And of course, you might be thinking to yourself, hey, but Avidius, you've just done this for every single index. And you're correct. I'll just show you how to do it. So what we should really do is have a switch statement here. And we could also use a if-else multiple times. But I'm going to have the switch. And the item I'm going to put inside these brackets here is my IND, my index. And if you guys haven't seen this before, what a switch statement does, it's like a combination of if-elses. It's like if something equals something. It's something like if int equals 0, then do something. Else if int equals 1, then do something. Else if int, and so on. So I'm comparing the same variable against multiple values. Well, this is quite a lot of code. So one way that we can simplify this is by using switch statements. Switch, index, and then, so this is the variable we're comparing, and then the different cases. In the first case, it's going to be case 0. In case 0, that's going to be the stopwatch screen. I'm going to navigate here, and then I'm going to have my break afterwards. If I don't have my break, it's going to keep propagating down through the rest of the cases. So it will do case 1, case 0, then case 1, then case 2, and then the default case, which is not what I want. Then I'm going to have my case 1, which is going to be basically the same thing, except instead of going to my stopwatch screen, I'm going to go to my timer screen here, which needs to be imported. And why is this giving me an error? Yeah, because I haven't finished it, that's why. And then I'm going to have a break here. And then, so I'm actually going to give it case 2. I wouldn't necessarily need to because I could just have that as the default, but I prefer the default being my stopwatch screen. Now, realistically, there's no real chance of me falling into the defaults. I'm trying to speak and code at the same time, it's not working. Option screen dot route name. And of course, I haven't imported option screen. Control click, Control Shift B, fix imports. Fix 3 of them. I didn't even have to see what it did, but we can see up here. Okay, and again, it's giving me an error because I haven't ended in a break. So I'm going to do that and refresh it. And this should work, but let's see what happens. Okay, so I think my error is because I forgot to fill out my default. So I'm just going to make my default go to stopwatch screen. And again, there should be no way of actually getting to the default, but just in case. Okay, so the reason I'm getting this error is because my different screens. So it's because I made the screens in an awkward way to demonstrate the problem with state. My different screens, time screen, option screen, and stopwatch screen, all need to take these 2 items, screen index and set index callback. Yeah, so I should actually be updating it here, not here. So this is going to go here, and here, and here. This is exactly why we're using the routes here to simplify things. And then this can be empty. I don't need the args. Refresh, and that should have fixed it. Yeah. So that was exactly it. However, it's not updating my, it's not showing the correct one here. And that is because I commented this out when I was trying to debug my code. But now when I put that back, you can see it is working correctly. Another quick thing I'm going to do here is currently by using push named, I'm putting a new screen on top. I'm creating a stack. And if I use back, it's going to go back the exact same way. But actually, because I'm using a bottom navbar, I don't necessarily want to have this kind of behavior. I think it's a little bit weird. So what I want to do instead is replace the screen. And I can do that by using push named. And I think it's called push replacement named. There we go. So this is basically the same as the previous one. The difference is that it replaces it. So I'm going to go to my timer screen, my settings screen. Now if I go to back, well, it's still working because I haven't reloaded everything. I'm going to rebuild it. And I'll edit out the wait for the rebuild. Okay, so I've just rebuilt it. And now if we use the back screen, we can see the back screen is gonna, the back button is gonna close everything rather than going back on the stack, because I don't, again, in this specific project, I don't really think it makes sense to have a stack in that way. I don't want that kind of behavior, so I'm not going to do it. So I did mention that the main purpose of this video is actually to focus on navigation rather than the different state things. So I do want to show, I broke something apparently, I'll fix that afterwards. So I do want to show a different way of navigating. So this is the better way, the preferred way, using the named parameters, the named routes here inside my theme data, inside my material app, but it's not the only way. A different, more basic way, I guess you could say, would be to use navigator.of_context and actually build the route in here. So I could use push, or in this case push replacements, because I want to actually replace it. And this would take a context and go to material route. And okay, I made a small mistake again. So this is context here, and then here it's just going to be a comma, and material route, and it should be material page routes. You guys can see I don't use this very often at all. And then material page routes has a builder which has the context and the option screen here, and then I'm going to need to pass in the index, which in this case is going to be IND. And it doesn't take an index, it takes screen index. And then it's also going to take the semicolon here. It's going to take the callback, and I call the callback set index callback. I think that was widget.callback. There we go. Okay, and it's giving me an error because it does not need this context. Again, you guys can see I really don't use this way of navigating often at all. It's a lot messier. You can see I have to build I need to build this thing right here. And on top of being messier, I'd have to either copy paste or rewrite this code multiple times every single time I want to do navigation. So I definitely wouldn't do that. You've heard me repeat over and over again, if your code is being reused, just create it separately so you don't have to reuse it. That's why a much better way of doing it is create your routes here and then just use your navigator of context dot, and in this case I'm using push replacements, but normally you'd use just push named and then the name of your route. I mean, look at this much code versus this much code. There's really no comparison, but I actually am going to leave it in simply so that it's on the GitHub, so you guys have a reference to both of them. And I'm just going to demonstrate it works by restarting and just clicking on the different things. So stopwatch goes to stopwatch screen, timer goes to timer screen, and the settings goes to the option screen. Okay, gentlemen, so there you have it. In the next video, we're going to refactor our code to look at the state and use a state management solution. So we're going to try to pull out the state and stop doing the really awkward thing where I'm passing down all these values everywhere for no reason. And yeah, it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But for now, myself, Vidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Mazuro. Now, first of all, I do need to let you guys know something. I have accepted a new position, working, of course, with Flutter, but as a result, I've had a lot less time left over to actually record these videos. So I do need to apologize because I think in the future, these videos cannot come out quite as often as they have before. Now, I'm absolutely committed to still publishing this, and I promise you I'm going to complete this tutorial in full. It just might take a bit longer than before. Maybe I'll only be able to release 3 videos, maybe even 2 videos a week, rather than the way it was before, which was 5 or 6 a week. But if I can, I will do my absolute best to still record 6 videos a week, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Okay, that aside, so let's talk about what we're going to do today, what we're going to look at. So of course you guys will remember last time we spoke about navigation, but before that we were looking at stateful widgets, and we saw a certain problem that can very easily occur when we use too many stateful widgets, right? We can pass down data in such an awkward way, and it can really make a huge mess. And in this video, we're going to look at the first solution, kind of the most bare bones one, the one that comes by default with Flutter, which is inherited widgets. In the next video, we're going to abstract on top of that to use provider. Provider, of course, is based on inherited widget, but it's like a wrapper around it. So there's less boilerplate and more, user friendliness, or whatever you want to call it, a few more features as well. But it is, after all, based on inherited widget, so we do need to discuss this first. And then in the video after that, we're going to talk about GetX. GetX is a relatively new state management package. It also does some other things, but we're just going to look at the state management for now. Maybe we'll look at the other features later on. And GetX it's similar to inherited widget and change notifier, but the wrapper is very different. The way we use it is very different, but behind the scenes, it's acting in quite a similar way. But I know some of you guys are going to like working with that much more, so I am definitely going to include it. Then sometime in the future, we're also going to go over Redux and BLoC, but that's going to be in a different project. But for now, let's go back to this. So in our bottom nav bar, we had this index and the callback. And what we're trying to do here is remove this, and especially not have it moving through the different screens, right? I did not at all like option screen, home screen, and stopwatch screen holding these variables when it's not going to use them at all. So what we're going to do is separate the state into its own widget, and I've prepared a little diagram for us here. So before, remember, the direction of state was moving from my app state and it was moving down here. But what we're going to do instead is make a navbar state widget, which you guys can tell I'm running out of names because it's a bit too similar to these ones here, but that's fine. And the navbar state widget is gonna pass down its state to an inherited widget. And then once we have that inherited widget, then all of our different widgets can, well, inherit that state from it. That's why it's called inherited widget. And the nice thing about the inherited widget is that I can pass down the states in any direction. So for example, I could have the navbar states here inheriting from it, but I could also, for example, and I was supposed to pull an arrow, give it to the stopwatch screen. There's nothing preventing me. I could also give it to a timer screen, for example, or I could do all these different things, but at the same time, I don't need to. So you guys, of course, can imagine that if this was a large project where I had just like hundreds, thousands of different widgets, then something like this or one of the packages which builds on top of this are going to be really, really useful. Now, the other thing you might have noticed is I'm going to be building two different widgets. And why is this? Why do I have a navbar state widget as well as an inherited widget? Well, the reason for this is that the inherited widget is actually immutable. That means the inherited widget can not change at all. And that would be a little bit pointless. What's the point of a state management which can't actually manage any changes of state? So what we have to do instead is hold that state in a different widget, and then we use that state to create a new inherited widget every time. So every single time your state changes, what's actually happening behind the scenes is this first inherited widget is being destroyed and we're building a new one on top of that. I know if you just hear this, it might sound like a little bit wasteful, but it's not. It really is the best way of doing things. In fact, there's a push in programming more and more to work with immutable objects and to not change any states, but always build new states and so on. It turns out to be better for computers than the alternative, but I'm not going to go too much into that. So we're going to go back here. We are in our, let's actually create a new folder. So in lib, we're going to right click, new folder. We're going to call this state, and we're going to make two new files, which is going to be the navbar state dot and the navbar inherited widget dot. And if we go into the first, our navbar state, we're going to import a material dot, so that's impm. And again, so what is it that we want this navbar state to do? Well, this is just a wrapper around the inherited widget to actually hold the state for us. So as you can imagine, that means we need it to be a stateful widget. I'm going to call this navbar state. And this right here is going to be a bit funky looking because this is called navbar state. This automatically gets an extra state added to it. So that's navbar state state. That's going to be great. It's going to be fun. And in the navbar state, what we can do is we can actually hold what it is that we want to change. In this case, we want our int index, and we're going to start it off at the value of 0. And actually this should have an underscore before it because I want this to be a private variable. I don't want people to be able to modify this by themselves. I want them to need to go through the methods we're about to create. And those two methods are going to be a getter and a setter. I'm not sure if you guys remember how we would do that, but we're going to have an int get index, and that's just going to be an arrow function which returns index. So obviously the only thing this does is give me the value here, but it doesn't let me actually go through this directly. And then in my setter, I'm going to have to do something a little bit different because remember, to tell Flutter to recreate the state, we have to use that setState method. So I'm going to do that inside my setter. And I'm actually not going to call it setter, I'm just going to call it setIndex. And this will take an index. In fact, I should give it a better name. And actually, it's fine because I have my underscore here. And then I can use setState. And in my setState, I can set my underscore index equal to my index. So of course, this index is the one actually being held in the state, whereas this index, which is not the same as this, is whatever I'm going to pass into this function. So that's just how I'm going to set the states here. And then setIndex, of course, is going to tell my widget to rebuild. And what is it that we're going to return over here? It's not going to be a container, but instead, we're going to return that inherited widget, because this is at the end of the day just a wrapper around that. So I'm going to call it the navbar inherited widget. And I definitely shouldn't be using that. Of course, this doesn't exist yet. So we're going to go back here and import material again. And here we're going to create a class navbar inherited widget, which is going to extend inherited widget like that. And let's see what it tells us. So when we do this, it tells us that we're missing a concrete implementation of inherited widget. Update should notify. So what this is we can tell the widget to ignore something or to listen to certain values or that kind of thing. But for our specific example, the only thing I'm going to do is just, I'm going to delete all of this, and I'm just going to return true. So what I'm doing here is I'm just saying, no matter what happens, if you get a new value, just rebuild everything. The reason I'm doing this is because it's quite a simple app. There's no reason to go into it more deeply. And on top of that, I don't really feel there'll be too much use in teaching you guys how to go into the intricacies of this kind of thing, because you're probably not going to use inherited widget that much. The wrappers around it, things like GetX provider, are just much easier to work with. So I think that's what you'll end up using most of the time. So now that we have this, what exactly is it that our inherited widget is holding? We can just call it data, but what is the type? Well, the type is going to be whatever state exists here. So as a result, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to rename this with F12 to get rid of that underscore, because my navbar state is no longer going to be private, because I actually want to use that as a type inside my navbar inherited widget. So here's going to be navbar state data, and I need to import this, and then Control-Shift-P, fix imports, make this look a bit nicer. So I have this. And what is this data holding? In this specific case, it's only holding index because that's the only thing I have in here. But if I had, all these other variables here, that would still be held in this data object. That's why I'm using navbar state as the type. And now that we have this, I can create the constructor, but this should give me some kind of warning or error. Let's see if it gives me the correct one. Yeah, it's not giving me the one that I need right now. But the other thing I need in inherited widget is it needs to take a child widget. And this shouldn't be this dot child, this should just be widget child. And this gets passed into super. So super is the parent class, and the parent class can take that child like this. So we're passing the child that the inherited widget is getting to the parent of the inherited widget with the property child. And because I need the child here, that also means that in my navbar state, let's get rid of this, I'm going to have to take a final widget child, and then I can create a constructor in this way. And then down here, my navbar inherited widget can take a child of child, and this should actually be widgets.child to get the child passed into navbar state. And then we can also give it a data of this. Now, this keyword is a keyword we will not use very often. Of course, we use it here in the constructor, but aside from that, you won't really see it too much. And all this, the keyword is, it means this current object. So by saying navbar inherited widget data this, that means the data is this entire navbar state, or the instance of the navbar state that we're creating. Now we're almost finished with this, but there is one more thing I want to build. It's not necessarily required. We could skip it, but I don't think that's a good idea. Remember the way we can do things like theme.of_context or navigator.of_context? Well, to use my inherited widget, I would also like to use that .of_context. So as a result, I need to actually write the function of. So what I'm going to do is inside my navbar state over here, I'm going to make a static method. And something static means that it's only one instance for, or one method, one variable for any instance of this specific class. And I'm going to call this navbar state of, and this can take a build context, because of course you guys will remember every single time we used like theme.of or whatever, we always had to pass in that context, and then open and close these curly brackets. And this is going to look really funky, but this is probably the only time you're going to have to do this. We're going to return, and then we're going to say context dot depend on inherited widget of exact type. Luckily it comes up here, so I don't need to type it all out. But again, depend on inherited widget of exact type. And then in these greater than and less than signs, I need to put the type, which in this case is going to be my whatever I'm returning here. So that's the navbar inherited widget. And then we'll put dot data. And I'm getting an error. And this error is because I gave it the wrong type here. Because if we go back to our navbar inherited widget, so the data we're holding is of type navbar state. And because the names are a bit too funky, I forgot to write that state the second time. So when I do this, this is going to get rid of that error, and that's going to work. So now we should really quickly talk about context, because we've seen it a few times, but this is the first time we're actually having to write, context.depend on whatever. What is the context actually doing? It's telling Flutter to look up the widget tree and find whatever is similar to this, whatever is appropriate to use in this case. So for example, when I say theme.of_context, what I'm telling Flutter to do is look up the widget tree until you find a widget or until you find a property called theme. So if I was going to use it inside my, for example, in my bottom navbar, then it would go to its parents, which is, for example, the stopwatch screen. And then from the stopwatch screen, it could go into main.dart, and inside main.dart, it will find that theme data and it will be happy and then pass that data back along. So I'm doing the same thing in my navbar state here, but this time what I'm looking for is the navbar state or the inherited widget. So based on what I just said, you can probably imagine I'm gonna have to use this widget to wrap some kind of other widget, because I need my widgets to be able to look up the parent tree. So where am I going to put it? Well, I'm going to end up using my navbar state in my bottom navbar. But my bottom navbar, and this is the old version. I should be opening this one. And my bottom navbar can be the child of the different screens, timer screen, option screen, and stopwatch screen. So as a result, we need to go up one more, which is going to be our main.dart. And in main.dart, I could wrap stopwatch screen, but then I'll run into issues with the routing here. So what I'm going to have to do instead is wrap material app here. So I'm going to control click, wrap with widget, and here I can use the widget I just created. Specifically, I'm going to use navbar state. And this of course needs to be imported, and fix my imports. And you can see my navbar state has a child of material app. This is why I needed that child property over there. And then that child property is also going to be sent to the inherited widget, and so on and so forth. That's what allows me to build this nice tree-like structure and get my data directly. But we're not quite finished yet, because we're also going to need a way for bottom navbar to actually access the data. And I no longer need to have these properties because I'm going to get it a different way. So we'll delete this, and then my constructor can be much simpler as well. We can get rid of this, and that should be fine. It's giving me an error because I forgot to do something. Oh yeah, I'll fix that afterwards. And the reason I'm leaving it as a stateful widget is because I need to access a property called didChangeDependencies. And what didChangeDependencies does is it runs some kind of function every single time that something our widget depends on is changed. And in this case, the thing that we're depending on is the inherited widget. And in fact, if we look here, it mentions inherited widgets specifically. For example, if the previous call to build referenced an inherited widget that later changed, the framework would call this method to notify this object about the change. So because the object is being notified about that change, it's able to rebuild. In other words, it has a lot to do with the set state. Now, some of you might have used the init state earlier, and you might be wondering, why do I need to use didChangeDependencies rather than init state? Well, there's two reasons for that. First of all, if I were to use init state, it would only run that once at the beginning of my widget's lifecycle. And then what am I going to do when my widget changes? You know, I could use set state, but is that really going to refresh everything the correct way? And then on top of that, I also need access to that context. And in that init state, I don't believe I have access to that context yet. Leaving that aside, let's see how we can actually access that. So I need the type, which is the same as before, navbar state data equals, and I'm going to use something which is going to start to look familiar to you guys. Navbar state.of, that's why we created it, and we'll use the context here. And of course, this needs to be imported like this. And then here we can do, well, we'll have to declare our int index. And here I can say index equals data.index, because of course my data object holds everything that my navbar state holds, but in this specific case, it's just the index I'm accessing. If I did have other variables here, I could access them in the same way, and I'm in the wrong place. I could access them in the same way over here. So I could say, for example, name equals data.name if I had a name or something like that. So now that I have this, wherever I was using widget.index before, I can just use index directly. And this index, of course, coming from here, which is coming from the inherited widget from navbar state. And then the only other thing I have to change is this widget callback, because it doesn't exist anymore. So what I'm going to do instead is use navbar state.set.of context .set index. So this set index here is going here. So it's accessing my navbar state.set index right here. And this is going to give it the IND because my onTap is taking IND, and semicolon, and save that. Then for this, actually all of this needs to be deleted because we no longer need to give our routes all this information. This is now being handled separately. So now we can go inside our option screen, and we can just make it a stateless widget. like this. And my bottom navbar no longer takes any properties, so we can delete all of that. And then in my stopwatch screen, we're going to do the same thing. I just realized I also deleted the route name, which I did not want to do. So I'm going to copy this, because I absolutely still need my route name, but then do the rest. Then in my stopwatch screen, I need to close some of these so I stop getting confused. I'm going to do the same thing. So first I'm going to copy that route name. Then I'm going to delete all of this. So in fact, I could just delete this. You can tell I've been working a lot recently. My mind's not working right. So we're deleting up to the class stopwatch screen state. There. And then this becomes a stateless widget like this. And I no longer need this information here. And I can save this. And the same thing can happen in timer. Delete this. And all of this. And finally, stateless widget here. Now, of course, I'm still going to get errors in these copies, which I had of my previous code. And speaking of copying the previous code, I'm actually not going to upload these specific ones because they're going to change when I add my other state management solutions, and there's just not that much in here. So other than that, we also need to go back into main.dart because now we've gotten rid of all of this from our constructors. So we don't need any of this or this or this. Then Control-Shift-I to format everything for us nicely. And also my app state no longer needs to be stateful. I no longer need screen index or set index. So all of this can be deleted. And this also becomes a stateless widget. And there we go. I'm just checking if I have any errors. I have errors in the copied files, but not in the current ones. So that is all perfectly fine. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you use the inherited widget. So really quick review, what we had to do is we created a new folder called state, and in this state we created two different properties, two different classes. The first was navbar state, which actually holds the information we need, and it needs that child property, and the child properties or whatever is going to be wrapped by our widget. And then we can put all the information we want to store, as well as all the methods that we want to interact with our information in the state of whatever class we create here. And then finally, we need some kind of inherited widget, and that inherited widget is probably going to look quite similar every time, but it can hold the data of the type of state we just created. So in so doing, we're going to be able to pass along that data. And then to actually access this data, what we have to do is wrap our root widget or whatever closest ancestor we have to all the widgets we want to use the state with that widget we just created. And then whenever we actually use the properties, for example, in bottom navbar, if we override the of method, we can then use navbar state or whatever name we use .of context to access the data. So in fact, I could have just done something like this instead, but I'm not going to do it now because I've already done it like this. So I don't really want to change it. But okay, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If it still seems a bit, a lot of boilerplate, some weird names, don't worry about it, because next time we're going to look at provider, which is going to simplify this a lot. And then afterwards, we're going to look at GetX, which is going to simplify it even more. And then afterwards, we're going to look at Redux and BLoC, which is going to complicate things all over again. But Redux and BLoC have different advantages. So yeah, I actually prefer BLoC. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, so that's been all for me today. Myself, Avidius, I'm out. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the Complete Free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidus Mansuru. So first of all, I do need to apologize for my absence. As I mentioned to you guys last time, I did start a new position, so I'm a bit more busy than I was previously. And I just have a lot of things I need to study to really get myself to a level I want to be, because there's, I want to be the best at these things. And that goes beyond Flutter, it goes into architecture and a lot of other topics as well, which I'm reading up on, studying up on, and so on and so forth. But as I mentioned last time, I am absolutely committed. Yes, I am committed to getting these tutorials out there so that you guys have access to them. Now, I think this week I'm going to have a bit more time than I did last week. So I'm going to try to record as many of them as I can and get them being released once a day. But I cannot make any promises so far. But leaving that aside, so where were we? Last time we looked at our bottom navbar and we looked at moving the state from outside of the navbar itself and into a separate widget. And we called it, I believe it was this one, navbar state. And we also used a navbar inherited widget. And this works perfectly fine. It does. We could use this and there's no real issue with it, except for the fact that there's quite a lot of boilerplates. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, when we talk about boilerplate, what we mean is all of this code that we need to kind of repeat and reuse, but we can't quite copy and paste it because it's just a tiny bit different every time. Something like having these two different classes would count as boilerplates, and it might just feel a tiny bit awkward to do something like this, which is why there are all kinds of packages to help us. But I did want to go over inherited widget first, because this is what's happening under the hood for a lot of the classes which we can use, or a lot of the state management solutions we can use. And today we're going to abstract a little bit away from the inherited widgets and use the first package for state management, which I should have open here, which is going to be the provider package over here. So currently we're on 4.3.2+1, but the same basic ideas will hold true no matter which version you guys are on. It should be the same in the future, but just a couple of things might be a tiny bit different. So this provider package, and let me see if I can find where it says it. It's a wrapper around inherited widget. So that means under the hood, here it is. A common way to consume inherited widgets. So it really is just inherited widget, but it's done in a way where it looks a bit better, where we don't need to complicate things as much, and it just flows a lot more naturally. And in fact, Google and the Flutter team officially endorses Provider. Sorry, my phone just beeps because I heard me say Google and I dropped it when I tried to turn it off. But putting that aside, I'm just going to leave it. So the Flutter team has officially endorsed Provider. Provider was a separate package created by, and I forget who, I can't say his name, it's a French name, so I'm not going to try. In fact, it's even recommended by the Flutter team. If you go to flutter.dev under simple app state management, they give a detailed breakdown on how to use Provider. And the important thing that we're going to look at right now is this part. So what they mention is that with Provider, you need to understand three concepts: change notifier, provider, and consumer. And we'll go over these really briefly first, and then we'll go into actually make something using this. So change notifier, it's a class. It's a class which we can extend. And what this gives us is the ability to listen to changes. So when we have a change notifier, other classes, other variables can actually listen to those changes and react to them changing. Then we have the change notifier provider, which it's another widget. The same way how in our, I think this is the correct one. I forget exactly where we had it. We had to wrap our material app with a navbar state. We had to wrap it in some kind of widget. Well, we also do that with provider, and we wrap it with what we call change notifier providers. So that's just the wrapping widget we have. And finally, the consumer. The consumer it's another widget, but more similar to, let me see if I can find where we used it. I can't find exactly where we used it right now. It's somewhere, somewhere on this page. Okay, I'm going to leave that aside because I can't find exactly where we used it. But the consumer is what we use exactly in the location we want to listen to the to whatever variable we're listening to. So of course, with something like the change notifier provider, this would normally go in a much higher location, for example, in the main.dart or in some kind of higher level widget, whereas the consumer is something that we would put much lower down, and it's something we would repeat. For example, in my bottom navbar state, if I also needed it in my stopwatch screen, I'd put a different one in my stopwatch screen, but the change notifier provider would only be used once in the lowest level, which is high enough to cover all my use cases, if that makes sense. Do you remember that graph I showed you guys last time of how we can raise the state? Well, we don't want to raise it too far. We don't want to always put it in main.dart, because if we always put it in main.dart, then everything's going to be rebuilt. So we do kind of need to balance it out. Have it as low as possible, but it's still high enough to cover everything. But again, this will make much more sense when we go into our examples. So we're going to start with the change notifier. So the change notifier, as I mentioned, is the replacements for these two, the navbar state and the navbar inherited widget. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate state for my stopwatch screen. Now there is a discussion to be had here, because in this particular case, my stopwatch screen state provider is only going to be used in the stopwatch screen. So you could make an argument for not using any state management solution and simply using a stateful widget. And, you know, that would be an argument. You could say you want to do that, but somebody else, myself actually, I would argue that that's not good design, because I'm a big proponent of separating our logic from our UI. So personally, I think that your stopwatch screen itself should only contain the logic, the UI itself, only the things you can see, and all those functions and other things should be separate. So personally, I do believe we should separate these, even if we're only using the states in a single screen like what we're doing here. But leaving that discussion aside, so we're going to go into my states here, and of course we could create a new folder for all the different types of states, but I'm not going to. We can right click and new file, and I'm going to call this stopwatch. I could call it stopwatch state, stopwatch provider. I'm going to call it stopwatch provider.dart. Of course, the name is not that important. One of the big reasons I'm calling it provider rather than state is simply that when we refer back to it at the end, you can see where the inherited widget is, you can see where the provider is, you can see where GetX is. By the way, GetX is what we'll talk about next time. And yeah, so that's going to be great. Okay, so we're going to have a class and call it whatever we want, in this case, stopwatch provider. And then we're going to extend the change notifier. And notice that auto imported Flutter Cupertino, which is not the one I want. In fact, what I want to do is import provider, and it has just struck me that I haven't added this to my pubspec.yaml, so we need to do that. So I'm going to find pubspec.yaml here, and I don't have many dependencies yet, but we're going to add one. So Control-Shift-P to open up this menu here, and I'm going to hit pubspec assist, and here I'm going to just type in provider. So if you guys, and I'm just going to choose the first one here, provider, and what that's going to do is add it for me automatically here in the bottom. If you guys don't have that pubspec assist, I'd highly recommend getting it. Go into your extensions, type pubspec assist, and you should find it. It's this one here. I'm not going to try to say his name because I know I'm going to say it badly, but you can see the one it is. Go ahead and install this, and it's going to make adding new dependencies very easy. So I'm going to save this, and when I save this, you'll see this over here. So it's just downloading the new package, in this case provider, and now I can close it and go back here. So now that I have this, I might have to restart VS Code, but let's try not doing it. And let's try provider. Okay, cool. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Provider/provider.dart. And again, there's a good chance I'm going to have to restart VS Code. Yeah. So I'm going to restart this. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. You can see that there is an update, but I'll get to that later. And you can see that now that I've restarted VS Code, it's aware of the extra package that I added. So now rather than being a red underline, it's a blue underline, which is fine. Change notifier. It might actually still require me to... Okay, so actually I just remembered stopwatch provider should not be extending. We should be using with. So with change notifier. And now it also wants me to import something. I'm going to import material. And now that we have this, similar to what we were doing here, we can, or in these two, we can keep our state separate from everything else. So I'm just going to get rid of these because I don't want too many things getting in our way. But yeah, so we can keep whatever state we're listening to here. And one thing I've seen a lot of people do when it comes to timers, stopwatches, and that kind of stuff is I've seen people try to do some kind of loop, something like void increment timer, and then having some kind of timer and say something like timer.periodic, periodic duration seconds 1, and this isn't pseudocode this is pseudocode, by the way. This won't run. And then say something like print new time. And if you had something like this, which if you had something like this, and I just imported Dart async, we are going to need it afterwards, even though I'm not going to use exactly this. The reason this won't work, and that's right, it will not work, is because of the event loop. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, but essentially Dart and most programming languages really are asynchronous. It's not concurrent. That means it cannot do two things at the same time. So when I do something like this, what I'm actually doing is telling Dart to run whatever function I have here after a delay of 1 second. However, Dart can only do one thing at a time. So when that second comes, if Dart is doing something, it's not going to just drop whatever it's doing and jump to this function. Instead, this function is going to get added to what we call the event loop, and it's going to be run as soon as Dart has a chance to do it. So as a result, if we do this, our 1 second is not actually guaranteed to be exactly 1 second. Now, if you're just doing this a couple times, you're not really going to notice the difference. But if we do something like this for a timer, then very quickly you're going to notice that your timer falls out of sync. So this is definitely one pitfall. It's the first time I ever made a timer. I definitely did it this way using JavaScript, and it didn't work, and I couldn't figure out why. Now that I know a bit more, I know why. But we're going to do it a different way. One good way, what I did when I was using JavaScript, was just recording the time. But Dart has another class, another tool, which is going to make this much easier for us, and that is the stopwatch class. So I'm going to use stopwatch, and I can't remember if I have to import it or not. No, maybe not. Stopwatch SW equals stopwatch. And of course, you guys will remember what this means is we're creating a new class, a new instance of class stopwatch. And I actually want to show you guys, if we go into the code of stopwatch, when we do void start, what this does is this calls _now, and _now, okay, it doesn't want to show me right now. I can't remember exactly how I got to it last time, but _now is actually recording exactly what I said I did in JavaScript. It's recording the exact time, the exact date time that we start doing that. And then when we stop the stopwatch, let me see if I can find the stop. Okay, here it is. When we stop the stopwatch, then it records the difference between the starting time and the stop time. So in other words, it does exactly what I want to do in JavaScript. So as a result, this is safe to use because it's actually recording the time that we're starting and stopping rather than just running a periodic loop, which would not work correctly. But okay, I went into more detail than I thought I was going to. So we have our stopwatch here, and then we need some kind of functions or some kind of way to get our data. So let's start with a void start. This makes sense. And what my start's going to do is simply going to take my stopwatch and start it. And this, of course, being the stopwatch class I created. Then we have a void stop. In fact, I'm going to call it void pause. And for void pause, but I'm sorry if you can hear some kind of noise, there's some kind of airplane or something outside. Very loud airplane. But anyway, stopwatch.stop here for my void pause. I can also use void unpause, which is going to start it again. And in fact, I'll say if stopwatch dot is running, then we're going to do stopwatch dot start. And if the stopwatch is not running, we won't do anything. And you might be wondering how I know to use .start, .stop, .is running, and all these other functions from the stopwatch class. Well, you just check the documentation. I have, of course, worked with this before, so that's why I already know which methods to use. But if you didn't know, you could just type in Flutter stopwatch, and so this is going to take you straight to the stopwatch class. You can see a lot of the things it has. It has an elapsed property, elapsed in microseconds, milliseconds, elapsed ticks, frequency, is running, and then a few different methods, reset, start, stop, and so on. So most of the ones which we're going to use. I'm also going to have a void reset. I'm just going to do void sw.reset. Okay, so this is the stopwatch. Then we're gonna need a string starting string. Let's just call it return string. I'm really bad with names. And I'm actually gonna have to give it a default value. So kind of what I want to display when it first starts. And you'll understand why we're doing that a bit later. Or in fact, you know what, I am not going to do this, so you can see the error and understand why in that way instead. Okay, and then let's do a string underscore build return string. Why am I using the underscore here? Because I don't want anything outside of this class to access it. I just want my different classes to interact with my return string itself. And in fact, what I'm going to do is give both of these underscores, and same here. And instead, I'm going to use a getter string get time, I'll call it, and that's just going to return the return string. Sorry, my work computer is a Mac, so now I'm used to different shortcuts. Now my fingers are a bit confused. Yeah, so here we were. We're going to build a return string. So what do I want? So this will build an appropriate return string for a stopwatch in the format HH, MM, and I'll use capitals, HH, MM, SS, or in other words, something like 01, 23, 45, like that. And you might remember this from some videos a long time ago. We worked with how to build this kind of string, so I'm not going to go over all the details. Now there is something to be said here for how readable I want it to be or how concise I want it to be. It is trade-off. I'm just going to do it like, I'll say if underscore sw.elapsed dot in hours. So that elapsed property has a few different versions. And again, this is why I love VS Code, because it's really going to help you out here. When you press dots, you have a few different things to choose from. I'm going to choose in hours, and if that's greater than or equal to 1, then we're going to do something, else we're going to do something different. And what I want to do here is, well, actually display the hours, because if I don't have any hours, I don't want it to say 00. I'd rather just say 25 or whatever it is over there. So we're going to say here, then I don't know if I want an intermediary string. You know what, I'm gonna put 1, and maybe later I'm gonna have to get rid of it. str, and I'm gonna have a starting value of null of empty string, str plus equals. I'm gonna do brackets here, and here we're gonna have underscore sw elapsed dot in hours. I do want this 0 here as well, so we're gonna say greater than 9, and the question mark, that makes this a ternary operator. So this is an if statement. Now, if sw.elapsed.inHours is greater than 9, then I want underscore sw dot, and actually should be the other way around, less than 10. Then I want it to say 0 followed by underscore sw. No, actually that's fine. I can just leave it like this. And then here I can do another $sign with open and close curly braces, sw.elapsed dot in hours. So what this is going to do, this is going to say if I need the 0, if it's less than 10, then give me that 0, otherwise just give me an empty string, and otherwise don't do anything. And then afterwards put this variable over there. And if we're not doing that, then, well, we don't need this. And in fact, I'm just going to leave this out because I'm not going to use an else. What I'm going to do instead is make another function inside my build return string just to make things look a bit better. I'm going to call this build seconds. And keep in mind, I'm only using it exactly here. I'm not going to use it anywhere else. And this will also be a string. And what this is going to do is it's going to return just the correct amount of seconds. So I'll say if dot elapsed dot in seconds greater than 9, then return. And what am I using here? Then we're going to return $, open and close curly brackets, underscore sw dot elapsed dot in seconds, and that's going to be modulo 60. So remember, because my in seconds, my total seconds can be a really big number, but I only want to have the remainder when doing modulo 60 because I don't want, I don't want something ridiculous like 1,000 seconds, right? That wouldn't make sense. And if it's not the case, then we're going to return, return 0 followed by $_ and the same exact thing here. And in fact, maybe we could do this as a ternary instead. So we could say return like this, dot in seconds. I'm not used to speaking while I code anymore. Like this. And then do this one. And otherwise, we're gonna do this one. I'm gonna get rid of that. That's fine. So this is the build seconds, and then I'm gonna have a string build minutes. So again, you can see that there's another function inside of this function, so I'm not going to use it anywhere else. What I'm going to do here is return, so similar thing to before, sw.lapse.in minutes greater than 9, and we're going to, so if it's greater than 9, I do not need that, I don't need the I'm thinking about two different things. If it's greater than 9, I don't need the leading 0, so I can just do sw.elapsed.in minutes, and again I'm going to have to do that modulo 60 to get my correct time, and then I'm going to do the colon because I need my seconds after this, and now I'm going to do my $_ with my open and close curly brackets and do build seconds, and use those open and close brackets to run the function straight away. Otherwise, I'm going to copy this, and I'm just going to add a 0 over here, and then put my semicolon at the end over there. And of course, if you wanted to, you can make this as 2 lines to have an intermediate return string here, or something like that. Whatever you think is the most readable. Personally, I want to do it this way, but if you feel you want to do it a different way, go ahead and do it a different way. There's no reason for you to do it exactly the way I'm doing it. Okay, so now that I have this, I'm going to say str plus equals, or I'll just say, to make it more clear, I'm just going to say str equals str plus build minutes here. And why am I doing this is because, so these two are functions, they're not running automatically. I have a starting value of empty string here, then over here I'm building the, if I need the hours, I'm building that, but if not, I'm not doing anything. And then so here, this might be holding the hours if needed, but if not, it's an empty string. And then I'm just setting that to whatever it is, plus the thing here. And then I'm just going to return str. There we go. So build return string right here is going to get me the correct string that I need. Okay, so we have this, we have the different controls. And then I mentioned earlier that we will still need some kind of loop, because when I call this function, it's going to build, it's going to build that correct string, but then I need some kind of way of calling it again and again and again. And the way I'm going to do that is similar to what I showed you before. I'm going to make a timer t, and then I'm going to make a void, let's call it update stopwatch string. And what this is going to do is going to say timer.periodic, so like we did before. And this is going to take a duration, and I'm going to give it a duration of seconds 1. And then this takes a timer, and I created a timer here to use here, and put my semicolon at the end here, and then whatever I want to do. And what I'm going to do here is set my underscore return string equal to underscore build return string there. I'm going to leave that. And you might be wondering why I said we shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it. Well, it's about actually keeping that time, because when we do this, it's not guaranteed to be exactly 1 second. But what's going to happen here if it falls out of sync? What happens if, this doesn't do it at the correct time and it shows it as being 1 minute when in reality it's 1 minute and half a second? Well, nothing really happens because I'm still keeping track of the correct time. And then it might end up skipping a second. It might say 1 minute, then instead of 1 minute and 1 second, it'll just jump to 1 minute and 2 seconds, but it's still going to keep my correct time. Now, if I wanted to reduce the risk of that happening, I could, instead of using duration seconds, I could use duration milliseconds, like 200 or 500, to just refresh it more often, and in so doing, hopefully reduce the risk of that happening. But either way, it's not going to be that big of a deal because I'm still going to have the correct time. Whereas if you try to do this to actually calculate the time, to say something like time elapsed equals plus equals 1, something like this, then this absolutely will fall out of sync, and it will be a problem because then your consumer is going to get the wrong time. And one thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to print the return string, because there are a couple bugs in the way I've done it, and I've done it on purpose because I guarantee you when working with provider, you will make this exact same mistake a few times, and I want you to see what that looks like and how we're going to fix it. But let's leave that aside for now. So, okay, let's say this is kind of finished. Maybe there's something else I need to do. I'll remember afterwards. So now that I have my stopwatch provider, which is what's holding my stopwatch states, now I need to, if we go back here, so we had 3 things we needed: our change notifier, and that's my stopwatch provider is using change notifier. Then I need a change notifier provider, so that's going to go, it's something similar to navbar state. Now in this particular case, the only place I'm using my stopwatch provider is going to be in my stopwatch screen. So of course I could place this, I could place it on a higher level, for example, main.dart, but that's not the correct way of doing it, quite frankly. So instead I'm going to put it inside my scaffold in my stopwatch screen. So I'm just going to control click on my sensor widget here. I'm going to wrap this with a widget, and I'm going to use change notifier provider like this. Control Shift I. Yes, I'm really used to a Mac now. All my keyboard shortcuts are incorrect. And this does not take a child. Instead, this is going to take a, I should say here, and I also need to import my provider. And this takes a create. I think it takes a child and a create. And what we're going to do in create here, let's check if it says here, it creates a change notifier, uses create, and automatically dispose it when change notifier is removed from the widget tree. So create is going to be a function, and yeah, it says it here, which takes a build context. I'm going to say context, and I'm just going to do an arrow function, and I'm going to return my stopwatch provider over here. So I have my stopwatch provider, and that's of course going to be automatically imported, and I have the open and close brackets because I'm creating a new instance of that. So by doing this, now everything that's a child, every I forget the word, every child of my change notifier provider is going to have access to my stopwatch provider. But to actually use it, I need to use the third thing here, consumer. Now there is actually a different way of using it. I don't have it exactly. It's going to be this watch, read, or select. I can also do it this way, but I don't want to overcomplicate things, so we'll just do it the old-fashioned way using consumer. So I'll get rid of this. So I'm going to wrap my sensor in a new widget, and the widget I'm going to use is that consumer we mentioned before. So it's going to be consumer, and consumer has a type associated with it, and the type is going to be whatever state, whatever provider we're listening to. So in this case, it's going to be stopwatch provider, like this. And then rather than taking a child, it's going to take a builder. And the builder is going to be a function which takes, let's see if it says here, it's going to take my build context, my stopwatch provider, and my widget. Widget can be a child, but we're not going to use it currently. And then we can do something as a result of whatever we get. So that's going to be ctx for context, state, and underscore, because I'm not going to use the last one. And I'm going to put open bracket here. And let me try to match these. I believe it was here. It was not here. Here. And then I'm going to turn this comma here to a semicolon, and that's fine. So I'm not using the final widget. I do need a return statement because I'm using this as a traditional function. And the reason I'm doing it like this is because I think it would be really nice if I had a play button when it's not running, and when it is running, it's set the time. So what we're going to do, we're going to forget about this for now, is I'm going to say if state dot, and now I can access different things about it. So I just realized I wanted another method, which I forgot to make. So I'm going to say bool get is running, and this is just going to return underscore sw dot is running, like this. So this is just going to tell me if my stopwatch is currently active or not. So I'm going to state dot is running. If it already is running, then I want to display whatever the time is. And if it's not, I want to print, I want to have a sensor. I want to return a sensor widget. And in my sensor widget, I'm going to use an icon. And the icon will take an icons dot play arrow. It's not this one, it's the outline, I believe. Let's try again. Play circle filled, no, outline. Yeah, so we can see it here, that's the one I want. And we're going to make it a bit bigger. Let's say size, off the top of my head, let's guess 100. And for the color, let's use theme.of context dot, let's try primary color. I can't remember if my primary color is the white or not, so maybe this is going to be incorrect, but maybe it's going to be fine. And then I'm not going to need this. And instead of my state is running, I'm going to return a sensor. And then in here, I'm going to use a text. And this is going to take bool get elapsed. Let's say, yeah, just elapsed time string. That's just going to give me my return string, and that should be a string here. I was wondering if I misspelled something. So this is going to be my state dot elapsed string, like this. And my style is going to access the theme data I had over here somewhere. So that's going to be theme.of context dot text theme dot, and I believe I was using a headline 1. Check. Yeah, that's 40, semi-bold white. Sounds good. And white was my primary color as well, so that's fine. So back here. Okay, so that was the final piece which we really needed here, which was the consumer. So by accessing my consumer, what I'm doing is I'm able to do things as a result of the state. So not only can I actually read those values, but I can also do things. So if my state is running is true, then I can do this, but I can do something else if that's not the case. And in fact, I'm going to take my icon and wrap this in another widget, and I'm going to use a gesture detector. And I can't remember if this takes on pressed or on tapped. It takes on tap. And for my on tap, I'm going to give it a state dot start. And this doesn't need the brackets here because it's just getting a reference to this function here. I'm going to add another comma here and here, format it. Okay. So what this is doing, again, when I click on this, it's going to actually run that start function, which is going to start my stopwatch, and that should get everything going. But as I mentioned, there are a couple mistakes on this. It's things which I guarantee you will end up making in your own apps. So I wanted you guys to see what it looks like when I have that bug, so that you can see why it doesn't work, see how it looks when you made this mistake, and then we'll go over how to fix it. Okay, so I've rebuilt everything. It took a few seconds, and you can see that play button the way that I wanted it to show up. Now we could argue about the size, the color, the position, all that stuff. You can change it as you want. I'm not going to right now. And now let's start looking at some of the bugs we're going to get. So I'm going to press that play button, and nothing's happened. So why is that? Well, if I go back to my stopwatch provider, my void starts, it starts the stopwatch, but it doesn't start actually, doesn't do anything. It doesn't, aside from starting the stopwatch, it doesn't, for example, update my stopwatch string. So I'm going to here say update stopwatch string like this, save and refresh. And even when I do that, still not going to do anything, because the big thing, but notice now here, we can see it working, but I'm not seeing anything different. I'm gonna restart it because I don't want this to keep going. But I didn't see anything different because my change notifier gives me the ability to listen to changes, but I need to actually tell my other widgets when an update has happened. And the way I'm going to do that is with notify listeners like this. So if you don't have this notify listeners, then none of your other widgets are going to know that something's changed. It's the same way I used set state in my previous examples to tell the UI something's changed. Now in my provider or anything using change notifier, I need to use notify listeners. So now let's see what happens. I save it. Okay, and the reason it's not going to do anything this time is because I forgot to save it. But I saved it now. And when I hit play this time, it's going to crash. And the reason it's doing it here, it says data not equal to null. So it's a bit cryptic. Well, the reason is this return string. So it is being set in update SW string here, but this is running every 1 second. What about that initial value? What is the starting value? Well, here I started it on nothing, null, which is causing my app to crash. So I am going to need to give it a starting value, and I'll use 0000. And let's try once again, see what happens. And notice now it gives me the time, but again, my time isn't changing, but it is changing here. And of course, you remember from last time, the reason is I haven't used this notify listeners. So we're going to go into my update SW string, and here I'm going to use notify listeners, and let's see what happens. Still not working. So what's happening this time? Well, my update SW string is calling this timer.periodic, and every 1 second it's going to change that string. But notice where I put my notify listeners, because normally you'd put this at the end. And again, it might seem like I'm really making every mistake here, and that's absolutely on purpose, because I promise you, if you have something like this, you will end up making this kind of mistake and you're not going to understand what's happening or why it's happening or anything like that. That's exactly why I put this print statement, so we could see that it is doing something, just not quite what we expect. So in this case, because I'm updating every 1 second, that means I also need to notify my listeners every 1 second. So that belongs inside the function, not outside. And let's see if we do it now. Look at that. Our timer is working almost correctly, but I know I have a couple bugs over here. So I'm going to edit out the wait, but you can see I did make a couple mistakes when I was making this previously. Specifically, my O over here is not showing correctly. And the reason for that is because I forgot to modulo 60 over here as well. So what we're going to do is just wrap this here and do modulo 60. Because what was happening was, in the first one it was showing correctly, but afterwards when it's 61, for example, 61 is greater than 9, so it's not showing my 0, even though I do want it shown. And that means I did the same thing over here with the minutes. So I'm just gonna, that was the wrong place. So I'm also going to wrap this and do modulo 60 like this. And then that should show the string correctly. And I believe this was it for now. Yes. Okay, so obviously we haven't built all of the buttons yet. We haven't built the pause button, the reset button, all that stuff. I want to do all that stuff at the end. We're gonna do a separate video where we're gonna expand on this and make it look exactly the way we want it to look. What we're gonna do is we're also gonna show a different way of doing it for landscape and for portrait. So yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But for now in this video, so that was essentially what I wanted to cover, which was the provider. So as a quick review, the provider is a state management solution. It is one which is recommended by Flutter, so you know it's going to be good. And state notifier, the provider is based on 3 things: change notifier provider, and consumer. Our change notifier is a class which we use as a mix-in. We create our own class which represents the states, and we use with change notifier. And what that does is it gives us access to this notify listeners. And notify listeners is something similar to set states in that it tells all the children, all the widgets which are listening, that now is the time to rebuild. Now is the time that something has changed, so they need to, actually pay attention to it. So that's change notifier. And we do need to remember notify listeners. If you forget it, it will still do things, but you won't see the things being done, like what you saw previously. And also you need to make sure that you put it in the correct place, because if you have some kind of loop like this, you need to notify at the end of every loop. You cannot do it, if I did it outside, it would do it just once, and then I wouldn't get the behavior that I'm expecting. Also be a bit careful with your starting values. You will often need some kind of default starting value, because if you don't have it, then you can crash your app like what you saw previously. But that's the change notifier. After that, we had our change notifier provider. The change notifier provider is something like this. It goes as low as it can, but to still be the parent of all the widgets which need access to the states. And the change notifier provider is some kind of wrapper which, it gives all of its children access to that. And in that we can use the create, which takes a context, which we're not using here, so I could actually just use underscore, but there's no need. And here we're going to create the actual class which we're listening to, in this case stopwatch provider. There's that. And then when we actually need to do something with the values, we can use this consumer, and the consumer widget will take as a generic, inside these triangular brackets, or whatever you want to call them. We'll take stopwatch provider or whatever type of class that we just created here. So that's this name here goes here. And then the builder will take a context, a state, and some kind of child widget. And we can then listen to the state inside of the builder and do different things in response to it. So for example, if my state is running, then I can show the time. But on the other hand, if it's not running, I can show that play button. And similarly, notice on my on tap, I can just use state.start. And what this is going to do is access, it's going to take this state here, which is going to go up the widget tree and look for a provider of some kind of state, which is going to be this one. And then it's going to access the function from in here. Okay guys, so I know just reviewing this was kind of a mouthful. So that was provider. I hope you guys learned a lot. In the next lesson, we're going to simplify this even further by looking at a different package called GetX. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But for now, myself, Vidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidus Manzurum. So last time we spoke about provider and we looked at the way we could build out this top watch screen and the top stopwatch screen's state using change notifier and the provider package. And first of all, I do want to apologize because last time I forgot to adjust my zoom level. So the code might have been a bit too small to read, but hopefully this time is a bit better. Luckily, I am coding on a quite small screen on a laptop at home. So yeah, if I was coding on my work screen, which is really big, my regular zoom level would have been quite unreadable, but that was not the case. But leaving that aside, so today we're going to focus on another layer of abstraction. We went over provider first, and now we're going to go over another state management solution, which is Get or GetX. I'm not 100% sure how people pronounce this. And GetX is, in some ways, it's a bit similar to provider. It actually uses RxStart under the hood. It uses observables. Don't worry too much if you don't understand what that means, because you don't need to understand it to be able to use it. And in my opinion, it is much simpler to use than other packages. There's a lot less boilerplate. And that's what we're going to get into today. Now, of course, as always, when I do make the initial code, I'm going to leave a couple common bugs in it so that you can see how we can work through them and how to fix them and what they look like when you have those particular bugs. So when you encounter them in your own apps, you can fix them. But the first thing we're going to do is hit new file in state, and I'm going to call this timer states.dart. And as you guys can guess, the timer state is just going to be the same as stopwatch provider was, but for my timer class. I'm just going to run this. I haven't run it yet. For anyone that doesn't remember, our app is going to have a separate stopwatch screen and a timer screen. The stopwatch goes from bottom, from 0 upwards. The timer, we can set a time and go downwards from there. So what we're going to do here is, well, first I need to add GetX to my pubspec.yaml. So I'm going to go to pubspec.yaml, Control-Shift-P, pubspec assist, add updates dependency there. Then I'm going to type in get, and it's going to be the first one here, get. And there we go. So it gave me 3.5.1, which is the current version. And you can see it's the same here. If you're watching this in the future, then your version might be a bit different, but it shouldn't be a big issue. So this is currently our timer screen, but we want to modify it. So first I'm going to save my pubspec.yaml. And oftentimes after changing your dependencies, we do need to restart VS Code, but I'm going to try not to see if it recognizes everything I need it to recognize, but we'll see. So this will be get/get.dart. So yeah, it's not recognizing it, so I'm going to have to restart this and edit out the weights. Okay, now that I have restarted it, you can tell that you can see it's no longer giving me an error. Now this new package is being recognized. So now that I have this, similar to what I did with my stopwatch provider state, and I'm actually going to leave this open so we can kind of compare and contrast. I'm going to create a new class, but instead of extending change notifier, what I'm going to do is say class timer state, and I believe it's with, it might be extends. I'll have to double check. And that's going to be GetX controller. And of course, this GetX controller is coming from package get.dart. Check. So it needs to be extends. I can never quite remember if I'm using extends or with like I am here, but that's fine. VS Code always helps me out. So after this, I'm going to create a stopwatch. I'm going to call it TSW. Just for timer stopwatch, and in fact I'll add that underscore, and I'm going to make this as a new stopwatch. So far nothing unusual. Now we're going to start doing something a tiny bit different. So the way the GetX controller works is by using observables under the hood, and observables come from a different package called RxDart. Rx is quite popular, there's different versions for different languages, but it can be a tiny bit complicated. So for anybody that was learning old school things like the old school BLoC before the BLoC package came out, you might recognize RxDart. You might have even worked with it, but there's a lot of boilerplate. So something like GetX simplifies all of that, so we don't need to understand all of it. But as a result, when I create a new variable here, which I want to be observed, the type I'm using is actually going to be an Rx string. And rather than remembering all of them, what I'm going to do is just use that var keyword, and I'll say var starting minutes equals, and I'm going to set this to 25, and then I'll put that .obs at the end. So this .obs tells GetX, or get, whatever you want to call it, that this is a property I want to pay attention to and that I want to watch change. And notice that when I put my mouse over it, it gives me the type here. It's an Rx string. Now there are several different Rx types. I could also do var starting seconds equals, and I'll modify this afterwards, but I just want to show you guys. So if I use 0 like this, it's going to give me an Rx int. And in fact, instead of creating the observable this way, I'm also allowed to do something like Rx string like this. And I can't remember if I can give it a type here. And normally I would do it the other way. So I can also do it this way. And I can also do Rx and give it a generic type of string. Similarly, I could give it type of int, but then of course this is going to give me an error and so on. But anyway, back here. So I'm going to give this to 0, and actually I'm going to leave it this way just so you guys can see the different versions when I upload the code. But normally I would just do this one. Keep in mind that they are the same thing. So 2 lines below are the same, just different ways of doing the same thing. Okay, so I have this. What do we need after this? We're going to need a void start. And what am I going to do with my start function? Well, if not tsw dot is running, then we're going to, obviously, if I press this button, if somehow I get to it when my timer is already running, I don't want to do anything. But if it's not running, I want to do certain things, and we'll add more as we go along. But the first thing I'm going to do here is say, well, tsw.start, and then I'm going to need some kind of repeating function to actually get that string, but we'll do that in a bit. Void pause. And again, similar to this, we're not going to use these pause, unpause, and so on buttons. Yes, we're going to do that in a follow-up video, but I just want to separate the different things. So we'll say void pause if ts underscore tsw is running. Then we'll say tsw.stop, void unpause, and you're seeing the pattern. and this should be if it is not running, then we're gonna start it again, and then we'll run whatever like periodic function, which we don't have yet. Let me see what I had here. Reset. And in my reset function, I can just say, well, csw.reset, and that'd be fine. And then I would have to stop my periodic function, but we didn't get that yet. Okay, so now that we have this, let's think about how we're going to get that correct string. So let's call it string update timer, string update display string. And I should also have, so as a result, over here I should have some kind of string, display string, and the default value, I'll just use it like this. And actually this gives me an opportunity to show you guys the final way of creating the observable, which is to use rxstring in this way. So again, all three of these are the same. It's just here I'm letting the compiler figure out the type for me. Here I'm using the generic type. Here I'm using this. And since I'm doing it this way, I could also type it in this way. In fact, I believe I could type it. No, I cannot type it in this way. But I believe I could type it like this and like this. So I could do this, but when working with a GetX, I think we can just use var. You guys know I'm not usually a big fan of using the var keyword, but I don't think it's that big of a deal, especially in these kind of situations. So let's leave it like this. Yes, the dynamic keyword, which I really hate. Var, I can understand why you would use it sometimes, but dynamic is just not good. Okay, so update display string, what is this going to do? So what I want to do is start with my starting minutes and starting seconds, which of course in the future will allow us to change, but not quite yet. And subtract however much time has elapsed from this amount of time. Now, because the main focus of the video is the state management, I'm not going to go through like all the different bugs. We're just going to make it correct from the beginning, I hope. Famous last words. So we'll say if, and that's tsw.elapsed.inSeconds, and then we're going to have to do modulo 60 is greater than 1, and then I'm going to have to wrap all of this here. Then we will say, and I'll make an intermediate string str like that, then str plus equals, so this should start with empty string. We're going to start with the brackets, the $, and we're going to say tsw.elapsed.inMinutes, and this is going to be whatever the starting value is, so starting minutes, but of course it's going to give me an error because this is a string, so I'm going to have to do int starting min equals, and I'm going to have to do int dot parse. And what int dot parse is going to do is it's going to take a string as an input and then change that into an int, and I'm going to have to take this. But keep in mind that my starting minutes here is not a string, it's an rx string, it's an observable, so that's not exactly the same thing. To get the value held inside that observable, what I have to do is say dot value at the end, and that's going to be fine. And similarly, I should do the same thing in the starting seconds. So that's going to be int dot parse starting seconds dot value, and probably misspelled. No, that's fine. So this is the one thing we're going to have to, well, there's two things we'll need to remember when using GetX, but one of them is right here. because these types, again, they're not the actual values. It's not actually a string. If I had an int, it's not actually an int, it's an observable. So as a result, to read the value, we need to use this dot value. If I just use this, I'm getting back an observable, which is similar to a stream, but it's not the string itself. But doing that, it's going to fix it right up. So that's going to be fine. So now I'm on starting minutes here. So I'll say starting min, that's going to be minus tsw.elapsed.in minutes minus 1. And you might be curious why I'm doing this. Well, essentially, if I start, like let's say only 1 second has gone by, I wanted to say 24.59, right? And if I do tsw.elapsed.in minutes, this is going to show 0 because, you know, a whole minute hasn't actually gone by. So that's why I need to remove this one, as long as my in seconds modulo 60 is greater than 1. If it's equal to 0, then I would want it to display 25.00 like that. So I don't need to remove that 1. Okay, so we'll leave that. And otherwise, we're going to say str plus equals, and it's going to be a similar thing, starting min minus tsw.elapsed.in minutes. And then for this one, I don't need the -1 at the end, so that's fine. And then I can also do this colon at the end. And I could put the seconds at the end here, but then I think the line would be a tiny bit too long. So then I'll just say str plus equals, and for the seconds, because we have this starting seconds here, what I want to do is say start sec minus tsw dot elapsed dot in seconds, and take all of this and make it modulo 60. So if I'm not mistaken, this should be the correct string. I won't be terribly surprised if I made a mistake somewhere, but we can debug that at the end. And then we can just return str. So that's my update display string. And then I'm just going to make a void periodic update display string, which is just going to have that, timer I had in the previous one. So to do that, of course, I'm going to have to make a timer t, and to use timer, I need to import .async. Then going back here, we're going to say timer dot periodic. Duration will be duration seconds 1. So again, from last time, this means I'm going to repeat whatever function I have here every second. And then I'm going to say t here. T, of course, gives me access to this timer here. And then I'm going to do, where was this? Display string here. Display string equals, and this is going to give me an error, update display string, like this. And even if I name this correctly, it's still going to give me an error, because same as before, display string is an RX string and update display string is a regular string, so they're not the same thing. So instead, to update the value, same as last time, I'm going to have to do dot value over here, and that is going to make it work. Notice that unlike this time, I don't need to use notify listeners, I don't need anything like that, so that's all fine. And I am actually going to just print the display string value so we can just do some kind of error checking. Also, I'm going to say starting periodic updates. Again, this is just for our error checking. And sorry about the children screaming outside. Somebody's lost his mum apparently. I'm also going to have starting timer over here. So now that we have this, we're also going to have to start my periodic. I'm just going to copy it because I don't trust my spelling. Like this. And that's almost it. But remember, the same way over here, I needed a bool get is running because I had to check this to see if I should display my my play button or if I should display my timer. I'm going to need a similar thing. So let's create a similar variable, var, and we'll call it, I'll just call it is running. It's running. And in fact, I'll just use get is running, and it's going to be an arrow function similar to last time. And this is going to be tsw dot is running, just like that. I'm just checking. Yeah, this all seems good. So this, and again, there is a small error here. That's why I have the print statements, but we're going to go through and fix them up afterwards. So this is essentially how we create the state class. It's similar to change notifier. The biggest difference is instead of saying with change notifier, I'm using extends GetX controller, and then afterwards my change notifier really needs these notify listeners. If you don't have notify listeners, then the widgets listening don't know that they have to update, so they're not going to get that change in value. Whereas on the other hand, I don't need to do this in GetX. By using .obs, I make it observable. Similarly, I can use rx string or rx with the type in the generic, and they're all going to work correctly. I don't need anything like notify listeners or anything like that. And yeah, aside from that, our pause, unpause, and all those, they still need a bit of work, but we're not going to do that in this video. So now we're going to go into our timer screen here. And currently the only thing I'm doing is returning a timer screen, or the text timer screen. So what I'm going to do instead is return obx. And to use this, I need to import that, and obx is going to take a function which has a builder, and we can just do something like this, and that's just because we don't have a return type yet. And what I'm going to do is say if, and now I'm going to get the data. And actually what I forgot to do here is my timer state is a class, so I need to create an instance of that class. So I'll say timer state, and of course I need to import that state equals get.put, and then in here I need to create a new instance of that timer state, like this. And I should probably add a final afterwards as well. And now I can access these state variables exactly how you'd think. State.isRunning. And in fact, I'm going to use the opposite. If not state is running, then I want to have that play button. Let me see where I had that. And as you can imagine, because I'm about to copy paste this, that means I need to pull out this widget. So just going to copy this. And going to right click on widgets, new file, play button dot impm, and it's going to be a stateless widget, play button. And over here we're going to use all of this. So it needs to take an on tap. I'm going to call it on pressed actually. Final function on pressed, because I find on press just to come more natural to me than on tap. So this will be on pressed. And I think that's the only thing I need to change, just make the constructor. And that's fine. So now instead of doing this, I can do play button here. And this is going to take an onPressed of state dot start like this without the brackets at the end. And then the same way I can do that here, I can do it here. So if the state isn't running, then I'm going to return my play button, same as last time. And I'm going to give it an onPressed of, what was it? State.start, I think it's the same. Yeah, so notice that the function, I'm actually going to call it exactly the same thing. Even this property state.isRunning, it's the same. So when using GetX or when using the provider, it is really, really similar. That's why I wanted to show you guys provider first. Even though under the hood they're actually using different things, because provider is using inherited widgets, whereas GetX is using RxStart and observables, the way we use them is really, really similar. But you will of course notice that to do this, I don't actually need to, my stopwatch provider, in my stopwatch screen, I had to have a change notify provider, and then I had to have a consumer. So I can abstract this part away and remove that. And instead of having that, what I need to do is use get.put, and then I need to have this widget obx. And you might be wondering, why do I need this widget obx, which has a function aside? Well, that's because, as you guys will of course remember, my stateless widget cannot change. Once I have that stateless widget, it just stays the same all the time. But the content of a function can change. So although the widget itself isn't changing, the function is changing, which is causing my widget to rebuild itself. Okay, but that aside, I actually left this here because I wanted the theme. So if it's not running, we're going to say else, and we're going to return, this, which is why I left it here, and with the sensor as well. So now I can delete this, delete all of this. I'll add comma here so I can format it. And instead of doing text timer screen, what I'm going to do is say state.displayString here. And this is giving me a error because, so same as before, we need to do .value like this. And that's almost it. Of course, as I mentioned, we will have a couple errors, and I need to run this again because when I restarted VS Code, it got rid of it. So I'm going to edit out the wait. Okay, so I've restarted the app. Now I should have the timer. Now let's see what happens when I actually go to my timer screen. It crashes. And look at this. So I'm actually not going to read all of this for you because it's quite a long error. But the reason I'm doing this is, notice how here I had to do state.displayString.value. Well, how about here? I'm not listening to the value. And that is what's causing it to crash. So again, I mentioned I would do things like this on purpose because I guarantee you when making your own apps, you're quite likely to forget this. And I figure if I show you the mistake and how to fix it and what the error looks like, you guys can recognize it and fix it quite easily. It's better than letting you figure it out by yourself, which is going to be much more difficult. But we're still not finished actually. I'm going to try to restart it and it crashes again. This time because there is no default value. So we're going to go to my, now it tells me that the class bool has no instance getter value, right? So what's happening here? Well, this time, so it's crashing because now I'm saying state.isRunning.value, but there's no such thing. I'm not allowed to use .value on a bool because, I have too many things open, because remember, these had to be observables. I needed the Rx string or that kind of stuff, but I didn't do it here. I didn't make this an observable. So as a result, I can't observe it. I can't listen to it. But if I add .ops here and refresh, now goes the timer. It seems to be working correctly. Let's cross our fingers, press play. And we can see the timers going here, but I haven't actually, the state hasn't changed. I'm still seeing the play button instead of seeing this timer going down. So the reason it's doing this time is because we can't use a getter in the same way as we did in the previous provider. So what I'm going to have to do instead is say var is running equals, and I'm gonna have that default starting value false.obs, and this is of course gonna make it a Rx bool, you can see here, and then I'm gonna have to change it over like whenever I actually change it. For example, in my start function, so here I'll say is running equals .value equals true, and then of course in my pause, unpause, and reset, I'm gonna have to change it. But we didn't get that yet. And while I'm seeing this, I can also see we had a couple bugs in the way I wrote this. For example, in my seconds, gonna put all of this, wrap it in enough brackets. And I didn't show you guys how to do this last time, but well, I will this time. I can do dot string, dot toString, dot, and I believe it's pad left. Yes, left 2. So again, I didn't want to show you guys last time because there's just so many different concepts I was showing you. But what pad left is going to do is put something to the side. So currently you're seeing, if I scroll up, when I get to like 8, 7, it doesn't have that 0 on the side. Well, pad left and also pad right will insert some character to make it be equal in length to whatever value we set, in this case 2. And I can also set the character I want at the beginning. And it's the other way around here. So there we go, that should fix it. And also this should be greater or equal to. So I believe that's it. There we go. So now it's working correctly. I held my breath for a second because when coding, it's quite common to not get all the bugs, but those were all the intentional bugs. So I was thinking if anything else goes wrong, it wasn't planned. But yeah, so that's going to be it for GetX. We'll do a quick review. Now, of course, you'll notice pause, unpause, reset, those kind of functions are not finished. And we also have a memory leak actually because of our timer T here. But we'll fix all of those next time. For now, we're not going to worry about it. And also in the future, we're going to decide, we'll actually check to see if it's equal to 0 and do something then. Because for now, conceivably, so it's not going to happen now because I'm not going to wait 24 minutes. But right now, when we go below 0, it's just going to keep going. So we're going to get -1 minute, -2 minutes, and so on, which is not the behavior we want. But yeah, so quick review on GetX. GetX is used in a similar way to Provider, but it is a bit different. So the first thing we have to do, of course, is get the get package, put that in our pubspec.yaml, then we can import it here. Then we're going to make a class, whatever state we use, and in their examples they prefer to use the word controller, something like class controller extends GetX controller, but I don't want to use a different name for every single package, so I'm trying to make it a bit more similar across them. But there's that. And then we're going to extend GetX controller, which is slightly different than our Provider where we used with change notifier. And then aside from that, the actual content is quite similar. The main difference being, instead of using notify listeners and being able to actually check anything, we're going to specify the actual values we want to listen to, either using .obs, which means make it observable, or we use rx, for example, rx string here. And in fact, I'm going to change this really quickly, or we could use rx bool, like this, or whatever other type we're using. But of course, it's easier to just put .obs and not worry about the different types. Similarly, we can use just rx and use the different type in here as a generic. So this could be string, this could be bool, this could be int, or whatever. And then we have our functions as before. Nothing really complicated here. The only difference again between this and this is we don't need the notify listeners, and instead, whenever we want to change the value or listen to the value, we need to specify .value, because at the end of the day, this is not a string, it's an observable whose value is a string. So we need to go ahead and get that. And all of this is pretty much the same, just my function here is more correct. I made it more correct from the get-go. Then inside the widget, it's simplified a lot because we no longer need to make the change notifier Provider. We don't need the consumer. We can just simplify that and get the state by having the name of the class and then using get.put with that class name here. And then whenever we want to use it, we're gonna use the state inside an OBX widget. And there are other ways, I'm just showing you the easiest way of doing it for now. And the OBX widget takes a function which must return whatever we want to return, whatever widget we want to display on screen. And of course, we could make this really complicated. This could be the entire body of the scaffold, but our current app is quite simple. But yes, gentlemen, so that is pretty much it for GetX. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you have, go ahead and like the video, subscribe if you haven't already. And I'm looking forward to the next video when we're gonna, flesh out these different states a bit more, do some more bug fixes, get that pause button, reset button, all those things working correctly. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But in the meantime, myself and Vidius, I'm out. Welcome back everyone to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidis Mazurum. So in the last video, what we did was we had a look at GetX and we fleshed out this timer screen over here. Currently, however, we only have the play button here. And when we actually want to start it, well, we can't actually set that time. It just has a default value which it uses, which we hard coded, and then that's it. So what we're going to do in this video is let me just refresh this. We're going to give ourselves the ability to actually set our own time. And then in the following video, we'll work on those other buttons such as reset, pause, and compare and contrast the different ways we have to do that with provider versus GetX. And afterwards, well, we'll see how we're getting along. But for now, let's start on these text fields. So there would be a couple different ways of doing this. We could either use a text field, which is what we're going to use, or we could also use a text form field. Usually the difference is that the text form field goes, well, in a form, but it doesn't need to be actually, whereas the text field is normally more standalone. And there are also a few different ways of using both of them. We could either make a text editing controller, or we can do things more manually with onChange property, a custom onChange property. But I'm going to do it with the text editing controller because I want to show you guys how to do that from GetX, because I feel it's not necessarily the most obvious. Whereas with the onChange, the custom controller, I feel like that's quite a lot easier, a lot more how you'd expect it to be. So yeah, let us jump in. One of the things I want to do is, in fact, the first thing I'm going to do, just so we can see things a bit better, is I'm going to set the background color to colors.blue. And the reason I'm doing this is just because by default, the text is going to be black. So, I want us to be able to see it more clearly. And let's look at this now. So I want to have this over here, the text fields, so just below the play button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this play button in a column, and let's see what it looks like now. Yeah, so that's going to move it to the top. So what I'm going to do now is wrap this in an expanded and give it a flex of 1, and then I'm going to have another expanded where I'll have my container and my text fields with a flex of 1. And for now, I'm not going to give it a child. Naturally, that breaks because, there's nothing in it. And that's still not quite how I want it to look. I want this to be kind of towards the center, not exactly, and then I want the text below that. So let's try giving this a flex of 2, and I don't want the big ugly red thing, so I'm just going to give it an empty container just to get rid of that error. Did I not save it? The background color is supposed to be blue. I'm on the wrong screen. It's going back to my timer. So this is a bit better. What I want to do now is I'm actually going to wrap my play button in a container, just because I want to have access to the alignment property. And now that I have this, I'm going to give it an alignment of alignment.bottom center and try that. I feel like it's not displaying the way it should, so I'm going to very quickly give this a color of colors.red, and I'm just going to double check why it's showing this way. And in fact, while I'm doing this, I'm going to change the navbar because we're going to be refreshing quite often. I'm going to go into my navbar state and start with an index of 1, so that every time we refresh it, and I'm also going to change my main.dart, so my starting screen is my timer screen. I'll change this back at the end. It's just so that every time I refresh it, it goes to the correct screen automatically. So back to my timer screen. Here I have my expanded flex container. This is not moving the way it should, because my play button probably has a sensor widget, doesn't it? It does, I figured. So I need to remove this this widget, and now I should move my play button to the... I have too many things open. Let me close some of these. I don't need them anymore. Back into my timer screen. So now I can put it on bottom center. So that's why it wasn't doing the alignment the way I wanted it to. I was a bit confused for a while. So I think that's going to be fine. And then I'm going to have the text field over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a row. And this is going to have, and that's going to be the child. And it's going to have an alignment of alignment.top center. So I'm going to want it to be right up against the play button. And we can mess around with giving it different padding or that kind of stuff afterwards once we actually see it's written. And the reason I'm doing a row over here is because, well, let me show you guys what it would look like by default. If I did a text field, and excuse the plane going past, it would by default take the entire space over here, and you can see it has a black line, and when I select it, that black line underneath will turn into a white line. So what I want instead is to have the minutes on this side and with 2 dots between them, and the seconds on this side. I want them to be quite small so the user can see quite easily exactly what they're doing, can see that we're not asking for any really big number, right? So it's more evident what it's doing just by looking at it. So I'm going to change this to a row the way it was initially. I really can't spell today, just like every other day, to be honest. And then I'm going to have my children in my row. And here I'm going to use a text field here. Then I'm going to have a text of just this colon. And the style of this is going to be a theme.of context.text theme. And I think I'm using headline 1. I am. And then another text field afterwards. And first, let's see what this looks like. This breaks because I should wrap them in a container, because the text field wants to take infinite space, so it's getting a bit confused. And I'm also going to wrap this one in a container. And I'm going to give it a width afterwards. Yeah, I thought it would still crash, but I wasn't sure. So I'm going to give it a width of media query.of context .size.width times 0.3, for example. And the same here with media query.of context .size.width times 0.3. Control-Shift-I to format everything. Another comma here. Refresh. Okay, so now we can see it that we have the 2 containers here. So we have the container here with the 2 text fields on either side like this. And obviously we want this to be the center. So my row can have a main axis alignment of main axis alignment.center, like this. And the formatting here, it will not look the way I want it to look. You know, the text is not very good. And especially when I give it the black background like I had before, that's not going to look good. I also want to have the numbers to come up by default. And then there's a lot of other things I need to change. For example, actually make the numbers do something, right? So let's start doing that. We're going to go into our text fields, if I can find them here. And the first thing I'm going to do is give it a style. The style is going to be our regular one. So theme.of_context.texttheme dot, and this was headline 1 here. And I'm actually just going to copy paste this exactly and give it to my text field here as well. So already by doing this, you're going to see it looks a lot better. On this one, I want it to be right up against the colon here. So what I'm going to do is give it an text align of text align dot end, like this. So now this is up against this, and this is, you know, up against the other side. For the seconds, it doesn't make sense to select such a big number, does it? That looks a bit weird. So what I'm going to do, I forget the exact, it's max lines or max width, something like that. I can't remember exactly. Max length, there we go, of 2. So by doing that, now it's not letting me do it. You know, it's giving me the red because I had a lot more previously. But now if I do 35, it's not going to accept anything else. You know, I keep clicking, it's not accepting it, which is exactly the behavior I want. Whereas on the minutes, so I don't actually want my timer to have hours. I could if I wanted to, but you know, I don't feel like it's necessary. So I'm just going to leave like this. If you disagree with me, that would actually be a really great exercise for you to try doing after this video, to actually incorporate the hours on the other side of the minutes, you know, on this side, and to make it all work. So that might be a good thing to do if you guys are interested. But for now, I'm going to do this one. So I'm going to give it a max length, and I'm going to give it a max length of 3 because I don't have that hour. So I want people to select, you know, so they can go over 60. They can have an hour in the minutes, if that makes sense. I'm sure it does. So there's that. And now when I refresh it, so this one is also going to have a limit. You know, it was supposed to have a limit. I didn't save my file. I have a really bad habit of not saving my file and then wondering why my changes are not actually going through. But now if I do it, you can see 250 and it doesn't go beyond that. So if I wanted 2 hours, that's 120. And then for my seconds, as before, 00, or it could be 25. It can't be over 60 though, or it can't be over 99 to be exact. But yeah, that's what we have for now. I can also give it a keyboard type, and keyboard type actually takes a text input type. So I know, at least for myself, my instinct when seeing keyboard type would be to try this keyboard type, but that's not the one we're using. Instead, we're using text input type, and I can choose, and I have a few different ones to select from, but I'm going to choose .number. And the same thing on my other one, keyboard type of text input type .number, like this. So refresh this. And now we can see when we refresh it, when I click here, it gives me that nice keyboard, the number keyboard by default, rather than the other one that came up previously. So it's even more obvious what we're doing. On top of this, we could also do verification inside the state wherever I control this stuff. Because for example, right now, if I did use my physical keyboard on my laptop, I can still put those actual letters in, which is not what I want. But for now in this app, I'm not going to go through all the different verification and so on and so forth, because this module's focus is still supposed to be on state, not the text fields. But we'll do that kind of stuff in the next module or the one after that. There'll be plenty of time to go into more detail into all of these things. But there's that. So let's see what it looks like now. It looks okay. Maybe this is a bit too wide, I think. So maybe instead of 0.3, I can choose 0.25. I'd be hesitant to make it any smaller, simply because different devices could have different logical pixels, different size. So I think even though currently this is still twice the size that it needs to be, I think it's okay. And the other thing is, now when we look at this, because of the way the text field sits and the way the text field versus regular text fits, this colon is not in the correct place anymore. So I'm going to wrap my text here in a padding widget and give this padding of const edge inset dot only, and I'm going to give it a bottom of, let's try 20 first and see how it goes. So if I use 20 here, maybe still a bit too low. Let's try 25, save, reload. Yeah, so this is good. I actually feel like the seconds are a bit too close to the colon as well. So I'm going to give this container a quick padding of const edge inset dot only, and this will be on the left. Let's just give it 5 because I don't think it needs a lot of space. I was hoping to still see it. So what do you guys think? Is that okay? Should I give it a bit more? Let's try 10. And since we're doing that, I actually want to give it the same thing on the other side, or maybe a little bit less. We'll see. Padding const edge insets dot only, and this one's going to be on the right. And let's try 5 because I don't think this one needed the space as much as the other one. So let's see. It's evident to me that the sizes are not the same, and I want them to look the same, not actually be the same, if that makes sense. So I think if I do like this, 7 on this side and 5 on this side, I think this is the best I could do. Maybe this could be 8 instead, but I think this looks fine. So I'm going to leave it like this. So this is pretty much it for the layout of this. I actually do like it the way it has it, with the black lines by default and then the white when I actually click on it. Because look what happens when I get rid of the colors here. Gonna get rid of this. Gonna get rid of the other one when I can find it. I'm just gonna control like that here. So when we're not clicked on it, it's just going to be the number, but when we do click on it, we can clearly see what we're editing, which I think is a nice kind of thing. The thing is, however, right now, it's not so obvious. Like if I refresh this, if I did a hot restart, because I don't have that starting value there, it's not obvious what I wanted to do. So we're going to make a couple changes. First of all, I want to start with the hard-coded values we had previously, and from now on we're going to have to go into the timer state to do what we want to do. Because although we could handle the changing of the text field inside this widget, well, that kind of defeats the purpose of having state management, right? I have state management for a reason, and it's to not have this logic, not have all these things in my screen. So I want to extract that. And as I mentioned, there are a few different ways of doing it. What we could do is have an onChange property, and it wasn't recognizing it because I can't spell. And I could have some kind of function here which transmits the value to the timer state. I could do that. The other thing I could do is give it a controller, And this is the way we're going to do it here, because as I mentioned before, I think with the controller, it's a bit less evident how you should do it. So I think this is worth teaching rather than the other one. And I'm actually going to create the controllers in the state the way I would like them to be. So what I'm going to do is have a var minutes input controller. And I'm going to set this equal to text editing controller, like this, right? And then I'm going to put the .obs at the end. And in order to use my text editing controller, I'm going to need to import material, like that, and then fix my imports. Okay. Now I want to give this a starting text, and maybe the easiest way of doing that would be saying minutes input controller. But now keep in mind this is the OBS, the observable, so I need to get the value, and then I'd need to get the text and set it equal to something. But that's a lot of code. We have a shorthand way of doing this. If we used the double dot notation, this is the same as taking whatever is here, copying it to a new line, and then doing something with it. So I can say dot value dot text, and then give it the starting value, which in this case is going to be 25. And again, so doing this double dot notation is the same as copying this and saying dot value dot text equals 25. And then we're going to do the same thing with var second input controller and say text editing controller .obs dot value dot text equals, and the defaults can be 00 like that. And because we're doing that, that means now we can get rid of starting minutes and starting seconds. I don't need this anymore. And of course that's going to give me an error lower down here because we're no longer using starting minutes. So instead what we're going to do is use, so I need the value inside here. So this is why it can be a tiny bit complex, because keep in mind this is an observable of a controller. So I'm going to do minutes input controller, but that's the observable. To get the, I'm just going to get rid of that. To get the actual controller, I need to do dot value, but then I still need to get the text inside of it. And then we're going to do the same thing here with seconds input controller dot value will get me the controller, and then dot text will give me the text itself. And I have apparently misspelled something, so that's fine. And this is also not going to be correct anymore, because when I was making this, I just wanted it to, just doing it so it was showing correctly when the seconds were exactly 0. But now we need to calculate that because my starting seconds could be different than the 0 by default. So what I'm going to do instead is say start sec minus this, modulo 60 is still correct. And then I'm going to set it to not equal to 0, because for any other value, it's going to be correct. And normally, I know I'd like to show you guys what it's like to have the bug first and then I fix it, but we're not really focusing on showing the correct second, so I think it's fine doing it this way. And I don't think I'm forgetting anything here, but maybe I am. We can get to that later. Okay. So now that I have the text editing controllers on my states, I can access them here the same way I'd access anything else by doing state dot, and I did call it state, didn't I? Yeah, state dot minutes input controller dot, again, value, because I need to get the controller itself. That's the observable without the value, and then dot text to get the, just like this. dot value. And I need to do the same thing here, which is controller state dot seconds input controller dot value. And let's see what happens when I refresh it now. When I restart it, it's going to start with those default values which I have over here. However, when I see it like this, it's not so obvious to me that this is something that I can change or something that I want to change. So one thing I personally would do in this situation is to make this a darker color. So here where I have the style, theme.of_context.text_theme.headline1, I can do ... copy with. So what this does, so like before, the ... means, you know, take all of this first, calculate all of this first, but then do something extra as if it was a new line or something like that. And the ... notation especially is very useful in something like this, because I couldn't actually do it as 2 lines in style. I'd need to do it, you know, up here first and then, you know, a lot of different stuff. But I can leave that out and just use ... and then copy with takes whatever is in here, but it allows me to change certain values. And in this case, I'm going to change the color to be theme.of_context. And I'll choose the accent color like this. And I'm also going to do the same thing over here. ... copy with. And I'm going to give this a color, same as before, theme.of_context.accent color. So that's going to be this darker gray over here. So now when I hard refresh, restart. Okay, so the reason it's not doing it is because this time I should have actually had a single dot. I'm not doing it as a new line. So now when I restart it, we should see the color change to the darker gray, which for me personally, when I see this kind of grayish color, it's not so bright. It tells me that this is something that I can change, that I can modify. So when I click on this, now, you know, it's more evident what's happening. So now I can give it 50 or whatever I want. Okay, so now that we have this, we can do a quick sanity check, see what happens if we select a different number, so 12, and I'm going to choose like 02 so we can see how it changes. And did you see that? The very first thing it did was show 2500, which was not quite what we wanted. And why is it doing that? Well, the reason it's doing that is because it's just getting these starting values and it's not actually updating the text the way we want it to. So the first thing we're going to have to do here in void start, when I start everything, I'm also going to do display string dot value equals, and I believe it's called update display string here. Update display string like this, because my periodic update does it after 1 second. It doesn't do it when it very first changes. So now when I change to like 12, and let's start with 5 seconds. Okay, but I still have a small bug here in that it tells me it was 11. So that means I need to change this here. And really the reason it's doing this is because this shouldn't be not equal to 0, because I also want to do it when it's less than 0, or it might be greater than, I can't remember. Well, let's do it this way, and if it's wrong, we'll change it. So let's do 12 again, 0, 5, and now, yeah, it's correct, 12, and there it goes, going down, 0, and now it changes. So now it's showing the correct way. It's handling this the way it should. So that's all fine. Okay, so that's actually going to be it for this video. Let's do a really quick review. So we could talk about changing this. For example, I might say I want this to be a bit bigger. I might want a bit more padding, but I'm not going to do it right now. We'll leave that to the future. Okay, so once again, in this video, we spoke about these text fields, and there are a few different ways of doing them, as I mentioned, but the way we did it is by handling the controller inside the state. So I created a minutes input controller and a seconds input controller with text editor controller.obs, so I could use it inside my timer screen, and then .value.text to give it that initial value. And then when you use a controller, Flutter will automatically handle your onChanged and that kind of stuff. So I'm able to not need to do a custom function. However, I think it's a bit funky the way we always need that .value, and especially the way I would actually get to the value inside here. I think this isn't so evident. To get this, I needed to do a minutes input controller .value.text, and same with the seconds. So it wasn't too complicated, but there you have it. Now, this current text field does not have validation, so I could still break my app by doing ABC or something like that, but that's going to be a bit beyond what we're working on right now, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. In the next video, we're going to look at adding some extra features like a refresh button over here, a pause button over here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. But in the meantime, myself, Ovidius, I'm out. Welcome again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Mazuru. Now, if you guys have been following along, you remember that last time we built this little text editing thing so we can change the default starting time for the timers. Then we also did a lot of other things previously. We made the stopwatch work, we made the timer work, and a lot of things like that. But we do still have quite a lot of individual pieces left to build. Specifically, I would like a pause functionality, I'd like a reset functionality and that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to go ahead and build all of that stuff. Now, a few things. First, I would actually challenge you guys to go ahead and do that by yourselves first, because we've covered most of the most important parts. We've looked at how to do the start function. So pausing, resetting, it's going to be much simpler now that we have the other pieces done. So first of all, go ahead and pause the video and try to do it by yourself first. And when you come back, we'll do it together. Okay, I hope you paused. I hope you tried doing it by yourself first, but if not, that's also fine. Okay, so the other thing I was going to mention was normally before recording these videos, I actually go through and build out the functionality we're doing so it's fresh in my memory. But for these particular ones, I have not done that. The reason being, I think they're going to be fairly simple. But things have a habit of becoming much more complex. So maybe... yeah, maybe this won't go so well, but I'm not too worried. Okay, so let's start with void pause over here. So I already have the function. So far, the only thing it's doing is it's saying if TSW is running, then I'm going to stop that. And that's okay, but that's not actually complete because I'm going to need to stop this, this function here. You know, I don't want this to keep going. Actually, in fact, it's even fine if it keeps going, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. But, well, I'm going to pause it anyway because I don't want the memory leak. So I'm just going to do t.cancel over here. And what that's going to do is select my timer here, which is what I used in periodic update display string. And it's going to stop that. So, does that. Now in the unpause, all we have to do, so I'm already starting it, and then I can say t dot, and let's see if there's a start or anything like that. There isn't, so we can just copy this. And again, I haven't run all this beforehand, so I'm not 100% sure if we have to restart the timer over here, and if we do, how we would go about doing that. So then we're into the reset function, void reset, so we already have that. And again, I need to cancel my timer, so that's fine. And this is fine for the most part. There is one more thing I need, which is a void dispose function. And with GetX, I do not override this because whatever I'm extending, the GetX controller does not have a dispose function of its own, which normally most widgets do. And what I'm going to do in the dispose function, this is the stuff which, the cleanup I need to do. So for example, if my timer is still running, I need to stop that. Also, my text editor controllers, I need to close those. So minutes input controller dot value dot, there should be a close or something like that. Clear. It's not clear because that's just going to empty them. Dispose, there we go. And also seconds input controller dot value dot dispose, like that. That's fine. And we're going to have to call this somewhere. Now, if you read the GetX documentation, it says it takes care of this stuff for us. So I'm actually quite curious if it's going to do it automatically in OBX, because since I'm not overriding it, I don't see where it's calling it, but maybe it has its own algorithm to find out whatever things like these are still running and it closes them. But I'm not 100% sure actually. I'm not the one who designed GetX. There is also a different widget we can use instead of that, but we'll get to that later. So that should be it, but let's start building out the rest of it to kind of see if it's working or not, and we'll continue with the timer for now. So I'm going to go to my timer screen, and here I have my play button. What I want to do is go into this section where I have my container. So this is what I would see if I was watching everything, if the timer was running. So that would be this part, like this. I'm in the wrong section, aren't I? Yeah, because that was a lot longer than I thought. Okay, so this is what I was looking for, which is just this text here, because I want to have a pause button right here. So I'm going to control dot wrap in widgets, and I'm gonna actually control Z, because instead I want to wrap it in a column. That's going to change this to children automatically, and I'm going to wrap this in an expanded. The reason I want an expanded is so that I can give it the correct proportions. So wrap with widget, expanded. And I don't know exactly what I'm going to use for now, but let's try flex 1. And another one here, expanded, flex 1. And normally we end up changing that afterwards. And here I'm going to give it, no, I don't need the container, do I? I'm going to have a pause button, but this doesn't exist yet. And the pause button will have some kind of onPressed. And the onPressed will be state.pause, like that. Okay, so now I'm going to right click on widgets, new file, pause underscore button dot dot. And of course I'm creating it here separately because I'm going to have to use the same one in my stopwatch screen. So IMPM for my material, then STL for stateless widget, pause button, like this. And this is going to take I'll just use a gesture detector. Although I could use icon buttons, generally I prefer, you know what, actually I will use an icon button. And this takes, of course, the icon somewhere. I can't find it. It doesn't matter. It takes an icon, and that's going to be icon. So that's going to be icon widget, in which we have icons dot, and I'm going to use pause circle outline so we can see it here. We have a few different options as well. For the size, we have to set it inside the icon button itself rather than inside here. So icon size, Let's try 200 for now. That's going to be too big. Let's try 100. And on pressed is going to be whatever I pass back, some kind of callback, which of course means I need a final function callback here. And then control click, create constructor for final fields. I'm about to do this. Save it. And I forgot to give it a color. So this is going to be a color of theme.of_context dot primary color. So that's going to be the white color. And that's fine. So now I need to import this. And here I need to get rid of this on pressed because I called it callback, but I should really be. No, I called it. That was the wrong widget. I was gonna say I called it callback, but then I was seeing onPressed. So yeah, I'm gonna call it onPressed. Really, I should have called it onPressed from the beginning. Reason being, I want it to be the same as one of the Flutter widgets. I want it to be very easy for myself to actually use this. So I don't need to learn how to use the pause button because it just comes naturally if it's done the same way Flutter would do it. So that's fine. Let's try. I haven't closed something. I didn't save something, that's why. So now when we look at that, when I pause it, that's great. See, it does that correctly. But then you can see this thing keeps going. So I've paused the timer, but it's still refreshing that display string every time. So this is something I mentioned, which I wasn't 100% sure if just canceling the timer is going to do it or if I need to actually cancel this. So I need to double check how to do this. In fact, I think I can do something like var and it's going to be a timer. In fact, I should just be able to do it like this, right? T equals, that should be fine. I'm not sure if I can use this in the same place. I might need to create a different timer. And there we go. So by setting t equal to this value, I was able to actually stop this from running. So right now, guys, you are seeing some real developments. This is what it's like. We don't always know the answers 100% correctly. Sometimes we have to guess a little bit. Sometimes we have to try different things. Okay, so there's that. And now what I want to do, so there's also some cosmetic changes. I think this is too high. I think this is too big. So I'm going to change this to 50, like this. 50 is too small. And maybe I don't want it to be the outline. Pause, circle filled. Let's try like this. Nah, I don't like it. Back to the outline. Let's try 80. Okay, that's fine. The other thing I can do is give it a final int size and set this equal to size. And this dot size here. Why is this giving me an error? Because it's a double. So back in my timer screen now, I can give it a size of 80. So that shouldn't change anything. But the reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to do the same thing right here in my play button. Final double size. And this dot size right here. So now I can use size because I want to have a ternary operator and say if it's paused like this, I want to show the play button but to be small, the same size as this. Whereas if it's, you know, if it's the initial state, I want it to be the big play button instead. So where was I? It's difficult to talk and code at the same time. Mind is gone. Seriously, where was I? Yeah, I was going to update this because now my play button, and I'm actually going to make Control D to select the next one as well. Go to this side at required, because I want both of these and it shouldn't work without them. And I'm going to do the same thing here. I'll add a comma at the end here, Control Shift I to format them. So I added a comma to make it format correctly, Control D to select both, and then at required. What this is going to do is make sure I always pass in these two, and if I don't, it's going to give me an error because that widget will not build correctly without both of them. So now it's giving me a warning here because it doesn't have the size, and the size should be 200 when it's not running. And if we go back to the bottom, so here I have my pause button. What I can do instead is say, let me check how I made the state. I have my is running. So that means I'm also going to have to change my is running here. So when I pause it, I'm going to have is running dot value equals false. But see, now it's going to get more complicated, because when I change that, it's going to change it back to the play button, which is not what I wanted. So as a result, I'm going to have to change this is running to is started. And this is going to be a RX ball, but it's not important. And it's going to be a false, like that. And started.value equals true, because now I need these to be two separate values. When I pause it, I need is running to be false, but I need is started to still be true. So when I unpause it, is running is gonna change to true, but is started is gonna stay true the entire time. It's not going to change. However, when I reset it, I'm going to need is running dot value to be equal to false, but also is started dot value equals to false. Now I'm going to have to change both of them. So going back into my timer screen, I'm going to have to change this one from is running to is started. And back down here in my expanded, where my pause button is, I'm going to say state.isRunning question mark, and if it is running, I want my pause button like this. But if it's not running, I want the play button. And on my play button, I'm going to give it an unpressed of state.unpause and a size of 80. I'm also going to give it another comma here. And I forgot to use that value. So now when I refresh it, I'm not 100% sure that the onPause is going to work, because I'm not sure if I have to restart the timer in a different way. So this is working. And when I pause, so this changes to a play button. This stops going. When I press play, it's going correctly. I'm honestly shocked. I'm surprised. I wasn't expecting it to work. But it is working, so there's that. When you've been coding for a while, you're going to get to these kind of situations, because code almost never works the first time you write it. But as you get better, you stop making so many bugs, but you still expect to make bugs. And then things work and you're shocked that they're working. But yeah, I hope that's something you guys will experience soon as well. Another thing I want to do here is I want to make this this text to be gray when it's paused, so it's a bit more evident. So I'm gonna find where I have that here and do style theme.of context. This is all fine. Dot copy with, So you guys will remember from last time what copy with is going to do is take whatever I have here, but allow me to change certain properties. So I'm going to do color, and I'm going to say state.isRunning.value. So if it's running, then I want it to be white. Theme.of.context.headline, no, .primary color. So that's exactly what it is currently. If it is running, don't change anything. But if it's not running, then I want it to have the accent color like this. And refresh. So there you go. Now you can see that when it's paused, it has that gray color, so it's more evident what's happening. Running, not running. So personally, I think that looks much better. And then we can make some different modifications. For example, I think this is too high up now. So yeah, if I have my flex 1, where it says here, instead of, I'm going to change this to a container rather than a sensor, because I want access to that alignment property. And I'm going to align it to the bottom center, see how that looks. So what do we think? I think it's better, but I also want this text to be much, much bigger. I don't really like how that looks. So I'm going to go to my main.dart, because that's where I have all my theme data, and change my headline 1 from a font size of 40 to 75. What do we think? I could even make it bigger. But no, I think 75 is fine. I'm going to leave it as that. I'm not 100% sure if I want it to be semi-bold like this, so let's try. I'm not sure about this one. I like it both ways. I could try W500, but I don't think that my current... I think this is going to be the same as W600. Yeah, depending on which fonts you have, sometimes you have like W500, W600 as different font weights, but some fonts, like the one I'm using, apparently doesn't have a different font for W500, W600, so both of them go to this bold, this amount of boldness, or whatever you want to call it. So I think I'll leave it like this. I think when it's not bold, it's a bit too small, so that's fine. Going back to my timer screen, I think that this button is a bit too low. I personally would like it to be a bit higher. So what we can do is I'm thinking the easiest way of doing this. I'm going to say container, child, and then this. And again, the reason I'm using containers so I can have access to padding and alignments, because I'm going to give an alignment of alignment.top center, but this is going to be too close in my estimation. So now I want to give it some kind of padding. So for padding, I'm going to give it an edge inset dot only, and you'll notice I'm not using const this time, and that's for a very specific reason. And I'm going to give it a padding of top of media query.of context.size.height, and let's try 0.1, see how that looks. It's interesting that it jumps. I would not expect that, so I need to look at my pause button versus my play button. So here I'm using a gesture detector, whereas here I'm using an icon button. I really need it to be the same. And in fact, what I can do is pull this out even further so that I don't get the strange behavior. So I'm going to make a new widget called, I don't know, action button, or just custom button .dart here. And I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm going to give it an extra property, which is going to be a final icon. And it's going to be called custom button custom button at required, this the icon here. Then here, I'm going to use whatever icon I pass in. Just give me an error because data. So this needs to be icon data. And honestly, I'm not 100 icon data here. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to get this. So we're going to have to see how it goes. So that's my custom button. And that's going to replace the pause and the play buttons. So going back into, it's not main.dart, timer screen, find my play button. This is going to be replaced with my custom button, which of course I need to import. Click, import, fix. I can't organize it while this is broken, but I'll do that afterwards because I want to be able to copy this. State.start, size 200, and the icon is icons dot play circle outline. Now, another question would be, do I want people using this to actually need to type this in? Because there could definitely be an argument to me saying, I prefer it to be play button and pause button. So I don't need to give it the icon. I want it to be the same throughout my app. I don't want to run the risk of people changing this up. So the other thing I could do actually is not use this, but in my play button, I could return a custom button like this and give my custom button, so import this, a onPressed of whatever gets passed in here, and a size of whatever gets passed in, and an icon of icons dot play circle outline. And by doing this, I no longer need to remember to pass in different icons. Similarly, I can go to my pause button and do the same thing. Instead of passing in an icon button and all this stuff, I can pass in a custom button here, which I need to import and give it an onPressed of onPressed, a size of size, and an icon of icons dot, what was I using? Play, pause, circle outline, like this. Okay. And you'll notice that using custom button compared to icon button, I'm not actually changing all that much. However, it is going to make sure that my play button and my pause button are controlled by the same thing behind the hood. So I should no longer see that awkward thing, right? Remember before, because I was using a gesture to text on one of them and an icon button on the other, when I was switching between them, they were jumping position, which is definitely not the behavior I want. I don't want a button to change where it's located. I mean, that doesn't make sense. So by extending custom button, I'm now able to make these have more similarities. I'm able to have them behave in a more expected or similar ways. So now when we look at this, what do we think? It's okay. When I look at it like this, especially this bottom part, I feel like this gray is not quite dark enough because it's not as evident as it should be that timer is selected, whereas the other two are not selected. So what I'm going to do is go into my main.dart, wherever I have that, and modify the accent color to be white. Let's try 38. Maybe that's okay. We kind of have to balance this out because on the one hand, I want it to be dark enough so it's obvious it's not selected. But on the other hand, I don't want it to be so dark that I can't read it. I can imagine if my grandmother was reading this, well, she wouldn't know how to use her smartphone. I could imagine if somebody else's grandmother was reading this, she might have difficulty seeing the gray because it's too dark. So we do kind of need to balance those out, but I think this looks a bit better. So I'm going to leave like that. I'm just checking. Yeah, and now by changing that color, and I can really see that change when I click, it's evident what's happening. Because before I was thinking maybe I need to add some kind of text, some red text over here which says paused. But now when I see it like this, I don't feel that's necessary at all. The other thing I might want to do is I might think this is still a bit too high, and I suspect that this might happen. So I'm going to go here and choose 3 and 2. And this is too much. So let's choose 5 and 4. Because when I had it as the same number, it didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't think it was quite perfect. I want this to be a bit bigger than this one. We're just going to play around with the numbers till we like what we see. This is better, but now I feel maybe this is too big, so I can change this to 0.08. Now I feel I want this to be a tiny bit higher. Maybe 6.5. Try that. Yeah, I think this looks better. And of course, it's entirely up to you if you want to move this higher, lower, whatever you personally think looks best. Yeah, this looks good. Another thing I want you to notice, in fact, we'll get into that afterwards. Let's finish with what we're doing here for now. This looks fine. Now let's do the reset button. I want my reset button to be up top over here. So I'm gonna go into my main.dart first, because this debug banner, it was fine until now, but now that I want my icon button over there, it's not gonna look correct, is it? So I'm gonna go to my material app and say show debug, in fact it's debug show checked mode banner to false. That's gonna get rid of this. And now the way I have pause button, play button, I'm gonna make a new one, which is going to be my reset button.dart. And I'm just actually going to copy paste my play button and change the icon play circle outline to, I think there's a reset. I can't remember. Rewind. Fast rewind? No. So I'm going to look at material and go here, and this is material UI. So again, normally I would do all this stuff before recording the video, but I wanted a more chill video today. I've actually already recorded 2 videos today. I'll upload this one tomorrow. I know what the button I want looks like. Here, it was called replay. That's what I wanted. So we have my reset button. I'm going to leave it as reset because reset is what I want to call it. I don't need a good reason. And now I have my scaffold here. So I can give it an app bar, and the app bar will be an app bar. And can't remember if I have any kind of custom thing on my app bar. I don't believe so. My leading is going to be an empty text because I don't want anything there. And the actions, so remember the action is going to be a list of widgets, which is going to be a series of buttons over here. Now I only want 1 widget, but you can have as many as you want. And I'm going to have a reset button. And I'm gonna import this, and I named it the wrong thing. Well, I forgot to rename it. It's more correct. And then I'm gonna have reset button here. Import this, fix imports. That's all fine. And what do I need? I'll start with the size of 50, and I'll give it a, can't remember what else I need. The unpressed, that was it. So for the unpressed, I'm actually just going to give it an empty function for now, because I want to see what it looks like. Because I wanted to see, you know, this stuff. And I'm going to give my app bar background color of theme.of_context.background color. There we go. This is way too big, and that's why I wanted to do this first. 30. Difficult decisions. Too small. I think 40 is okay, but now I think it's too far, it's too close to the edge here. So I'm going to wrap this in a widget, and the widget's going to be a container. In fact, a padding. By the way, if you guys didn't already know, a padding is actually just a wrapping around a container. It's just a container where it's more, you know, it's kind of half done for you, if that makes sense. But I'm going to use const edge insets.only, and I'm going to put it on right. And let's try 10. It's probably going to be a bit more than that. It's not too bad, but let's try 15. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that looks fine. So now we have a tiny bit of difficulty, however, because for my onPressed, I need to get the state, but I'm not declaring the state until, never mind, I declared the state up here. I was going to say that I didn't declare the state until here, because I thought I did it in a different way. But no, I declared it up here, so that makes this super simple. State.resets, like that, and there we go. So now let's see, moment of truth, if this works correctly. I'm doing a hard refresh, play, right? When I pause it, when I reset it, I expect this to be reset, but additionally, I expect it to stop and, you know, not keep going. You can see here, stopped. Here it goes back to the screen, and this is back to how it should be. Additionally, I'm not 100% sure what behavior we're going to get here. The behavior I want and the behavior I think we have is that when I change this and I reset it, it should go back to whatever values the user has put in, rather than going back to 25. So let's try. So my start button does not work after doing that. So let's go to my timer state and figure out why. Probably I didn't set... So that's weird, it's not behaving the way I expect it to. So real quick debugging, I'm going to check if it's actually getting into this if statement. I'm in the if statement. I'm going to refresh it, because I can see starting timer here. We're going to do a hard restart. Do that. Play. So this tsw.isRunning is coming as showing true. So that means I forgot to stop it. tsw.stop, tsw.start, tsw.reset, but I probably did not do .stop. I thought that the reset should stop it for me, but maybe I was mistaken. So I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm trying to get tsw.stop. And let's see if this says, yeah, it resets the elapsed count to 0, And it even says this method does not stop or start the stopwatch. Well, I thought it did. I didn't read the documentation properly. And that is why that was not behaving the way I expected it to behave. So now when I do this, reset, and now should keep working. And we also want to double check that we can change this to a custom value. And notice I don't need the extra 0, that's fine. So that's working. And when I reset it, it goes back to the exact value which I want. Exactly the way that I wrote it. So that is all great. So now my reset is working as well. And I'm thinking if I forgot anything, because I always forget something. Yeah, I remember what I was thinking. I was thinking that when this is paused, so I changed this text to be bigger because I wanted it bigger to show here, but I think it looks a little bit ridiculous so large over here, and it's really bothering me that this doesn't have the extra 0. That's correct. Okay, let's leave that. So what I'm going to have to do in this section is give it a different theme. So I have headline 1 here. I'm going to create headline 2 and have a text style. And it's going to be almost the same, except my font size is going to be much smaller, 40. That's what I had before. And yeah, I'll leave the font weight the same as before, W600. And color's the white. And by the way, you guys might hear the rain outside. It's raining quite heavily. Hopefully the microphone isn't picking it up, but if it does, I apologize. So going back to our timer screen. This was... where? I can't remember. Here. So I'm going to change headline 1 here to headline 2. And I need to do the same thing here and here. There we go. That looks good. That looks really good. Now, of course, you'll notice we've done all of this for the timer screen, but we have not yet done it, and it's crashed. We have not yet done it for our stopwatch screen. And the reason it's crashed, by the way, is because we changed the play button and we didn't update the values in stopwatch screen. So actually the timer screen is more complicated than the stopwatch screen. So I'm gonna pause this video for now. In fact, I'm gonna end this video and I'm gonna challenge you guys to do the same thing, to make the pause, unpause and reset buttons work correctly, and then update the stopwatch screen to use all those correct buttons. And in the next video, I'm gonna go through and do it with you guys. And after that, I'm actually gonna show you something a bit interesting about our design choice. And we might have to move some other widgets around, but I don't want to spoil it for now. So that's going to be it for me for right now, and I will see you guys next time. For myself, for now, Ovidius, I am out. Welcome back to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Mazuru. So a few things. You might hear some noise from outside because it has just stopped raining, but it was raining quite heavily earlier. The microphone might pick that up if it starts up again. And you'll also hear my laptop working quite hard because I'm rendering the previous video. I just cut out some long blanks, for example, when I was looking for the correct icon from last time. But okay, so while that is processing, let's go ahead and do the stopwatch. So I'm exactly where I was last time. This looks fine. And the first thing I noticed when I was actually changing the video, when I was editing the video, was when I see it like this, I feel like the position is incorrect. When I was changing it last time, I felt like the position was correct. So I'm actually going to go ahead and change this back to what it was before. One here and one here. And yeah, I'm going to leave it like that maybe. There's a good chance I'll change it again later, but we'll see. That's not what we're focusing on. this is what we're focusing on. So first you'll notice the instant crash, and that was because we changed our buttons pause, play, and reset. And in fact, reset didn't even exist when we made the previous one. So I'm going to close all of these. Instead, what I want is stopwatch screen and stopwatch states, which was the provider. And by the way, in provider, I don't actually need to use the provider package because change notifier is coming from material.dart. The place I need the provider package, what that package actually gives me is this thing, the consumer stopwatch provider and the change notifier provider. So it's this and this for which I need the provider. So you need that in the stopwatch screen, not the stopwatch states, which I call stopwatch provider over here. But putting that aside, so the first thing I need to do is change play button. And the play button here is the big one at the beginning. So I'm going to give this a size of 200, like that. And previously I had the center in the play button, but because I wanted to change different things about it, that no longer made sense. So I'm going to have to add it here instead. And there we go. And yeah, that looks okay. I want to add the pause button first. I'm wondering how much of it I should actually pull out. Let me have a look. I could pull out all of this into its own widget and then pass in this, pass in this and this. And in fact, I could just pass in the state. No, because the value here is going to be different. This one has value and stopwatch screen does not have value. On stopwatch screen, it would just be states.is running. Okay, so I'm going to pull out all of that and see how we get on. So I'm going to extract widget and let's call it, what am I calling it? Play or pause, or let's just say timer running with bottom button. That's a mouthful. And it wants me to pass in the state, but that's not what I want to pass in. I'm going to get rid of this and see what breaks so I know what I need to remake. Should I call it display string, which is going to be my state display string.value here. And add required display string here. And that is going to be a string, of course, isn't it? Yeah. String, display string. And this should actually have final in front of it, like that. So then here I just have display string. And again, same as the last video, I haven't actually tried all this before recording this, so I might have a few bugs which we can iron out together. So next I need an is running, so I need whatever this is. Is running, which is going to be, in this case, states.isRunning.value, and in my stopwatch screen it's just going to be states.isRunning. So then add required is running, final bool is running. I'm sorry that my laptop is slower than usual. I hope the recording is going to come out okay. It doesn't say anything's wrong, but maybe the quality will be really bad. It's the first time I'm recording while also rendering, because this takes a really long time, and I just don't want to wait that long. Yeah, so here we're going to use just is running directly, like this. Here again, is running. And then I need pause and play. So pause or unpause is more accurate. Why is this giving me an error? Because I didn't put this before these. This dot display string, this dot is running. And that's going to get rid of my errors. But now I need a final function pause, pause func, final function unpause func. And here add required, this dot pause func, add required, this dot unpause func. And maybe you guys can think of a better name. I cannot. I am terrible at naming things. Unpause. So now here I'm going to add the extra comma, Control-Shift-I to format it like this. So I can just add these here. Pause func will be state.pause, and unpause func will be state.unpause without those brackets at the end, but VS Code gives it to me automatically with the auto suggest. So that should be it. And now that I have this, I should be able to put all of this in a separate widget. So here, new file, I'm going to call it timer running with bottom button. And that was all incorrect, because when using the names, we need to use the underscores. Timer underscore running underscore with underscore bottom underscore button dot dot. And I know that's a really long name, but I prefer to err on the side of having longer names which are meaningful than short names which are not meaningful. We need to import material, and that's going to, and also import the pause button and the play button. Control-Shift-I, fix imports, and save it. Now in the timer screen, I'm going to need to import that widget I just created. And I'm actually just going to check to see if it's working correctly before we move on. Sorry, things are working slower than usual because I'm doing too much. Now I'm just testing to see if things work correctly. Pause works. Unpause. And I haven't changed the reset button, so there's no reason why that would be broken. That's all good. And now when I go to stopwatch, it doesn't crash anymore because I updated this. Now in my stopwatch screen, here, do I still want the sensor? I don't think I want the sensor anymore, do I? I'm going to return my, I forgot what I called it, a timer running with bottom button, like this. Display string will be state.elapsed time string. Then I'm hoping it can format it so I can see all of it. Is running is going to be whatever this is. State.isRunning. My pause func is going to be state.pause, which I think I already created, but I just haven't fleshed out, and state.unpause. So then I no longer need this. And I also need to do the top navbar, but I'll get that afterwards. Okay, I'm just thinking. So yeah, Now I'm going to go into my stopwatch provider, and start looks fine. Do I need, yeah, I do. Bool get is started. And that's just going to return, I'm going to make here, bool underscore is started equals, it's going to start as false. In fact, do I really need it? I do need it, yeah. And that's just going to return is started. Like that. So when this starts, I also need to set is started equal to true. And notice that now, because I'm using my provider rather than my GetX, I don't need to use .value. However, when I go into things like pause, and in pause, since sw.stop is going to change the is running, which I get from underscore sw.isRunning, that means unlike in GetX, I don't need to set is running manually to false because it's going to do it for me. I don't need to worry about that. And then unpause is going to start that and reset. So same bug as last time. First I need to stop the timer, the stopwatch. Otherwise it's going to give me errors. And what am I forgetting here? What do I not have? Because when I do it this way, once it resets and I play, as in timer, and I play. Okay, it is working, but I was expecting it to. And so I forgot to change. Well, I didn't forget, I just hadn't changed it yet. So this now goes to state.isStarted. I'm resetting this, giving it a few seconds because it's running slower than usual. And let's see if this works correctly. Yeah, but notice this keeps running. So I do need to stop that timer, especially because when I do this, when I unpause it, well, it doesn't want to unpause. And do you guys remember why this is? Because when working with provider is not reactive, whereas GetX is. So a reactive state management means that our widgets are listening for the value. We don't have to manually tell them when something changes because it's listening. So something like a GetX and BLoC, which we haven't covered yet, are reactive. I don't need to manually tell it to rebuild. Provider, on the other hand, is not reactive. So I need to actually use this notify listeners. So I'm going to copy this and put it here and put it here. And is this correct? If underscore SW is running, it should be not. And the other thing I want to do is same as last time, t equals this timer, so that I stop this from going as well. That's why I actually left this, so we could see exactly what's happening. So here I'm going to do t dot cancel. And so you can see it's still going after all this time. T dot cancel. And this was in the wrong place. I want to put that into my pause instead. And in my unpause, I want to update SW string. And I really should have given it the exact same name I gave my the one in my timer states, but I recorded the two videos about a week apart because I was busy between, and I just completely forgot what I did previously. And I'm thinking if I need to do anything else. I think that's it, but don't quote me on that. So I'm just restarting it, but again, it's quite slow. Going stopwatch, play. Now it's playing, pause, unpause. It's playing. I actually want to try it because I had this the wrong way around. I forgot to put the not. I want to try it without the notify listeners and see if it works. In fact, I should do a complete restart rather than a reload. I'm gonna go to stopwatch, play, pause. Yeah, so notice when I don't notify the listeners, the timer still stops because, you know, it's supposed to. But because I'm not notifying the listeners, the color isn't changing, and also this button isn't changing to the play button. The timer, on the other hand, is stopping because this function it's kind of separate. This is only running inside the provider, inside the states. It's not running here, right? So that's why the timer can actually stop, but I'm not notified about the other stuff, so this doesn't update and this doesn't update. So I'm going to put those two notify listeners back. And if you guys did try it by yourself, I wouldn't be surprised if you forgot to put your notify listeners and then you got exactly this and you might have been stuck for a while wondering what's happening. Well, this was what was happening. You forgot notify listeners. So this is all fine. This is working correctly. Well, now I'm going to need to restart it because I changed it again. And the only other thing I'm going to need is that app bar. So I'm just checking to see if it's working. And we can also look on the bottom here. The timer stops exactly how it should. So this is all perfect. The last thing is this app bar. And do I want to extract this widget? I do. Custom app bar. Yeah. So I mentioned in a video a while ago that app bars, and I forget which other widgets I used, are kind of awkward to use as widgets because they extend or they use with some kind of extra widget, and it's just a bit complex. So what I'm going to do instead is extract it as a method instead of doing it as a widget, and I'm going to say build app bar like this. And it's going to take the context and it wants to give me the state, and this time maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. Oh, we'll see. I'm going to create a new widget called, I kind of want to call it app bar, but it's not actually app bar. I'm just going to call it app bar because it is supposed to be that, even though it's a function. IMPM. So my VS Code is slower than usual. There we go. And this is not going to take a timer state. Instead, it's going to take a function reset like this. And do I want to call it onPressed? No, I want to call it reset, so it's obvious what it's doing, because I can't just choose any function here. And then that's going to be reset here. That's fine. And did I forget? Yeah. And if I have this, so that I had an extra thing there, which means I'm probably missing one here. Which I was. Okay, so back into my timer state, I need to import this. That's my timer screen, not timer state. And this is state.reset, like this. And then back here in my stopwatch screen, I'm going to give it the app bar of build app bar, and I need to import this. And now we're going to run into a small issue, because remember last time I thought my state was declared in here, but it turns out I declared it here. So I was able to use it within the app bar perfectly fine. There was no issue. What about here? My state starts here, my consumer is here, my change notifier provider is here. So in my app bar, I don't have access to any of those things. They haven't been declared yet. So that means I can't use the reset button. What's more, I want to show some kind of behavior. If I go back here and go to my timer and go back, I just lost everything. On the other hand, on my timer, I can play it, and this is going. That's fine. I can go into my stopwatch, play this. Notice they're both still playing. When I go back into my timer is still playing and it has the correct value. This hasn't changed. But when I go to my stopwatch, it's not playing anymore. And the reason it's doing is because of where I place my change notifier provider, right? So my change notifier was the body, what's inside the body. So when this scaffold was rebuilt, because the entire page gets rebuilt when I switch here, that also rebuilds my provider, which is why I lose all the data I had in it previously. On the other hand, my timer screen was able to keep it because get was able to do that for me. Now I have a few different ways of solving this. I could make stopwatch provider as a singleton. I could give it a key. There are a few different ways I could fix this, which are quite complicated. But I think the easiest way would just be to move my state up into the main.dart. And by the way, you're seeing this because this is still running in the background. So I'm just going to stop this because I didn't want this output to keep coming up. Okay, so now I need to change this to move up to my main.dart. So if you did try this by yourself, you might have also run into a problem here. So this is now stopwatch screen. Keep in mind, I had changed it to timer screen simply because I was changing, I was refreshing timer screen often. So I wanted to stay on that so I could see it. And I'm also going to have to change back my bottom navbar state, which is here, to start with an index of 0, like that. Okay, so now I get back into that same issue I had previously. My navbar state goes all the way here, which is really high. Well, actually my change notifier provider needs to go in the same place. So as a child, navbar state is going to take my change notifier provider, which needs to be imported. And then change notifier provider, rather than having a child, has a create, where I create the stopwatch provider, and then the child will be the consumer. So let's copy this here. And then I need to import this, fix imports like this. So now I can get rid of this because I have it in main.dart, and I can move the consumer to be above scaffold. So I'm going to wrap this in a widget. It's going to be consumer stopwatch provider, and this is going to have a builder of context and state and a child widget, which we're not using. And this is just going to return my scaffold directly. So there we go. And now that I have this, I can give my build app bar, I think it just needed the reset, didn't it? State.reset. No, what did it need? Context first. Context of context and reset of stateful reset. Why is it still giving me an error? The name parameter context isn't defined because I don't get my context until later. CTX. I'm doing something wrong here. Let me just double check. My build app bar. Because I use these as positional when I really should have used them as named parameters. Generally, I prefer named parameters. And now that I have that, the build app bar should be fine. And now in the body, I don't need my change notify provider or my consumer because I put those, I moved them higher. So I can get rid of all of this. This. But now my scaffold goes here, so remove this as well. Now I have another problem because the way I was doing the previous thing, if this, return this, else return this, I can't do it inside the body here. What I can do, however, I could have a ternary state.is started ? And then I don't need the return. Do that stuff. And else I no longer need the return here. And this becomes a comma. I don't need this here. Like this. So I believe this is it, but I had an error. Build app bar, file scanner, but I'm doing the merge. Oh, because I haven't changed it here. Context. Reset. Yeah, I forgot I was also changing the other one, timer. And now let's see what happens. So now this is running. And then the timer, run this. And go back here. This is still running correctly. Go back here. This is still running correctly. So I can pause this. Pause this. Still paused. Still paused. Okay, so that is the behavior I expected, and yeah, there we go. So let's do a really quick review. What did we do in this video? So it was quite similar to the previous video, but we did have to make a few changes. First, we pulled out a couple widgets. Specifically, we pulled out the timer running with bottom button, so I didn't have to repeat all of that code. And I also pulled out the build app bar, but I pulled that out as a function rather than as a widget, because you guys will remember that the app bar, and I keep forgetting what the other widget is, the app bar and some other widgets, they require us to inherit from other widgets, and it can just become a bit too complex. So I think it's easier, just make it as a method, make it as a function, and don't worry about it. So that's what we did here. We had a bit of difficulty with the name parameters. We got a bit confused, but that's fine, and we fixed it in the end. And yeah, then we just updated our stopwatch provider. And notice that unlike GetX, because GetX is reactive and provider is not reactive, we had to manually notify listeners. And as I mentioned, if you guys did try this by yourself, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you forgot notify listeners and you got quite confused why it wasn't working. Maybe you remembered from my previous video that you needed to do that, so I don't know, maybe it was not an issue for you guys. But this is how you fixed it. And then we also did the t.cancel and added sw.stop, and then that was pretty much it. So okay, gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I am not 100% sure what the next video is going to be about. There are still a few things I want to do in this timer And aside from that, I do also want to move on to other state management solutions. I'm not exactly sure when or using which app, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it regardless. So if you did like this video, make sure you like it. If you are not already subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. But in the meantime, myself, Ovidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by yours truly, Ovidius Mensurum. So, first of all, I'm sure you guys have noticed I don't have as much time as I did before, so I haven't been able to record one of these videos for a while. But as I mentioned previously, I do still want to complete the entire tutorial. I do still want to take a detailed look at many things, for example, TDD, BDD, which we'll be doing in the future. But before that, I want to finish up this state module by looking at Redux and BLoC. But again, before we can do that, I want to finish up this app, or at least the important parts. So a few things to note about this app. There were a few different things I was interested in doing, which I had a look at. For example, I wanted to have this timer continue to go off even if we close the app, like a real alarm would. And I had a look at a few different ways of doing that. For example, using local notifications or using some kind of alarm. For example, Android has Android Alarm. However, it very quickly became too complicated because the Android and the iOS code is different. And while we could do it, I thought I'm supposed to be focused on states. If I make, it would have been like probably 4 or 5 videos to go into all those things. And I wouldn't have been explaining it properly because I'd be going through it quite quickly. So I thought maybe that's not the best use of our time. But you will see over here in the background, I am in the isolate. That was from where I was testing, working with different isolates. But again, it wasn't really a perfect solution because the isolate can only run about once every 15 minutes. So it wasn't an accurate alarm. It wasn't going off exactly when I wanted it to. And there really wasn't a way for me to do this properly, but at the same time be relatively simple so I can actually show you guys how to do it without way overcomplicating things. On a similar vein, I also had a look at storing something, storing the data. So for example, if I close the app and I reopen it, I thought about doing something where it remembers the previous timer and retrieves that data. And I had a look at a few different options. Obviously, SQF-Lite would absolutely not work here. I mean, it would, but it would way overcomplicate things. So that wasn't a good choice. I also thought about using shared preferences. Shared preferences is another popular choice for a local data store. However, it really only stores strings. So while we could have done that, I would have had to... It wouldn't have been terribly complicated. What I could have done is track the start time and track the end time, or maybe just track the end time as a string, convert the data to a string, and then we would have had to change our start, pause, and unpause function to account for that. And again, it very quickly became a bit more complex. My final choice was to use Hive. Hive is actually my favorite. It's a local database for Flutter. If you guys haven't heard of it, you definitely should check it out. I will go into detail into it in the future. So Hive stores... It can store primitive data types without too much fuss, without too much complication. And Stopwatch is it comes with Dart, so I was kind of hoping maybe I could use the stopwatch in Hive without having to make a custom model. However, it turns out they only support the primitives. Well, they also support some other data objects such as datetime, but they do not support stopwatch. So again, we could still use it by doing something like actually making a custom Hive model. And if it was a real app, I would definitely do that. I think it's worth doing. But again, this is a module where we're supposed to be focusing on state. And if I had done that, that would have taken, a few videos. And I just thought, this isn't the right time to overcomplicate things so much. Again, I will go into detail into all of these things in the future, in future modules, but not quite yet. Okay, So that was two things I wanted to do, but in the end, I've decided not to do. So that said, what's left here? What's left is actually doing something when our timer reaches 0. Because currently, and I've never actually tested this, but I know what it's going to do. If we enter a small time here, just so I can see what happens when it finishes, it's not going to do anything. In fact, it's going to continue running and start giving me a negative number because I haven't done anything to stop that. And it gives me a strange negative number because of the way I was calculating it. And obviously this isn't correct. This isn't the behavior I would expect from a timer. I could obviously say, oh, if it's a negative number, then we know that, we know we've gone over the time. But as a user, I'd expect it to be quite different. So that's what we're going to implement in this video. Just as a heads up, I have not done this ahead of time. Normally, for anything complex, anything that could have a lot of pitfalls, I would go ahead and write the code first, and then I would try to record the video afterwards. Normally, I try to record really soon afterwards, so the code is fresh in my memory. But as I said recently, I just haven't had the time. So even if I were to write the code previously, it would have still been like a week apart, and I would have forgotten everything. But that aside, I don't think this code is going to be that complex, so I think we will be fine. So this is going to be not exactly live, but I haven't done it before, so you might see me do some debugging, or we might get some strange things, but I'm sure we can work around that. I'm not terribly worried at all. So let's think about what we have to do. So what is the timer doing? And again, ignore this. I am in the isolate. That was from what I was doing before, trying to work with isolates. I can't even remember which file I was editing here, so I thought it's easier to just forget about it. I trust you guys won't mind too much. But okay, that aside. So let's think about what's happening. How is our data flowing? We have our start, and that's causing periodic update display string, which is here. And what this does is updates the display string, right? So this calls this, which does this. So what we can do is we can either have some kind of check towards the beginning of update display string, or alternatively, we could try to cut it off a bit early and go into periodic update display string. So it's really up to us here. I think I prefer to do it here, just so I don't overcomplicate this. Now, additionally, I'll want some kind of Boolean flag telling us if the timer is done or not. So let's start with that. And I'll make a var is timer finished. And I'm going to set this equal to rxbool. And the starting value is going to be false. Similarly, my start and my reset need to, well, actually reset this value. So we'll say is timer finished, and this is here in the start function, and dot value for the dot. I'm going to set this to false. This is fine. Pause on pause. In reset is timer finished dot value equals false. And by the way, guys, at the end of this video, let me know in the comments down below what you think of these more relaxed coding videos when I haven't, edited it a lot, when I haven't, done the code beforehand. Because for myself personally, sometimes I enjoy seeing stuff like this from other people, because when I'm watching other coders, other tutorials, they get everything almost perfect. And then when I code myself, coding is difficult. We make mistakes. We have all kinds of bugs. Sometimes it takes me a couple hours to actually fix a bug, and that could be really, really disheartening. At the beginning, when I started coding, I thought maybe I'm not very good at this stuff. Maybe there's something wrong with me. And I do kind of think if people show us more of the debugging, more of them making dumb mistakes or taking time to think about what's happening, maybe it can help you realize that that these kind of things do happen. Things are not always so smooth. I'm not expecting any big bugs, but we'll see. Okay, that aside, so I've set the flag here, and in my timer screen I'm gonna have to check for the flag, and I think what I'll do is put an if statement at the beginning, so have that as the first check. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. So I'll have that as the first check and have 0, 0 flashing, probably white and red. I'm also going to play some kind of sound, which I haven't done anything like that before, but I don't think it's going to be complicated. I have pub.dev open here. I'm sure we can find some kind of package to do it. I'm going to try to run a vibrate as well, but I'm not 100% sure if my emulator can vibrate. I think it can't, but we'll check. It's going to be fun. Okay, back to timer state though, because we're not there yet. So here, an update display string. I have my starting minutes and ints. I have my starting seconds. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is say if starting min, no, it's the other way around. If tsw.elapsed.in minutes greater or equal to greater or equal to tsw dot starting min, and what am I checking? So obviously it's going to be the starting seconds, but one of my worries is that if I have like 1 minute here and 10 seconds here, one of the things we need to watch out for is that when it gets to 1, 0, it doesn't flag it as true when it shouldn't be. But let's just write it out and see what happens. tsw.elapsed.in seconds. I did that the wrong way around. And let's try having the ID help me. Greater or equal to start sec, like that. And then we're going to do something. So let's think about this for a second. So if I'm supposed to have 25, if I'm supposed to have 25 here, and so that's how much is gone. So this is going to be true if 25 minutes have gone past. So I'll write it out for you guys. So if I'm on 25.00, let's see what happens. But I need to be on 25.10. This is going to be true, but then the 0 obviously is going to be less than the 10. So this is going to be false, so that's fine. And then if I have something like this, then this is going to be false. The first part's going to be false. So yeah, that is true. Yeah, so I have written this correctly. I did want to do a really quick sanity check. And then I'm actually going to make a separate function, void, what do I want to call it? Finish, set timer to finished, I guess. And this is going to set, well, my display string here is being set equal to update display string. And this is actually really bad architecture, because now my update display string has a side effect. But yeah, I don't really want to overcomplicate things, so maybe it's okay to do it this way. When I think about it like this, I really should be checking in my periodic update display string, just for architectural reasons. But yeah, I think I'll do it like this for now. Okay. So when I set the timer to finish, and again, this is going to return my string, right? So if this returns a separate string, then this code is still going to run even if I set the timer to finished. So this could have a weird bug where I can set my display string here to 0, 0, but then the rest of this code is going to run, and then this is going to override it and give me that negative number, right? So that is not something I want to happen. What I really want to do is to cancel out the rest of this function, which I can do with t.cancel, what I'm doing here, but that might still update the display string a single time. So for now, let's do that. t.cancel display string.value, because I think it's an OBX, isn't it? Yeah, like that, equals 0, 0, 0, 0. And we also had is timer finish.value equals true. That's that. The other thing I could do is inside my timer screen, I can listen for this is timer finished, and then hard code 0, 0, 0, 0, and not actually get the display string, so that even if display string is incorrect, then it's not going to matter. So the display string could be a negative number, but my timer screen isn't going to read it, so it doesn't really make a difference. So I could also definitely do that. That's a an option. And by the way, I do want to again emphasize the architecture of this is absolutely wrong. This is what happens when you don't pre-plan things. I didn't think about what I would do when the timer was finished when I started writing my timer states, and now I'm getting to this weird situation where the easiest way of making my function is just such bad architecture, because it's going to have a weird side effect, which is not what we would normally want, but at the same time, it's fine. I'm not going to worry about it for now. I don't think the architecture is that important in a small app like this. So here, if we've basically passed the time, then I'm going to set the timer to finished, which is going to do this for me. The other thing I could do is just give this an else statement like this, and then wrap all of this like this. Yeah, initially I didn't want to have an extra else statement, but yeah, I could also do it like this. And then I can set the string here equal to this. Then I don't need to have it here. And this is also fine. Both ways would work perfectly fine. And both ways are also not the best way of doing it. The reason maybe I prefer doing it this way is because I really hate hard coding values. I don't want 0, 0, 0, 0 to be in my timer screen, because my timer screen should really only be listening to certain flags like this, and then giving my display string from here. My timer state should be handling this display string. My timer screen should not have access to that kind of logic, because if I do something like that, then debugging is going to be such a nightmare. Honestly, imagine if this app becomes really big and I have this hard-coded in my timer screen. Well, normally with clean architecture, all of my modifications to the data should happen in my states. And let's say I'm not getting this in the right place. Well, I'd be trying to change things in my timer states, and it would take me hours trying to figure out what's happening, what's going on, why is the value here not correct, when it turns out the reason is I've hard-coded it here. So any change I make here, which I would do when I'm debugging, would not show through in my timer screen. And that would just be such a nightmare to debug. Until you guys have gone through something like this, I don't think you'll understand what I mean. But believe me, it's not a good thing to hard code a string in the screen here. But okay, so I have this, and I've set my Boolean flag here. I've cancelled my timer, which is going to stop my periodic update display string. But honestly, even if I don't stop my periodic display string, it doesn't matter that much, because it's still not going to go through this flag here. But of course, I'm using extra processing power and memory, and that is not great. Okay, so here we'll say if state dot is timer finished dot value, and we'll do something else. We'll do everything else, right? And what do I want to do? I want to have, I'm just checking the way I did it here. Timer is running with button. I want to see exactly how I did it here, because I want it to look quite similar. I had a container with an alignment text. Maybe I want to reuse this widget, but then I think the name maybe is okay, and I might just have to pass it an extra flag. So I'm going to copy this here. Display string is this, is running, pause func, unpause func. And let me see, what am I doing here? Right. So here I was using a ternary operator for my pause button and my play button. What I want to do now is also have a stop button. Although at the same time, I could just use the reset as a stop, because actually if I had a stop button, it would basically be doing the same thing as reset anyway. I think it would look nicer on the UI if I had an actual stop button, but okay. Okay, so I'm not going to use this after all. Instead, what I'm going to do is just copy the relevant part here, which is the container, and I'll copy the expanded as well. I don't even think I need it. I'm really curious what you guys think about seeing me code like this, because again, normally when we're doing the tutorials, we're just like pumping out the code, it's going so smoothly, but that's not what real coding is like. It's more like this. Display string will be state.displayString.value. Color is going to be one thing I want to do is change between a white and like a dark red kind of color. And the best way of doing that would be to have a different periodic function in here, similar to this, with just every 1 second or less than a second, every half a second is going to switch between the two colors. And so I'm going to go into main.dart, and I have my primary color, accent color, Do I have an error color? I do. Colors dot red. That's an ugly red. Let's see. I don't really want it to be too bright. I could use red 900. Although honestly, I'd rather have maroon color code. Because it's not actually an error, I don't want it to be really in your face, if that makes sense. I want it to be darkish. And I'm not actually using a hex. I want to use the other one, but I can get it afterwards. Let's use rosewood. So rosewood RGB code. Okay, so this is the code. Color.from RGB0, and that's 101, 0, 11, opacity is 1. Save it, it should come through here. So that's kind of, it's not coming through, but it should come through later on, I trust, I hope. So that's fine. Then I'm gonna set another flag that decides if it's gonna show the error color or not. Var show error color equals rx ball false, and I'm gonna have a separate timer T2, which is going to actually change this quite often. So in my set timer to finished, I'm going to use something really similar to here. T2 equals timer.periodic. My duration is going to be, let's try with 500 milliseconds. As always, I'm probably going to change my mind about it afterwards. And what this is going to do is set, I already forgot the variable name. Show error color.value equals not show error color.value. So all I'm doing here is getting whatever value is here and just flipping that. And I'm flipping that every half a second. In fact, let's try every quarter of a second. And that should be fine. And now that I'm doing this, I'm going to have to cancel T2 in other places because I don't want this to keep going. So here in dispose, if somebody closes the app, and also in reset, T2.cancel, like that. And as a result, now in my reset, I also need to check to reset that show error color set equals false. Although admittedly it's not that important because the only place I'm actually checking for it is in this section anyway. So even if it starts as the wrong value, the only difference it's going to make is that we're going to start on red and change to white instead of starting on white and changing to red. So it's not really a big deal. Show error color state.show error color dot value, and if it is, we're going to show error color like that. And I believe that's it. Let's quickly check. I would be quite surprised if I don't have any bugs. It's unusual to get things right the first time. So let's try 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. I should have tried with 2 seconds. and everything breaks. Okay. And let's see what my first error is. The following session was thrown. Incorrect use of parent data widget. Okay, so I used an expanded where it didn't make sense to use an expanded. Okay. So I'm just going to remove this. But I'm pretty sure this needs to be wrapped in a sensor in that case. And I don't remember if I had my initial text exactly in the sensor, if I had it slightly higher up, because normally I don't really like things to be exactly in the sensor. And again, I haven't actually looked at this code in a while. Because I don't have the zeros here. I do need a number. So one thing I could do is set a check here and say if it's empty, recognize it as 0. So a lot of small things we could do to make our app better. Yeah, it's not censoring where I expected it to censor. And I think that's flashing. What do you guys think? Is it too often? Let's try it on 500 to see if it looks any better. Go back to timer. Set 0 here. I think it actually makes a bit more sense as 250. I think it should be flashing a bit more. But this red color I think is a bit too dark. So let's put on our thinking hat. We need this to be a bigger number. Try 150. And as you guys can see, I'm just kind of guessing. There should be a similar kind of shade, just a tiny bit lighter. Yeah, that's fine. And the reset works. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's figure out why my thing is so far to the bottom. This is why, because I just copy pasted this and it had an alignment of, and I believe the reason I did that is because, as I mentioned, they were not exactly in the center. So I want to copy that structure because I don't want it to jump from one segment to the other. Yeah, see, it jumps. So I'm going to check the structure I had here, and I'm going to copy that structure. Now, really what I should do is extract the structure in a separate widget, but I'm not going to. This is not a production level app as a result. Okay, so I'm in my timer screen, and here I have 2 expanded. So I have column, 2 expanded, both have flex of 1, and this has the alignment of bottom center. So I need to do the same thing in here. This first of all can be removed. I don't need it anymore. Instead, I'm going to wrap this with a column. And this is going to be wrapped with an expanded. This flex is 1. And I don't need flex 1 actually, because on the other section I'm just going to have a expanded with an empty container. I'm just putting the empty container to silence the warning. So now I can do bottom center here. and that should make it the same. I want to see that again. This does not have that extra 0, which is interesting, because I never noticed that before, but I would really want there to be two zeros here all the time. So that's going to be in here somewhere. All of this needs to be pad left to 0. Needs this. What this code is doing is going to put the extra 0 on the side, like I have in seconds as well. And I need to do it over here as well. Pad left to 0. Let's try again. So now it's always going to have 2 zeros. And now when it switches, it doesn't change the position at all, which is exactly what I wanted, which is great. Now what I'm going to do is, let's say Flutter, play sound. There should be some kind of, audio players. So what I can do with the audio player here is just play some kind of ringtone. And I believe I used this before when I was going through Angela Yu's course a while ago. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to my old GitHub. And I'm just going to look at my public stuff. Don't worry, for work I don't use GitHub, I use Bitbucket. So you're not seeing anything which is not already public. I believe it was Xylophone here. Yeah. So this was an app which Angela Yu made for her course, and of course I went through it. And then I have a music button here. My music button has an audio cache player and player.play. So the reason I'm checking is just to see how I use it, because I remembered I did use this previously. And I also want to check my pubspec.yaml to see if I'm using the correct package. So that was audio players here, which is the same as the one I have open. So I'm going to keep this open just in case I have any kind of issue or any debugging I need to do. I'm going to Control-Shift-P to get my pubspec assist. Then here I'm going to say audio players. And what that's going to do is automatically add whatever I searched for to my pubspec.yaml. And as you guys of course remember, so once this finishes, I'm gonna restart VS Code because it has a habit of not instantly recognizing whatever packages I added. Okay, so that's fine. And you might think it's a bit strange that I'm doing something like this where I'm looking at my old code to see how to do something, but actually that's, at least for me, that's really, really common. I often just pull out my old code and see what I've done before, how I've done it, because since I have done it before, as soon as I see it, I'll remember it quite quickly. It's better than trying to learn something new or relearn it. And at the same time, I don't have to think too much about all of that. Okay, so I need to import this, which is actually not exactly what I expected. And now let's decide, do I want this in my timer state or do I want this in my timer screen? I'm gonna say I want it in my timer state. So I'm just gonna add this here. And then, so I had a final audio cache player, but this was passed in. So yeah, here. You have to create the audio cache like this. Oops, that was definitely the wrong place. So as you guys of course can see, I'm not focusing too much on how to play the audio, but I'll give you guys a really brief rundown. So what I'm doing is, well, I just Googled for any kind of package, and that brought up audio players. And when I saw it, I remembered that I'd used it before. So I went into my GitHub and found the code where I had written it. And then what we have to do to play it is we first have to create a final player audio cache. And then once we have this audio cache, which we get from audio player audio cache.dart, then we here say player.play, and then some kind of audio file, which I don't have yet. And I'm going to have to add that to my pubspec.yaml in a second. So I'm going to go into my set timer to finished in my T2 timer periodic. And this is where I'm going to say player.play, I don't know, alarm.wav, which of course doesn't exist yet. So what I'm going to do is just free download and see what kind of comes up and how it looks. And I don't know if you guys can hear what this is playing or not. I'm having difficulty finding something which is not terribly annoying. I think I'll just use this one. And this is going to repeat, of course. And how can I download? From here.wav, save. Okay, so I had to edit out the part where I was actually finding the file because it had my passport over there, so I couldn't have that on file. What I'm doing now is I'm just going into my Flutter timer and creating an assets folder and putting this here, and then I'm going to rename this to alarm.wav. Wave, whatever you want to call it. So now it has that name which I was searching for. Going back here. So now I have the same name I do here. And I just have to add that to my assets, which of course is here. Alarm.wav. And this is really one of those things which I would not be surprised if I do this wrong the first time. Should be fine. Okay. So back into my state, I have this here. And let's try, see what happens. Well, first I need to rerun everything, like fully rebuild it, because I added a new asset file, and if I don't rebuild it, it's not going to find that. There's a good chance it won't find it anyway because I did something wrong. I have a habit of getting the asset folder incorrect. Okay, so I finished rebuilding everything. I'm gonna cut out the wait for the rebuild as well. And let's see if this is doing what I'm expecting it to do. I can hear it. Again, I don't know if the screen recorder I have is getting the sound as well. I can hear it, but I kind of expected this to happen. My alarm.wave or .wav, whatever, is, I was hoping you would have kind of like a music player. I'm gonna open the container folder and double click it so we can see the actual size. So this is 2 seconds, and in fact I think it's a bit over 2 seconds to be exact, and I'm running it only once every quarter second, so I'm only running about this much of it, so I'm not hearing the entire sound, which I was expecting. So I could do a couple of things here. First of all, I could actually edit the sound file, which is probably the correct thing to do, but I'm going to pretend that I'm a software engineer only and that I don't want to mess with stuff like that. So instead what I'm going to have to do is do something so this only plays sometime, like perhaps once every 4th time. And what I'm going to do, I'm running a lot of very hacky code in this video, a lot of things which I would not recommend doing. I'm going to have int I equals 0. If I modulo 4 equals 0, then play this. And I can start on 0, I++. Right. So this is quite hacky. What this is doing is this will only play the sound every 4th time this function runs. So currently this is running at a duration of 250 milliseconds, so once every quarter second. So that means this is going to play once every second. And I know the total file is 2 seconds long, but I think there's a lot of empty space at the end. So we're going to try it like this, but I might have to change this to 8 or even 10, but we will see how we feel. Let's try. That's fine. Again, I have no idea if you guys are actually picking this up or not, but I can hear it. It is playing. It's perfectly fine. It's a bit quiet, so I need to turn it up a bit. But that's fine. I haven't looked too deeply at... So it does have the volume. I wonder... So what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the volume. Okay, it doesn't really tell me what kind of number it expects. I don't know if 1 is the maximum and I can do 0 to 1, or if I can try to do bigger numbers as well. So I'm going to try to do this, but it might give me an error. I have not worked extensively with this package before, but a lot of these packages are kind of intuitive, so you don't need to worry too much about them. A lot of them you can just kind of try things, and normally if it's written correctly, it should work the way you intuit it would work. So I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'm going to try. Honestly, I think it's the same volume. I think that volume probably works the other way, with 1 being the maximum. In fact, it's probably from here. My emulator is probably too quiet. Yeah, I think that's what was happening. So I'm just double checking to see if this works. I didn't mean to start this. Apparently my reset on my stopwatch doesn't work. We can have a look at that afterwards. So let's try. So even though I changed the volume here, it's now coming louder because I increased the volume here. Okay, so let's actually get rid of volume. I don't think I need it. It was just my emulator which was too quiet. I don't really like the alarm that much, but I also don't feel that our time would be very well spent trying to find the perfect alarm sound. So I'm just going to leave it like this. If you guys do want to make your app a bit better, I would recommend trying to find an alarm which you really love. You saw what I did is I literally just went to Google, typed in, alarm.wav, which I wanted to call it, and I just chose the first result. So it's not, I didn't take a very good, very close look at that. But, if you do want to get something better, go ahead and do that. But in the meantime, our app is actually pretty much finished. I have not made anything in the option screen because I can't think of any good option I want to have. But our timer is now working correctly. It rings, it stops when it should stop. The reset works here. Apparently I didn't make the reset in the stopwatch screen. I didn't realize. Let's have a really quick look at that right now. I thought I had done that, but apparently I hadn't. In reset, I did not notify listeners. That is why that was not working. Remember that in my stopwatch, I was using provider, and provider needs to notify listeners. For my timer, I was using GetX. GetX does not require a notify listeners. Okay, and I also need to update is started to false. Started equals false. And apparently this was a private method. So let's try again. So it's starting at the previous value, so we need to reset that. So here in, where is display? Yeah, so here I had this as the default value in return string. So I need to reset it here and reset. Alternatively, we could add a check in the update stopwatch string, but I don't want to do that. There's no real reason why not. Actually, the reason why not is because that would run the check every second, which is kind of a waste of resources. It's better to just do it one time when I need to. So let's just run my stopwatch. And now when I reset it, it should go back to 0. So that's correct. So my reset now works. My timer does what I expect it to do. I think that's fine. That is looking really, really good. All right, gentlemen. So that is actually going to be it for not only this video, but this entire app. I am declaring the timer app to be finished. I leave it up to you guys to change anything in the option screen if you want to, or if not, maybe you can just get rid of the screen. Up to you. You can do whatever you want here. I'm not going to worry about it too much. And actually, I like this app, so I'm going to end up putting this app on my phone because I'm looking for a good stopwatch. One of the issues I have with the default stopwatch, the one that comes with Google, is if I do plank, for example, if I do some kind of exercise, and it should be here in my clock. This looks different than the one that my phone has. on my phone, it looks quite different than what this has. And it has like the circle goes around like a stopwatch does, but the actual text which shows the seconds is quite small. And if I'm doing playing, I want to see this time in big letters, and I don't really care about the circle going around. So I'm actually going to put this app on my phone afterwards, and yeah, that's going to be great. All right, gentlemen, so that is going to be it for myself. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you like this video, be sure to hit that like button. Let me know what you guys think about this kind of video where it's more relaxed, where I don't have the code written out ahead of time. Maybe we wasted a bit of time having me actually think about things, but at the same time, maybe it's useful to see what real development looks like. Because when we're actually developing things, things go wrong, and we don't just know what we're doing instantly. We have to think about things. And yeah, if you guys enjoyed it, let me know below. So in the meantime, myself, Ovidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course, presented by yours truly, Ovidius Mazurum. So in the last few videos, we spoke about a few different state management solutions. Specifically, we went over provider, GetX, and also we spoke about stateful versus stateless widgets. In this video, we're gonna take a look at the OG of state management, the original creator, as it were, and that is Redux. For anybody that has worked with React or React Native, Redux should be familiar to you guys, but it is going to be a little bit different in Flutter than what you'd see in the JavaScript world. And the reason for this is because we are going to take advantage of things like provider to rebuild things for us automatically. But of course, there's a package which does that for us. We don't need to do that manually. So that's going to be great. But first, let's take a really quick look at Redux. So Redux is one of the original state management solutions. And the reason it came about, and I think I have a couple pictures here, this shows the flow of data, the flow of information in Redux. And notice here it says view. Now, for those of you that don't know, a view is kind of like a screen in Flutter. Normally we call them screens instead, or you could think of it as a page, anything like that. Because traditionally, when Redux came about, people were using the MVC architecture a lot, model view controller. And the guys over at Facebook run into a problem because they had a lot of different models, a lot of different views, a lot of different controllers, and the views were all trying to communicate with each other, and there were just a whole bunch of different pages trying to control the same thing, and that was leading to all kinds of problems. You know, they were trying to control different things, and then that information was being sent back and forth, and it just wasn't working well. It's kind of like what I showed you guys in the original Why Do We Need state management video, but it was a much bigger scale because this is Facebook rather than a small app that I made myself. And this led to all kinds of problems, and specifically there was a bug where Messenger always told you you had a notification, a message, even though you didn't. And the guys over at Facebook just couldn't track it down because there were too many different pages, too many views which were trying to communicate with that same component at the same time. So trying to figure out where that mistake was coming from was just impossible. So what they ended up doing was creating a unidirectional data flow. So the store which they make it's really similar to the things we've worked with before, but one thing they have which we might not have worked with is this unidirectional data flow. So what that means is that, well, the data flows in a single direction. There's no back and forth communication. In fact, what they did was they had the views, or we'll call them screens, communicate with the store, which we can also call the state, via actions. And actions, you can think of them as events. The view would do something and it would call some kind of action or some kind of event, which could hold some kind of payload, that's any kind of data. And then this action would be dispatched. A dispatch was just something which kind of queues up events. And then that dispatched action would go into reducer. The reducer then decides how to modify the state in accordance with the action or the event. And this can go around in a loop a few times, or it can just go through the states, and once we have our new state, so our reducer will take the old state and it takes the action, and from that it results in a new state. And once we have that new state is sent back to the view or to the screen. So the view receives a state, it shows whatever we want to see because of the state, but it doesn't have direct control over the state. Instead, it works only with actions. So in this way, it can be a tiny bit different than GetX and Provider, because GetX and Provider is not that strict over what we can and can't do. I could change some kind of variable just myself with GetX, but in Redux, I'm not allowed to do that. In Redux, I need to pass along that event. And by the way, the same architecture is going to be very similar with what we're going to see in the future, which is BLoC. BLoC is actually one of my favorite patterns. It's one which any Flutter developer absolutely needs to know. If you don't know how to, make a block, then what are you even doing? You can't be a complete Flutter developer yet. So we'll definitely look at that in the future. But yeah, we're going to look at Redux first. And there is one more part to this, which we're actually going to go over in the next video rather than this, which is here, middleware. So this again shows the single directional data flow, but this one has an extra components middleware. I'm not going to go too much into what that is this time, but essentially it's just something we can put in between the actions of the reducer to do different things. It can kind of hijack the flow of data to kind of inject some kind of logic or do something based on whatever condition. And it'll make sense why we do this in a bit. In fact, let's go ahead and look at the 3 principles of Redux. So the first one is a single source of truth. One of the reasons we make these Redux stores is because we want the state of the whole application to be stored in an object tree within a single store. So I'm curious what you guys think when you hear this. Do you guys think this is the same as Provider? Is it the same as GetX? Is it something which we would do in, with other libraries? So this one, maybe not. Because, so Redux itself says there should be a single store, but actually the original solution to the thing I mentioned was Flux. Redux is based on Flux, and one of the big differences between Redux and Flux as state management is that Flux doesn't necessarily need a single store. So in our previous app, we had Provider for the stopwatch and GetX for the timer, and that's it's perfectly fine. A lot of people do it that way. Most of my apps would have different stores for different situations, but Redux doesn't let us do that. In Redux, I have to have a single store for the entire app. And again, this happened because Facebook was just having a lot of issues with not knowing where the data was coming from. So they wanted to control everything to make sure they could really see exactly what was happening. But if we're not at Facebook scale, I think it's fine if we have multiple stores. Next is the state is read-only. So this is important. The only way to change the state is to emit an action, an object describing what happened. So that's exactly what I was talking about. We need to change the state via these actions, or we can also call them events. So we don't access the data in the store directly. We don't access the reducer directly. And what do you guys think? Is this the same or is it different than GetX, the Provider? This one is different because in Provider and in GetX, I can modify that directly, which is absolutely not at all allowed in Redux. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I prefer BLoC. BLoC works in the same way. And the final one, changes are made with pure functions. So pure functions are not something we spoke about previously. A pure function basically means that there are no side effects. For any one input that goes in, there must always be one single output that comes out. So for example, if we take a function add, x plus 1, this is pure, because for any number I put in, I'm always going to get the same answer. But on the other hand, if I have something which, for example, takes down the time, takes down the date, and then does something in accordance with that, it's no longer a pure function, because I can get different outputs depending on that time, depending on these other factors, and I could look at different things. This is exactly what this middleware is for, because the reducer must be pure. For every one input that goes in, one input comes out, regardless of anything else, regardless of whatever's in the store or anything like that. The middleware is that extra injection which lets us add a bit of extra logic. The middleware lets us say, okay, well, if the time is this, we can do this. If the time is something else, we can do this other thing. So that's what allows us to keep a pure function for the reducer, but at the same time have those different variables. And they say it right here. So to specify how the state tree is transformed by actions, you write pure reducers. And of course, the reducers take the previous state and an action and return the next state. So our middleware could be inserted between this, and our middleware could give different actions along with the previous state to get the next state. So one thing our middleware could do, for example, is I could pass along that time or date as a separate action or as a separate payload in the action. And by doing that, the reducer stays a pure reducer, even though I'm able to access that data, whatever data I want, elsewhere. Okay, so that is it for this. Let's actually jump into the app. And I think, I'm not sure why I have this, I'm in the isolate printing. I created a new project, but it seems to have copied along my code from last time. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave that for now. So I just created an empty project, and this is just the counter app, the default. What we're going to do in this project is we're gonna make a quick conversion app. And so in this first video, we're gonna have just kilometers to miles, but in the next video, when we introduce middleware, we'll look at different conversions and we'll just make the app a whole lot better and more complex. But for now, let's go to main.dart, and you can see this is entirely unmodified. I'm going to hit Control F to find everything, --dot star, and select this button here to use regular expressions. What this does is it selects any line that starts with the double dash. I'm going to put 2 spaces and hit enter and replace all. Control-Shift-I is going to get rid of all of that extra space. I'm going to make this a bit smaller. And I'm going to leave my app for now. First, we're going to make the really quick UI before jumping into the Redux stuff. I'm going to change this just to home. And although this is a quick, call it home screen instead. Although this is just a quick app, I do still want to separate my widgets. So I'm going to have screens here. And I'm going to make a home screen.dart, which has INPM, the material, STL, stateless, home screen, like that. So now I can import this. And this does not need to take anything currently. And this is going to return scaffold. Sorry, my num-lock was on. I don't need any app bar, but I'm going to give it a body, which is going to be a column. The column, of course, takes children. And the first is going to be a text, which has just KM. Then I'm going to have a padding of const edge and set dot all. Let's give it 20. And the child is going to be, first I want to format this for myself. The child is going to be a text form field. So in the past, we worked with text fields. A text form field is just a wrapper around the text field. When we use text form field, we don't need to work with that text editing controller directly. It kind of automates some things for us, so it can make it a bit easier. It can also make it more frustrating to do something if you want to have manual control over whatever you're modifying. That's why last time I used a text editing controller, but in this case, it's not going to get in our way, so we can use this. And this has a lot of different properties. We're not going to look at all of them. What I am going to use is, I think there's a decoration, yeah. And I forget what this takes. It takes an input decoration. And this has a whole bunch of things. I'm going to give it a label text of km, and I can't remember if this is a string or a widget. It's a string, so that's fine. And I think that's the only thing I'm going to give it for now. Let's actually see what I've made already, because I haven't saved this. Yeah. So right now, the only thing we see, and I should really wrap this in a safe area. We see kilometers here, and we can make that look nicer afterwards. Then we see that label text in here. If I click on here, I can now write whatever I want to write. And I'm not going to worry too much about the way it looks. That's not what this video is focused on. One thing I did want to change, however, was the keyboard type. I want a text input type dot number. What this is going to do is when I click, I'm going to have to do a hard refresh. When I click here, it's going to bring up that number keyboard, because of course I want this to be a number. And that's going to be it for now here. I am going to give an onChanged of an empty function. We're going to, yeah, that should take a value. We're going to change this once we have our store. This is going to end up emitting an action, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, so now that I have that, I'm going to have another text which says miles, and then here I'm going to give it another padding, the same as the previous one, of const edgeInsets.all 20, and this will just have a child of a text of an empty string. And in the future, I'm going to change this to be whatever value I get from my miles. But again, I need my store before I can do that. And finally, I'm going to make a raised button. And what my raised button is going to do, so that's on pressed, is for now it's just going to be an empty function, but in the future this is going to emit an action which will actually make me change, make that conversion. And my child is going to be a text which just says convert, like that. So if I refresh it, now we can see our button. It does not look good, but that's fine. I'm going to leave it. One thing I do want to do is give it a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot space between, space around, just so they're not so grouped up like they were before. What's the last one? Space evenly. Yeah, so I'm going to use space evenly. I think that's fine. That's the best I have. Okay, so this is the UI we're going to work with in this video. I know it's really simple, but again, that's not what the focus of this video is. So we're going to leave that for now. Now we're going to make the actual store. So we're going to right click on lib, new folder, and I'm going to make a Redux folder. You can also make a, you can make your folder called state or store, whatever you want. I personally always use Redux when it's Redux, but other people do it other ways. And I'm going to make a new file here called actions.dart. In fact, before this, let's make our store.dart. So the store.dart, I could also call it state.dart, is just holding the actual state. And keep in mind what I mentioned previously, that Redux is perhaps the oldest state management solution we have. The one in Flutter has been updated and modified to work with some of the Flutter specific features, but because it is based on the JavaScript one, it uses less advanced stuff initially, at least in this part. So we're just going to create a basic class, and I'm going to call it store. We can call it app state or anything we want. In fact, I'll call it app state. And now let's think about what information we actually need in the state. So I need something in the kilometers, something to hold the miles. So I'm going to say string km, string miles. You might be wondering why I'm using strings rather than ints or doubles. Reason is because when we actually get this data, it is a string. When I output it, it is a string. And of course I need to convert between the two, but it's not something I want to worry about right now. And let's make a constructor for this. So actually both of these should be final. I am not going to make these required. I'm going to leave them like that. One more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy with function here. And copy with is going to take km and miles. And that's string. And it's also going to take app state, or prev state. Prev is fine. For anybody that doesn't remember, when we do this, we have the class name dot and then some kind of, whatever name. We're creating another constructor. We're creating another way to make a new instance of whatever object we're creating. So in this case, what I'm doing is this copy with method will take a previous state, and if we pass in this information, then we're gonna use it. But if we don't get this new information, we're gonna use whatever was here previously. So I'm gonna say this.km equals, and I'll set it equal to prev.km or km. And this.miles equals prev.miles or miles. Maybe I can't have the final here. Yeah, because I'm changing it in the in this other constructor. If you guys haven't seen this double question mark before, it's similar to, so before we used question equals, which said if null, make it equal to whatever. This is similar, but we're not setting the previous thing equal to it. Because if I say prev km question mark equals, and this should actually be the other way around, by the way, I just noticed. Km, prev.km, miles, prev.miles. So if I had, and let's just fix it here as well. If I had it like this, I would set kilometers equal to the previous kilometers, which then I'd be setting equal to this.km, which I mean, is fine. But in this case, by using question mark, I'm saying if this value is null, use this value instead. But if this value is not null, then just use this value. And then we don't need to look at prev.km. So yeah, overall what this is going to do is if we pass in kilometers, if we pass in miles, it's going to use those to make the new states. But if we don't pass in those two values, it's just going to use whatever I get from the previous state. And as a result, I am going to need to pass in the previous app states. So you guys can see, I think I still have this open. And it doesn't actually write it here. One more thing about Redux is that the state must be immutable. The state cannot change. Whenever we want to change something in the state, what we have to do is fully destroy the old state and emit a new state instead. So that way everything gets reconstructed and we know we have the most up-to-date information. It's the same as what we saw with our inherited widget, if you guys remember when we made that. We do not actually update it, we destroy the old one, create a new one to replace it. So that is exactly why I'm passing in the previous state and doing all of that. But okay, so that's my store. And notice I'm not extending anything. I don't need to do that because, again, it's kind of an older thing, older state management solution, so there's no need. And now I need to look at the actions. So what are the different events which can trigger my store to change or to rebuild? Well, I have a button here, convert. So obviously I need some kind of class convert. And this is actually perfectly fine. This is my entire class. But if I wanted to make it a bit more, complicated or whatever, I can make an abstract class action. And then I could make my class convert extends action. And my action doesn't do anything. The only reason I created it is for polymorphism. And my convert also does not actually do anything. It's just that event I pass in. In JavaScript, what you'll often see is the action is just going to be a string. But by making it into a class, I have more type safety. So this is a better way of doing it. And my convert does not need any payload. It doesn't need any data because I'm going to get this from the store in other places. But there is one more action I need, which is going to be class update km extends action. And this one does need that payload. Payload is just what we call the data by convention in Redux, but I could really call it anything I want because we're not using JavaScript right now. And the update km is going to take a string. I'm just going to call it payload. And then we can just make the constructor like this. So we can see our actions are very light objects. Convert is a single class with nothing. Update km simply has that payload. And that payload will be the new kilometers. So there's really not much here because, well, the whole thing is kind of a system. So to make it work, we also need our reducers dot. And what our reducers is going to do, our reducer is going to take our previous state or store. It's going to take an action and it's going to give us a new state as a result. So our reducer or reducers is a function and it's going to return an app state. And it's going to take an app state, prev state, and it's going to take an action. And we need to import, where's the correct one? I also need my actions and my store. And the first thing I'm going to do is make an app state, new state, like that. And then I'm going to say if action is, and we can get the names from here, update km, what we're going to do is say, first let's actually print what's happening so we can see exactly what's going on. And we're doing this in case we have any errors, but I don't suspect we will. So the action is should just say update km, action.payload should be whatever updated km, whatever value we want to update. And then we're going to set new state equal to app state dot copy with prev is going to be my prev state, and my km is going to be my action.payload. So this does exactly what you guys think it does. It takes my previous state, copies everything from there, and then it's going to update just the kilometers because that's exactly what the action is. Else, if action is convert, then we're going to have to do other things. And again, I'm just going to print the action. And in fact, one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to print the new state and print new state.km, just so we can see exactly what's happening. And now I'm going to do something a little bit dodgy. I would remind you guys, of course, that reducers must be pure functions, and my reducer is going to be a pure function, but it's not going to be super strict. Many people, and myself included actually, normally when we make reducers, they literally just do something like this. They're literally just one, maybe two lines, which takes the previous state, copies it with the previous state and the new payload, and that's it, right? But because I don't want to overcomplicate this video with middleware, I'm going to do something which should go into the middleware, and I'm just going to write it here. The following code belongs in middleware, not in reducers. So don't do this. We're just trying to simplify this video. And what we're going to do here is simplify, just convert from our kilometers to our miles. So I'm going to take double km, let's say km as double equals double.pass, and we're going to pass prev state.km. And keep in mind that I don't have any error checking here. This is exactly why it belongs in the middleware, because this could throw an error, so it's no longer a pure function. It depends on what is in here. It could mess up. But again, I'm going to leave that for now. So I have that. And then I'm going to say double miles as double equals km as double times Google. How many km in a mile? And I actually meant it the other way around. How many miles in a km? Here. So our miles is just going to be our kilometers times this value, which Google has given me. And I'll just print miles as double so we can see exactly what's happening. And then my new state is going to equal app state dot copy with, prev is the prev state, and miles is going to be miles as double dot toString. And of course, the reason I'm doing a toString is because here it's a double. I could also format this a bit nicer. For now, I'm not going to, but it's up to you if you want to or not. Okay, so in both these cases, we've updated, I'll just add a couple answers so we can see more clearly. We've updated the new state. So now the only thing we need to do is return our new state like that. Okay, so let's do a really quick review because our Redux store is pretty much finished. Now we just need to connect it to our app. And the way we do that is going to be very, very different from Flutter and JavaScript. But let's quickly look at what we've done. So our store has three parts. It has the store itself, or the state, which holds whatever information we need. For our particular case, right now, we only have kilometers and miles. Obviously, we'd have a lot more options if we were a bigger app. And we are going to add a few more in the next video. This just holds the data. It holds the data and nothing else. And then we also gave it a copy with function to make or constructor to make a new object from the previous state, along with additional data we can pass in, but do not have to pass in. Then we created actions. These actions are simply events. They tell us how we want to modify our state, and those actions are passed to our reducer or reducers along with the previous state, and then our previous state will, our reducers will update our state using that copy with constructor from the previous state and whatever payload, whatever data is in the action. So all we're doing is we're listening for the type of action and then updating the correct payload as a response. So if we're updating kilometers, we're updating kilometers. If the action is convert, we are updating the miles and leaving the kilometers as it was. We're not modifying that. And finally, we're returning a new state. We're not changing the previous state. We are creating an entirely new state, and that's really important. We cannot have mutability in Redux. It's not allowed, ever. Okay, but that is actually it for the Redux. Now we just need to actually connect this to our home screen. The way that we're going to connect our Redux store to our Flutter project is going to be very, very different between JavaScript, React, and Flutter. So if you're somebody from React Native who so far has been following along thinking, oh yeah, that's super easy, I do things exactly the same way or almost the same way, you no longer do. So we're going to take advantage of Provider behind the scenes to connect everything for us. But before we do that, I just realized I have not added our packages. So I went to my pubspec.yaml, pubspec assist, add update dependency, and I want Redux. I'm just going to take the first one, Redux, and again, Flutter Redux. I'm going to save it. As you guys can guess, my Flutter Redux is going to give me access to my specific provider for my app state. And the first thing I'm going to do is go to my main function, because I need to create an initial state, which actually I could have also done in the store. I could have had another constructor here called appstate.initial. In fact, why don't I do that? Appstate.initial, and this is going to take nothing. And this is going to make this .km equals 0. Keep in mind km is a string, so we do need the open and closing braces around it. This .miles, going to set this to 0 as well. Okay, that's fine. But we don't necessarily need to do that. I could have also just created it the old-fashioned way. So now I'm going to have a store, which I'm going to get from, which I am going to restart my VS Code to get access to those packages I just imported. Okay, so I've just restarted my VS Code, so I get access to those packages I just imported. I really, really love VS Code, but the one thing I absolutely hate is that whenever I add things to my pubspec.yaml, I don't know if it's like this for you guys as well, but for myself, whenever I add things to my pubspec.yaml, I always need to restart VS Code, because if I don't, it doesn't see those imports. I can't import anything until I actually restart it, which is not my favorite thing in the entire world, but that's fine. Okay, so now I can import it from Redux. So this is just from the original Redux, and store is going to take a generic type of whatever store or state we have created. For ourselves, it's going to be the one we created here, which is app state, like this. So this you should recognize quite similar to Provider or GetX or things like that. So store app state, and I'm going to call it store equals store app state. And what this is going to take, so this is going to create a new store. It's going to take our reducers, the function itself, so I don't need to pass in the variables. And then it's also going to take in an initial state, which of course I just created like that. And this should be specified as initial state like that. So this is giving me an error because it wants the reducer to be a function of type app_state dynamic, whereas I made an app_state action. So, I was trying to be a bit clever, and because you guys know I hate using dynamic. But okay, now they want me to use dynamic, so by updating that, it's gonna work like this. That's fine. And now I need my app to take store, which means I need to pass it in here. So this is gonna take store. So this is gonna take a final store, and then we're gonna need to create the constructor, and we're gonna wrap our material app in a widget, and the widget we're gonna use is gonna be store provider, and this is gonna take a type of whatever state we're giving it, in this case app state. So we're gonna import this from Flutter Redux, and in addition to the child, it also takes a store property, which is the store that we just created here and passed in here. So that's fine. And again, so this provider, it's a wrapper around the provider which we used previously. So that is fine. And we're done with this main page. We've now connected all of this. Now we need to connect our home screen. So the same way with provider, we needed to use that consumer to get the data. Now we need to do a similar thing here, and we need that both for the actions and for to listen to the variables themselves. And we could either wrap the individual, like exactly where we need it, which would be the text form field, and then the raise button and the text here. But instead, I'm just going to wrap the entire scaffold, inside column. Let's wrap the entire column. And the widget we're wrapping it in is going to be a store connector. And store connector is going to take app state. So I need to import this and import this, fix the imports. So this takes what value we're listening to and what value we're emitting. For us, we just use the actual app state in both versions. If you made something like the counter app, which is always a popular example, you might not be emitting the entire state. You might instead just be accepting an int or emitting an int or something like that. But for us, and I think most of the apps you're going to be using, we're just going to be using the entire state for both of these. And this does not take a child. It does, however, take a store, which will be a function store. And it should have been converter, not store. And this gives me my store.state. And then instead of a child, I'm going to have a builder here. My builder is going to take context because everything takes a context really. And then the state, which I got from here. And then that's going to result in whatever I'm building. So this is really similar to the provider consumer that you guys have seen before. And now that we have the state, I can now use it here. So let's first look at our onChange. So this is the text form field, which is controlling the kilometers. So we take a value here. What we're going to do is say store provider dot of app state context dot, and now we're going to learn a new verb, which is dispatch. Dispatch is it's like emit, and dispatch is going to take some kind of action. In this case, we're going to pass in update km, and update km is going to take the value we get from here onChanged. And I'm just going to import this, fix my imports, and I'm gonna make this an arrow function just because I think it's gonna look better, which means I have an extra thing here. I have an extra thing somewhere here. And apparently I made this a named parameter when I really wanted it to be positional because there's only one thing I can pass in. So using this dispatch, that's how I actually emit the event or action. So store provider of app state context.dispatch update cam. And I'm going to use a very similar thing over here in my raise button. So my on pressed, all I'm going to do is say store provider of app state context.dispatch, and we're going to just pass in convert. My convert action does not need any parameters. Yeah, it's just going to do that by itself. And then finally in miles, what we can do, and this is where we actually want to get that value, is listen to the state here. So state dot miles. And this is giving me an error because I forgot to wrap this in a text. And there we go. So I'm going to need to use Flutter run again. It got cancelled out when I restarted VS Code, but that should be the app. I wouldn't be surprised if I have a couple bugs, but we'll work through those together, no worries. Okay, so I've just restarted everything, and let's see how it works. So if I give it a number like 12, and we can see over here, instance of update cam, so it got the correct one, and it also has the result. And this was the payload 1, payload, and then payload 12. So that seems to be working. And if I hit convert, it has converted it. So this works. I can get rid of this and type in 10, convert, and it does work the way we want it to. Let's try this. And yeah, it seems to be working. Okay, gentlemen, so there we have it. That was basically it for Redux. It's another state management solution which might be a bit more complicated than what we've worked with previously. However, it does actually have a lot of advantages when it comes to debugging, having a more clear data flow. I know that as a beginner, you guys are probably looking at this and thinking, why would I ever use this when I have GetX, especially GetX. GetX is so simple to use compared to especially something like this. And you will probably see the same thing when we work with BLoC. But GetX is not going to be as easy for debugging. It's not going to be as easy for testing. You can see here, because we have much more manual control over our actions, over our reducers, over our store, we can more clearly reason out what's happening. And for you as a developer to fully understand what's happening is very, very important, because that's what's going to lead to a bug-free code. We can see exactly what is modifying what, and that's how we can get to a well-working app. But before we finish, let's do a really quick review. So Redux has 3 parts which are essential. It's the store, which is the actual state. This is going to hold our data, in this case, kilometers and miles. I created a couple extra constructors. You don't need to. I think copy with is pretty much essential. You should be using this copy with function. We use this question mark notation to say, if I've passed in the kilometers, use that, but if I haven't passed it in, use whatever is in my previous state. Similarly, we created an initial to just give us those initial values. Then we have our actions. Our actions are the events which we are listening to, and they will hold some kind of data, which by convention is called payload. You can call it whatever you want. And this is what we are reacting to, what we're actually changing. And this could either have a payload or something like convert has no payload. Finally, we have our reducers. And again, don't do this. In the next video, I'm going to clean this up. Don't worry about it. But traditionally, what we would do is, obviously we want to have these print statements. This was just so we could do error checking. All this is going to do is create a new state. It's going to listen to the different types of actions and just create that new state from the previous state and whatever payload we've passed in from our action. And literally, that's all it does. So imagine all of this was gone, because this would be handled by our middleware. And again, this is all it would be, just one line. And that is our reducer. It just gives us a new state because of the previous state and an action. So that's Redux itself. Then to connect it, For Flutter, it's going to be a tiny bit different than React. The first thing we're going to do is actually make a store instance using the generic of whatever state we're listening to. And we're going to pass in our reducer or reducers, and then we're going to give it an initial starting state. Then we're going to put that into our root widget, our main or home, whatever. We're going to listen to a store provider, and this of course is specific to Flutter. It's very similar to the change notify provider. You will probably recognize this. This again has the generic app states. We're going to pass in that store over here, and that's it for the store provider. Then when we actually need to do something with it, we're going to use a store connector, which is very, very similar to the consumer, which we used with provider. The store connector is going to use a converter, which is going to pull out the state we're listening to, and then we're going to have a builder which takes our context and our state to give us access to whatever we need to access like this. We can listen to the values using state dot and then whatever property we had in the store. And finally, to actually dispatch the action, we're going to use store provider dot of the type app state context dot dispatch and then the name of the action we created in actions with the payload or no payload like we do here. This one does not have a payload. So it's not terribly complicated. It is quite a lot of boilerplate. It might seem a bit complex at the beginning, but I guarantee you once you get it, it's super simple, and yeah, it's actually really good state management. In the next video, we're going to expand on this. We're going to make it a larger app. We're going to give different kind of properties we can convert between. And in so doing, we're going to learn a bit about middleware, which is going to round off our Redux app. And then after that, we're going to look at my personal favorite state management solution, which is BLoC. It's quite similar to Redux, but I think a bit easier and nicer to use. So that's going to be great. And then we're going to move on to the next module. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. In the meantime, myself, Avidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by the same person as always, and that is myself, Ovidius Mazuru. So if you guys don't recall from last time, we spoke about Redux in Flutter, and we took a look at the store, reducers, and action, which are essential for making a Redux store. And what we've done so far is we just made this quick app which can convert between kilometers and miles. So going here, we can type in a number, hit convert, and then we get that number in miles. What we're going to do in this video is we're going to expand upon what we did last time by learning about middleware. Because if you guys remember, right here, I had this big red comment. The following code belongs in middleware, not in reducers. So that's exactly what we're going to learn about today. And then after I finish going through this and making this app work with middleware, I'm actually going to give you guys a bit of a challenge to expand upon this, make this app more, just have more features. And then we're going to go over how to do that together in the next video. But for now, let's talk about middleware. So what is middleware? I haven't pulled up the picture this time, I forgot. But if you guys remember from last time, the data flows in Redux through the reducers in the store, and we get to the reducers through actions. What middleware does is it inserts an extra step in between actions and reducers. So it gives us a chance to catch that action and do something with it before passing the action along to the reducer. And there's a lot of reasons to do this. The most obvious, the one we have right now, is because of stuff like this. We currently have logic in the reducers, and you know, there are different schools of thought about this. Some people like, I forget the exact words they use, if it's thin and thick, or if it's something like that, heavy and light. Reducers, I can't remember exactly. But essentially, some people think that it's okay to put a little bit of logic like this, so long as it's still a pure function. Other people think that reducers shouldn't have any logic at all, and really the only thing they should be doing is giving us that new state. Now, personally, I happen to be in the second school of thought. I don't like having any kind of logic here. And on top of that, there's also a bigger question of what happens if I have some kind of async function, right? What happens if I need to go get some data from the server? Well, it's not possible to have a pure function if I have an async function, because I don't know what's going to happen, right? If I'm trying to fetch some data, I have no way of knowing ahead of time if I'm going to have a server error or if it's going to go through or what's going to happen. So, I just can't have that pure function, cannot go into the reducers. And that is where the middleware comes in. So again, the middleware is that extra step which can do something before passing along that data to the reducers to be stored. And in our example, we're going to be factoring this out. But again, for other people, we might do other things. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually here my reducers. I'm going to change a tiny bit because I don't really like what I'm doing here. Instead, what I'm going to do is return set. In fact, I don't even need to do that. And this isn't necessary. I was just thinking about the code afterwards, and I realized I don't really like the way I'm doing this. So I'm going to get rid of my new state. And here I'm just going to return my app state.copyWith, all of that. And then here I'm going to return my app state copy with, and I'm also going to add another else statement and return app state where the miles will be prev.miles and the prev states.miles it should be, and the km is going to be prev states.km, just like that. And I'm going to get rid of this. The reason I'm doing this is because so in the previous example, it wasn't going to happen. But now that we're inserting the middleware, it's possible for me to get an action which isn't going to be processed by the reducers. So I could have passed that along without anything happening. And then I'm no longer, I'm passing back the same state I received rather than recreating it, which is what I really should be doing. So that's why I'm making that change now. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And also to add more clarity, I'm going to add a print statement here, and I'm going to make it kind of like a line break. And then I'm going to type also print in the reducer. And this is just so that we can follow along that flow of data a bit more easily. Here I'm going to add another print statement, which is just going to print the action so we can see what action we receive. And I already have that print over here. I don't need this one anymore. And in fact, for the else, I won't need to. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to right click on Redux, hit new file, and we'll call this middleware .dart. And we can call middleware whatever we want. It really should be middleware though. We're going to make a new class, and we can call this. In fact, middleware is not a class, it is a function, it's a void function. And we can call this whatever we want. We should probably put the middleware in the title so it's more clear what it is. I'll just call it app state middleware. And by the way, it's perfectly reasonable for us to have many different types of middleware. We can kind of create a chain and say, oh, go through this middleware first, then go through this other one, then go through this other one. So you might often see stuff like that. And what our store is going to take is going to be the store of type app state. And we're going to call this store. And we need to import this from Redux, fix our imports. And then we're going to take the dynamic action. So remember from last time, action should be dynamic, because otherwise that's the way the Redux guys have done it. If I try to have my class and use polymorphism, it's going to get upset with me. And finally, we're going to take next dispatcher, and we're just going to call this next. Okay, so now what we're going to do is it's going to be quite similar to the reducers in that we're going to listen for the different types of action and do something based on each action. And the first thing I'll do is actually add a print statement. in the middleware. And again, this is just going to help us actually see that flow of data. I'm going to say if action is, what are we looking for? Update km, convert. In fact, let's start with update km, because one of the things I didn't like about my previous example here was, for example, right now I'm connected to a physical keyboard because I'm on my laptop, so I don't need to use this. I could use my physical keyboard, and then if I hit convert, you can see I got an error. It didn't break my entire app, but it also didn't go through. So, you know, that's not great user experience. So let's fix this up a little bit. And we have a few different choices. And what I'm going to do is I'll just have my app entirely ignore any non-numeric character. So if I say 1, W, D, whatever, 0, 0, it's going to count it as 100. And the way I'm going to do that is first I'll create a new action called updates km cleaned extends action. And this is going to have the same payload as my update km, which is going to be a string payload. It's going to be update km. And this should actually be update km cleaned because this is the constructor. And then we're going to have this star payload here. So it's the same as the previous one. Actions tend to be quite light. There's really not too much in them. And what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the update km in my middleware, and I'm going to change the one in reducers to be update km cleaned, and you'll see why in a second. So let's say update km, and then we could do something in response to that. So what I'm going to do is say, and keep in mind my action payload is going to be the entire string I have over here. So I'm going to say for string C, because actually it's going to be a string of length 1, a character, but Dart doesn't have characters, it only has strings. For string C in action dot payload, so that's going to be the entire string here, dot split, and I'm going to split on nothing. So that's the empty and close quote. I couldn't remember the word for a second. So that's going to give me a list where each character is one item in the list. And then I'm going to say if is numeric C, then I'm gonna, and first let's actually make a string cleaned string equals and just an empty string. So if it is numeric, then we're going to say cleaned string plus equals C, and we're also just going to very quickly say adding C to clean string so we can more clearly see what is happening. And we're also going to say cleaned string is, and have that over there. And if it is not numeric, then we're just going to say print and have the C is not recognized as numeric. So we're not adding it that. So that's fine. And here's our for loop, and that's fine. So that's going to go over each of the characters. If it's numeric, it's going to add it to the clean string. If it's not numeric, it is not going to add it to the clean string. And now that we have that, what we're going to do is say store. So we're getting the store here from the app states dot dispatch, and we're going to dispatch update km cleaned, which is going to take our clean string like that, right? Okay. And so that means here, instead of listening to update km, we're going to listen to update km cleaned. So by doing this, what we've done is we've guaranteed that the kilometers we store in our states is actually going to be just numeric. Now over here, we're still going to see the letters as well, but when we convert to the miles, we're going to use just the numbers. So that's going to be a little bit better user experience. You could also say that maybe we should get rid of the letters here, and we could do it that way as well. I'm just electing not to do it that way right now. Or we could do a similar thing over here. Now, obviously is numeric does not exist yet, which I think is kind of an oversight on Dart's part, because I'd really expect a modern programming language to have is numeric, but that's fine, we can create one. So we're going to say bool is numeric, and this is going to take a string C, and let's make a really quick doc string. So is numeric takes a string of length 1, returns true if string is numeric, returns false otherwise. Okay, pretty simple. And what we're going to do, this might seem a little bit funky. For those of us that have worked with computer science before, should be pretty obvious. For anyone who hasn't, a string, some kind of character, it represents the numbers as well as the letters. So 1, 2, 3, it has a certain ASCII code, and other letters have different ASCII codes. All right, I'm not very good at explaining this, but that's because I'm not going to make an entire lesson about it. So yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail. But just know that behind the scenes, an A as a string and a 1 as a string are both represented by some kind of number, right? So we can actually compare them when they are strings. And what I'm going to do here is say c.compare2, and I'm going to compare it to 0, but 0 as a string. And I'm going to say if that's greater or equal to 0, and c.compare2 9 greater or equal to 0, and this should be less than or equal to 0. Okay, I believe that's correct. This might be wrong, but I believe it's correct. We're going to have to double check. So what compare2 is going to do is going to return 1 if C is greater than what we're comparing it to. We're going to return 0 if they are the same, and we're going to return -1 if it's less. So if my character here is a 1, I'm going to get a 1, and that's going to say true. And then this does the opposite, compares it to 9. So my 1 compared to 9 is going to give me a -1. So this is going to come back as true. And that should be correct. I might have to double check these afterwards. And if you don't understand it too well, don't worry about it too much. Okay, so this should be it for actually fixing this. And then one more thing we're going to have to do is say else if action is convert, because I want to move my logic from here into here. And for now, let's just delete this. I'm going to copy paste this. We're going to get rid of all this afterwards. And let's see what we can do here. So my km as double is going to be my store. So I'm getting the store from here, dot state. This lets me access the state in the store, dot km. And now this will not give me an error. Previously, this could have given me an error because there could have been letters in it, but now because I've done this part, it can't. It's only going to be numbers, so that's fine. And then miles as double is going to be km as double times that, so that's fine. And then what I'm going to do is say store.dispatch update miles. And this is going to give me miles as double, like that. And this doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to go into my actions and say class update miles extends action. And this is going to take a string payload, and that means I'm going to have to update it in the middleware. Update miles this dot payload, like that. So here now it's going to give me an error because this is a double, so I'm going to have to say toString here, like that. I could also use a different function to have less or more numbers at the end here, but I'm going to leave it like this for now. I'm going to leave the default specificity. And finally, I'm going to need to use this next here. And all I'm going to do is say next action. And what this is going to do is, so the middleware, remember, is something that just goes between the action and the reducers. But sometimes the middleware has nothing to actually do. So it's going to receive all the actions, check to see if it needs to do anything. But then if it has nothing to do, it still needs to pass it on to the reducer so the reducer can actually do whatever it needs to. And that's where next action comes in. That's just saying, I'm not doing anything with it, but pass along the action so that the reducer can still take care of that action, even if I won't. Okay, so we're back in the reducer. We no longer need to listen to convert because we're doing that in our middleware instead. So we can get rid of all this. Instead, we're going to say else if action is update miles. And remember, so this one's just going to be the one we just created. And we're going to return app_state.copyWith. And prev is going to be the prev state. And this should be capital. And miles is going to be action.payload. So look at this. Now our reducers are so simple. They're so skinny. Really the only thing they're doing is they're just giving us a new state where we're really only updating this action.payload and everything else stays exactly the same. It's very little that we're actually doing, and that's perfectly fine. That's the way it should be. Now that we have all of this, the only thing left to do is actually update it where we create the store, which was in our main.dart over here. And here, where we have store, app state, we have our reducers first and our initial states. Now we can also give it a middleware. And middleware actually takes a list because it's so common for us to have a chain of different middlewares. In fact, it's a bit uncommon to have a single one, but that's the way we're doing it here. So here we're just going to give it the app state middleware. And we don't need to... Did I misspell it? I should not have used the capital here. It should be lowercase. And then we just need to import this. Fix the imports like that. And of course, the first time you type this out, it might try to give you all of these things as well, but keep in mind we're just passing in a reference to it, so you don't want to have all those things. The Redux library knows how to insert the store and the action and the next dispatcher, so we don't need to do that manually. So there is that. Assuming I haven't made any mistakes, it should work correctly. So let's go ahead and see what we have. I'm restarting this. And it's remembered the thing from the last time. So let's actually get rid of all of this first. And try again to restart. I'm going to make this bigger so we can actually see that flow of data. So when I hit the 1, it goes into the middleware, adding 1 to the clean string. Clean string is 1. It goes to the middleware again. The reason it's going to the middleware a second time. So the first time it received that, I'm trying to find exactly, no, I don't want to find exactly where it is. First it's receiving update KM, and that goes through the middleware. It recognizes it here. It does all of this. Then it dispatches updates KM cleaned. Once it has this dispatched, this again goes through the middleware first, but this time it checks this if statement, nothing to do. Checks this if statement, nothing to do. So then it goes next action. That's why we have in the middleware twice. So first here and then over here. And once it goes to next action, that's when we get in the reducer. It gets passed in through here. And then it gets checked, is it update KM cleaned, which in this case it is. So it's giving me the action here. And then it's giving me the new app states with the updated correct kilometers. And again, I really should have been looking at it over here, not in the previous place. Okay, so we can do that. Now let's see what happens when we hit convert. So that works as well. Convert similarly will go, and I lost where I was before. It goes through the middleware. I apparently forgot to put any print statements over here, so I'll just put one over here, print action is convert, just so we can see that flow of data. And I'm gonna restart it. So we put the 1, put the 2, convert, and we can see this works as well. We can have action is convert over here. And now let's see what happens if I try to type in something else. So if I put W, we go through the reducer and the middleware, but it doesn't break it like it did previously. And we can see here it's saying W is not numeric, D is not numeric, F is not numeric. And then we can add more numbers at the end, 0, 1, 2. And when we hit convert, this time, instead of breaking like it did previously, it's just going to give me the miles, ignoring all these letters that I had in between. And as I mentioned, you could do it differently if you wanted. It would be quite simple to instead say that we'll only even add the number to the string if it's numeric, but I chose to do it this way. Both are perfectly fine. Okay, so there you have it, gentlemen. And this is actually it for Redux. This is everything you need to know. By using the reducers, action store, and middleware, you have a complete working Redux store. And this middleware is where we can add all kind of logic. We can add async functions. We can add all kinds of checks or whatever we need. But I did mention that I was going to have a little bit of a challenge for you guys at the end. Right now, our app is perfectly fine. It works, but it's a little bit light on features. How many times am I actually going to be comparing just kilometers to miles? Well, maybe quite often. For myself, maybe I'll do it quite often, but other people might not. But it would be really useful to have this app to compare all kinds of different information. So let's say instead of having kilometers here, I could have some kind of drop down where I could choose kilometers or miles or whatever. And then here I had a different drop down. Instead of miles, I could choose whatever I want to move it into. And then I could have some kind of table or something like that behind the scenes, which compares the different values. And then I can get a different value from all kinds of different numbers. So instead of just being kilometers to miles, I can make it all kinds of units to all kinds of other units. And obviously that's going to be more stuff in the middleware. It's going to require us to have a few more actions. It's going to require us to compare different values and also have some more information in the store. For example, what we're comparing and what we're comparing to. So I think that's a really good challenge for you guys because we've already covered everything you need to know to complete it. But at the same time, it's not super simple either. So you can really stretch that brain muscle and it's going to be amazing. All right, guys, so that's going to be it for this video. And be sure to tune in next time when I go through the solution to that challenge. In the meantime, myself with Vidius, I'm out. Welcome once again to the most missed free Flutter course on the entire internet. And of course, the reason I say it is the most missed free Flutter course is because we have been missing for the past month. But we are back now. And yeah, so I do want to mention a few things before we begin. First of all, I've had a few people ask for contact details like Twitter or anything like that. And I decided I am going to share it in the description below. I don't really use Twitter. I do have Facebook, but I don't use it often at all. So I'm going to just put my LinkedIn and my Instagram. Instagram is the social media I use the most. You guys can follow me if you want. If you don't want to, then don't do it. Entirely up to you, I don't mind. But yeah, so aside from that, let's talk about what we're going to do in the next couple of videos. So in the last video, I mentioned that I wanted to complete that app we were making with Redux. However, I did go over the important things in Redux. The only thing the rest of the app would have done was just show Redux again, or show more examples of Redux, but I wasn't going to introduce any new concepts. And on top of that, I just haven't touched that app in, well, a month since the last time I was recording. So as a result, I'm hesitant to go back to it because it's never really fun to go back to some kind of app you haven't touched or looked at in a long time. So instead of that, what we're going to do is jump into the next part, which is the BLoC. In this module, we've gone over several things already. We've gone over provider, GetX, Redux, and BLoC is the final state management that I want to go over. And we're going to do that through a quick sign-in demo. It's not a real sign-in because it's not going to be connected to any kind of backend, but it's going to be good. We're going to look at BLoC in a few different ways, because when it comes to BLoC, so BLoC is actually the OG, the original state management solution for Flutter. However, it can be a bit complicated. It can be a bit complex. There's quite a lot of boilerplate. So people started preferring other things. I don't know if you guys have actually watched the original talk in which the Flutter guys introduced provider. But if you guys pay attention to the first couple of minutes, they do mention that they still recommend BLoC for most people, but because it's complicated, they decided to also recommend provider as an easier alternative. So yeah, now there are a few different ways of doing BLoC. We could make our own custom one. We're not going to do that. It's going to be a lot of extra work for what I believe is not a lot of extra payoff. Instead, we're going to use the package Flutter BLoC to help us make a BLoC in Flutter. And yeah, there are also a couple of differences between the implementations. We could use just the classes by themselves, which is the way we're going to do it in this video. And in the next video, we'll have a look at a different way of doing it, which is to use the freeze package to create a freeze union, which has a few different benefits. It kind of helps us with some things. Additionally, we can either hold data in the different classes, or we could have a single class which we change and which holds all the data, kind of like a provider. But yeah, we're going to look at both those. In today's video, we'll have the different classes, and they're not actually going to hold any data. Those different classes will be the different data. Whereas in the next video, we'll have different data which can change held in a specific state class. But yeah, that's going to be that. And once we're finished with these couple videos, that's going to be it for this module. So at the end of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of the videos I recorded, put them into a single massive video, which is going to be probably about 7-8 hours long, and upload that. Because I know some people, myself, for example, I prefer really long videos. If, you know, I'm following Rezo Coda on my personal YouTube, and the first thing that attracted to me, the reason I found him was because he put the 7-hour TDD course. And when I saw that, I thought, this is the guy I want to follow. So yeah, those of you that have been following me for a long time, there'll be no need to watch that 7-8 hour, however long it is, video, because it is just going to be everything we've done until now, but it's just there for the new people. But yeah, so let's jump in. So we are speaking about the BLoC today. And let's go ahead and look at the BLoC pattern. So this is, of course, the original package. We're going to be using Flutter BLoC to help us along. And if we look at this, it will show us the data flow. And I do want to mention there is a reason why we are doing BLoC last, and that is because of the additional complexity. And there is a very good reason why we're doing this after Redux, because anybody that has worked with Redux, and especially in JavaScript, will really see a lot of similarities. BLoC is obviously based on Redux, but it's just made specifically for Dart and for Flutter. But let's take a quick look at this, and let's quickly read the overview. So they say the goal of this package is to make it easy to implement the BLoC design pattern, which is called business logic component, right? And this design pattern helps to separate presentation from business logic. Following the BLoC pattern facilitates testability and reusability. This package abstracts reactive aspects of the pattern, allowing developers to focus on writing the business logic. So this is really interesting because it's not just a state management solution like the other things, provider or GetX. what they're designed to do is just hold your states and share your states in your different apps. But this is doing that, but not just that. One of the big benefits to this is to separate the presentation from the business logic. Now, in my own apps, I use BLoC the most often. It is my favorite state management solution for this reason. But one of the big things I want you guys to understand about BLoC is if you come in just thinking you want a state management solution and that's it, then you probably aren't really going to understand it, because there's all this added complexity and you'll be thinking, why am I doing this? You know, what is the purpose in doing all this? Well, this is the purpose. It's about the separation of concern, having them in different things. It's about testability, reusability, and really just the separation of concerns, which is something that, if you want clean architecture, is very, very important. But of course, in your easier, smaller apps, there isn't really too much use in doing this. And if we quickly look at this, so this is essentially what the BLoC looks like. We have some kind of function, which is going to be some kind of event, and then something happens inside this BLoC, we don't know what, and then as a result, a state is going to be emitted. And if we scroll further down, we can see this in a bit more detail. So we have event, we add that, and whatever happens inside the BLoC, we don't really know, and then the state comes out. And here are the different functions. We're not going to use all of these. A lot of these are abstracted away from us. What we will use is map events to state. This is just something that connects the different events and contains all the logic, and then actually spits out the state as a result. And of course, you guys will probably recognize this as being really, really similar to the Redux pattern of having events come in, stuff happens, and then state comes out. One of the big differences between Redux and BLoC is that Redux doesn't hold too much logic. If you put your logic in the reducers, you're not really doing it correctly. You can put a lot of logic inside the middleware, but then the middleware is kind of like this, additional thing. Redux is a more pure state management solution like the others that we spoke about, whereas BLoC takes that idea from Redux and then adds more business logic inside. So it gives us that nice separation. But again, you can really see that it's based on Redux just from that data flow. So yeah, that is that. We're not going to worry too much about what a qubit is. Essentially, it's just some kind of stream which allows us to emit different states, but we're not going to be working with qubits ourselves. It's just done for us under the hood. And then we're going to be using the Flutter BLoC package, which again just has different abstractions, which just hides away some of the details so that we can focus on what we actually want to build. And a BLoC is going to have a few different things we're going to need. First, we're going to need a BLoC provider, which is here. And you might, of course, recognize this word provider. We used it when it came to Redux. We used it when it came to the provider package, obviously, because originally BLoC was entirely separate, but provider ended up being such a good package that the people who made BLoC decided, let's just use this. Let's use provider under the hood. So whenever you are using BLoC, you are also using a provider package. But we don't have to install it ourselves because it's going to be there for us automatically. The BLoC provider is going to be, that's parent widget, which actually gives the BLoC to everything else. Inside, it's going to have the create function and it's going to have some kind of child. Then to actually use the BLoC, we have 3 main different methods, which is, I'll just search for it. The first one is going to be BLoC builder, and here. So what BLoC builder does is it takes the type BLoC as a generic and the state, and then it gives us a function, a builder, which takes the context and the state, therefore allowing us to use that state and the different variables, the different data state has, so we can actually read that data. And then we have BLoC listener, which I spelled wrong. Now, what BLoC listener is going to do is BLoC listener is going to add this listener function, which again is a function which has the context and the state and allows us to react to that state. It allows us to do something in response to that state. So whereas the BLoC builder allows us to read the data, to display it or whatever, the BLoC listener is what allows us to actually react to that state. And finally, we have a BLoC consumer. And a BLoC consumer isn't actually anything new. It's just a wrapper around the BLoC builder and the BLoC listener. So it's those two widgets combined to a single widget. It's as if we had a BLoC listener and the child is a BLoC builder, and like that. We just wrap into a single thing. So it gives us the listener and the builder, which is exactly the same as the previous two. And of course, we did mention the provider. We do also have a multi-BLoC provider, which again, it's the same thing as the BLoC provider. The only difference is that it allows us to add more than one block, which is actually something we will be using in this video. And then finally, I haven't searched for this before. Okay, so I can't seem to find it right now. I was just going to show the different files we need. When we create these files, we're going to get a BLoC, we're going to get the events, and we're going to get the states. We're going to do different things in response to those. Okay, so let's take a look at our starting project, and let's make this a bit bigger. Let's make this a lot bigger. I'm just trying to get rid of my terminal, but it doesn't want to go. I'll just do it that way. Okay, so this is the starting projects I have. It has some things, but not too much. I haven't made it look nice. I just have my main screen here, and in my main screen, it just says sign in demo. I have my different routes, which is going to be my splash screen, my home screen, and my sign in screen. The default screen we go to is going to be the splash screen, but doesn't really contain anything yet. Then we can look at the different screens on the different side here. So home, the only thing this does is it displays some text in the center which says you are now signed in. So obviously we're going to see this after we sign in. Now for the sign in page, and none of this is hooked up. So if you try to use it this way, it's not going to really do much. This just has some text like a banner which says sign in. And then it has two text fields, which again, right now they don't do anything. And finally a flat button which says sign in, but again, it's not hooked up to anything. And finally the splash screen. And all the splash screen is going to do is return a scaffold which has a center and a circular progress indicator. So that's the little wheel thing which spins around. And finally, what we have is our auth repository. So this might look a little bit strange, and this auth repository is not something. So this specific one is not something you would use in your real app because everything is just hard coded over here. What I've done here, and don't worry if you don't understand it too much, I've created a singleton, which basically means whenever I create an auth repository, do not create new auth repositories, just create a single one, right? That's what's going on here. That's why I have a static final auth repository of facade, which I'm going to rename to auth repository. Originally, I was going to call it auth facade, but I renamed it. And that's going to be auth repository.internal. And then we have a factory. When we try to make a new auth repository, it's just going to return this auth repository, which is defined right here, which is here. So it doesn't really have anything. And then we have the static bool authenticated is equals false. So this is what I mean by everything here is hard coded. You're not going to use this in a real app. You would use an auth repository, but not this specific one. So authenticated is marked as false. Then I have a function is user authenticated, which is just going to return this authenticated value. And finally, well, two more. I have a sign in with email and password, which is going to take an email. It's going to take a password. And right now I've just hard coded these to say if the email is my email and the password is just password, we're going to set the authenticated value over here to true, and we're going to return true. So that's basically as if we were signed in. On the other hand, if we have the wrong email, if we have the wrong password, then we're gonna set this to false if it isn't already, and return false to mean we're not signed in. And finally, register with email and password is just gonna return true. We don't really have any checks. Now, if this was a real app, you would have similar methods, but rather than doing this, you'd probably access some kind of backend. You might use Firebase, or you might use whatever other backend. And once you get that value, you will emit or return true, false, or oftentimes the user data. Oftentimes what I would do is return the email address of the signed in user or something like that. But again, here we're just displaying kind of something much simpler. And similar thing with register an email password. Right now we're just returning true, but if this was a real real app, what you would do is actually in this function access that backend and register the user. And we will do that in the future, just not in this module. Okay, so that is all of this, of repository, main, and signing page, right? So the first thing we need to do here is to use that BLoC provider we mentioned. Well, actually, the first thing we need to do is to look into our pubspec.yaml and add the different packages we need. So I'm just going to pull this up, and I'm going to add a Flutter block. And I believe that if you have Flutter block, you no longer need to add the block by itself, but I could be wrong. Before you did need to add both of them, but now we're in, I think it's Flutter block 6.0 or something. We've come quite a long way since the first one. So I have that, and I know I need some other things, but I can't remember what. I think I need the other packages for the next video. So for this one, we'll just leave it like that. Okay, I'm going to wrap my material app in a widget, and I'm going to use a multi-block provider. And currently there is no block. So yeah, there's that. And my multi-block provider is going to take providers, which is going to be a list of block provider. And that's going to have a create function, which currently, I don't have any blocks. So let's go ahead and create something. We're going to be using a package, an extension, which I've already added to myself. But if you guys don't have this package, go ahead and install it. It's BLoC by Felix Angelov, and you can get it through the extensions tab over here. Just search BLoC. Currently we're on 5.3.1, but if you're watching this in the future, then you can have a different version. So yeah, if you have that, what you can do is just control click on lib, or right click for people who use different operating systems, and hit here BLoC, new block. And in fact, I'm going to make a folder first and say BLoC, and then BLoC, new block, object block. And you can see it created 3 different files. I'm going to take these and move them into this folder because it creates a different folder for us, and I don't necessarily, in fact, I'm going to move them back. But I'm going to rename this folder to be called offcheck block. Okay guys, and there is quite a lot of noise outside, so I'm going to end the video here, and I'll either come back to recording this afterwards, or if not, I will have a new video and we'll see how I feel. It's already getting 20 minutes long, so yeah, we'll see. All right guys, so we'll leave it here for now. So we'll just have this first video as an introduction to BLoC. Now, as long as there isn't too much noise outside, I am going to record the rest of the BLoC videos today and just release them tomorrow and the next day, because I do think they're going to be 3 different videos in this series, but we will see. Okay, so for now, myself videos, I'm going to head out. See you guys next time. Take care. Once again to the complete free Flutter course presented by the same person as always, myself, Ovidius Mazuru. So let's quickly think about what we spoke about last time. Last time we introduced the BLoC pattern and we went over to pub.dev and looked at the different things that they actually mentioned they wanted us to do. We spoke about the different structure, the structure that BLoC has with the events and the states. And we were just about to start building our own BLoC when one of my neighbors started being quite loud and I cut the video short. Now I did listen back to the video and I realized that my microphone didn't pick that up, luckily. But from my point of view, it was quite loud, so I didn't want to continue. But no worries, we are back and we're going to continue from where we left off. Okay, so I do very quickly want to mention the structure that the app's going to have. So this app's going to end up having two different blocks. And the reason we're doing that is because we're presenting like a sign-in page. So the first block, all it's going to do is check to see if the user is signed in or not. And if the user is signed in, it's going to reroute us to the main page. If the user is not signed in, it's going to reroute us to that sign-in page. And the second block is going to contain all that data that the sign-in page is actually going to need. Stuff like the email, the password, and if we press sign in, that kind of stuff. But okay, so last time we had just created this block over here, and we're going to end up having two, but this is what we have for now. And I did that by just right-clicking here. And hold on, my video has disappeared, so I'm gonna put it back as soon as I can. Okay, I forgot to tell it to float to the top, so give me a second. There. Okay, now my video is gonna stay. Okay, so where was I? Here. So I did that by going to command click on lib and hitting BLoC new block, which of course is an extension we spoke about last time, which you can get from right here by Felix Angelov. And I believe he's the creator of BLoC, so it was nice of him to actually create this extension to go along with it. But going back here, so doing that action created three different files for us. The main file, the BLoC event.dart, and the BLoC state.dart. And I'm just going to open all of these. Now, these three different files are actually a single file, just split into three different parts. That's why you'll see parts and the rest of the file. So event and state, and here we're in the main file. So whenever we import the BLoC, we always import this first file, which I'm actually going to rename because I just noticed by default it has that BLoC twice, and I think that sounds kind of awkward. So I'm going to remove one of those. And I need to save these as well because this file here was renamed. So one of the things you're going to see is if you want to use anything, if you want to import anything in the state and the event, you actually have to import it in this main BLoC file. You're not going to import anything in the events. You're not going to import anything in the states. You can still use your command click to import it automatically, but those imports will always go in this file, and VS Code and Android Studio should as well. Are going to put them into this file automatically for you, so that's taken care of, which is really nice. Okay, and let's quickly go over what these three different files are. So the off-check BLoC, which is our main file, this contains the constructor for the BLoC, and I'm also going to rename this. I do really like the BLoC pattern, but I have to say I think it's really awkward how this extension doubles up on the BLoC name. It's so weird. It doesn't do it in the other places. Do you know what? Actually, it was my fault because I always called it off-check BLoC. I should have just called it off-check. So I'm going to rename these two as well. In fact, at this point, it would have probably been easier to just delete everything and start over because I really haven't done much so far. And I'm going to leave the file names because it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so the off-check BLoC contains the map event to state function. And this is where we're going to write all of our logic. So in map event to state, what we're going to do is take the different events, which you can see over here, off-check events, and do different things in response to it. And normally this is going to end with us yielding one of the states. You can see this as an async star function. If you haven't seen async star before, don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about async star right now. Essentially, an async star function is a function which returns a stream or needs to do something with a stream. And a stream is just a series of things. If you guys ever worked with futures in JavaScript, they're called promises. That's when you have to await something, when an operation takes a bit longer than usual. So we have to wait for it to finish so we don't slow down the rest of the application. Well, so that's the future. We have to wait for something. On the other hand, a stream is when we get like a lot of futures, one after the other. So rather than waiting for all of them, we just kind of occasionally emit them. So we'll launch one, then wait, then launch another, and so on and so forth. It's also a way of just constantly listening for something. So that is that. Inside the events, it's going to be the same as the Redux events that we had. We're going to add these events to our BLoC in the main files or in our UI, and our BLoC is going to do something in response to it. And finally, our state is what we're actually reading here. Okay. So let's start by actually making the state. And this is normally how we start. So we're going to have 3 different states in this off check block. The first one is going to be off check initial. And this is just going to be an empty state. It's just going to, it's basically going to say that we've requested to know if we're authenticated or not, but we haven't received that answer yet. In a real app, it would take, it might take some time to get that answer. It's not going to take a long time. It could be just 500 milliseconds, could be less, could be more. In this app, because we hard-coded everything, it's going to be like pretty instant, but, I do want to at least pretend it's a real app. So there's that. And it's not going to contain any data. It's just going to be like that. And then I'm going to have an off. I think it's really awkward that it says off check. I'm going to call it off state initial and off state authorized authenticated. And we're going to extend off check states. So as you can see, all of the states are going to extend this abstract class off check states here. So yeah, that's great. And I will tell you the truth, I don't normally work with blocks this way. In the next video, I'll show you guys how to use freezed. That's the way I normally do it. And then we're also going to have class of state unauthenticated. Extends off check states like this. So these are going to be our 3 states, and we're going to listen to them inside our UI and do different things in response to these different states. And then the events. Well, let's think what kind of, I'm definitely in the wrong place. Let's think what kind of events can we have? What do we want to emit? The first thing we're going to emit is like a request to find out if we're signed in or not. So we'll say class of event sign in off requested credentials requested. I don't know, that sounds really awkward. Off events off requested. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so now we have an event and we have our states. So then we're going to go inside our off check block, and here we can write the logic. And you can see we already have this function which takes the events. And before that, we do need to update this because I changed the name. So I made my initial here be off state initial rather than off check block initial. So I'm just going to update that. And now I can say if event is off check, what did I call it? Off check, off events, off request. That's really awkward. Yeah. that's fine. I'm not used to doing it this way because normally I'd use freezed, and I think it's much more elegant. And then what are we going to do here? Well, we want to access our auth repository and find out, we'll call this is user authenticated function and do something in response to this. We'll emit the state in response to this. So I want access to this auth repository, therefore I need to pass this in. So just like any other class, my BLoC can take parameters or arguments when we actually create it. So I could say final, and what type did I use here? Auth repository. And of course I'll have to, after I write something, I'll have to import it. Final auth repository, I'll use an underscore auth repository like this. And now I should be able to import it like this. And now that I've done this, I can generate my constructor like this. So you can see it's just like any other class. We can do this stuff. We can pass in any other data. So yeah, that's fine. And now we can say if event is auth event requested. And let's see. So we're going to call this is user authenticated, and that's going to give us a bool, true or false. So we'll say final is user authenticated equals underscore auth repository, which of course is going to call this thing here, dot is user authenticated. And then we can say if is user authenticated. And I could also just copy this here, but if I were reading that code, I would think it looks really awkward. I don't like having this kind of stuff inside the if statements, but that's fine. You can do it if you want. So we'll say if is user authenticated. Now we're going to use this yield keyword, and yield basically says like emit that state or emit something. In this case, it's going to be a state. And the state we're going to emit if the user is authenticated is just going to be this one right here, auth state authenticated. And if the user is not authenticated, we will yield auth state unauthenticated. So this is super simple stuff, at least at this level. We have an event coming in, we check the type of event, and we do something in response to the event, and then we yield some kind of state. And this is exactly why I started with this example, because there's nothing really here. In the last projects I was working on, this file ended up being 1,200 lines of code. I had, just a lot of stuff. And that's not even that large for a BLoC. It can sometimes become quite unyieldy, but this one is not. Okay, so now that we have all of this, let's look at how we can actually use this in our UI. So if I go back into my splash screen, if I go to my main actually, so my main goes to splash screen, right? And splash screen currently just returns this, but instead of doing this, first let's give it access to, I'm going to close these for now. So first we need to give it access to that BLoC we just created. And we had started doing this last time, but we didn't finish. So inside our, I'm doing it here inside main, but you can do it, you should do it as low down as you can. So you need it to be high enough to cover all the widgets that are going to use this BLoC or provider, whatever you use it for, but at the same time as low as possible. But in this case, I do want it at the top. And here we're going to use the multi-BLoC provider because I'm going to have the two different blocks. And the first one's going to be this BLoC provider. And in create, so create's going to take a function with a context. And we're just going to do the arrow function to say auth check BLoC. And the auth check BLoC is going to take an auth repository. And here it's undefined. And honestly, I don't normally create blocks this way. Normally I use GetX to do it for me. So I need to pass in the auth repository. So what I'm going to do is just make one right here. Auth repository. I thought I don't need to. I can just say auth repository, and that's fine. So I'm creating a brand new auth repository right here inside the constructor for the object block. This is a little bit awkward, so I could also create it here and then pass it in here, but I'm not going to use it anywhere else, so I don't want to do that. That's fine. So this is how we actually create it. We have our block provider, create, context, then you have the block, and you're just using that constructor that we literally just created. So a lot of times there's going to be nothing here, and it's just going to be the empty block. But in this case, I do want to pass in something. Okay, so now that I have this, I can go to my splash screen or wherever else I want to use the value. And then we have those three different functions we spoke about last time. We have the listener, the consumer, and the builder. In this case, I'm going to use that listener. The listener is going to, well, listen to what's being yielded, and then it's going to do something in response to that. So, excuse me. So I'm going to wrap this in a widget, and I just can't remember if I use a scaffold in these. I did use a scaffold. So, because I used a scaffold in the previous ones, I'm just going to leave this aside for now. So I'm going to wrap this in a block listener. And my listener is a function which is going to take a context, and it's also going to take dynamic, it's not telling me what, but it's a state. And then we can do something in response to that. And then we can also have a child. And child can be, for now, let's have what we had before. So the body will be the center, and the child will be the circular progress indicator, like this. So that's fine. So now inside this listener, I can listen to that state and just do different things. So I'll say if state is, and I'm going to pull up that state again so I can see exactly what I have. This is the wrong one. Yeah. We'll start with this. If state is off state initial, I don't actually have to do anything. So yeah, I'll just return. Else if state is off state authenticated, then I can say navigator.of context.push replacement named, and the route name we're going to use. So if we're authenticated, we want to go to the home screen. That's going to be home screen.route name. And else. So just to be really clear, for this one, I'm going to actually say else if state is off state unauthenticated. And say navigator.of context push replacement named. And here we're going to use our sign in screen.route name, like that. Okay. So what are we doing here? Well, we're just listening to the state, as I mentioned, and we're doing something in response. If it's the initial one, we're not doing anything. Like nothing's actually happening. So this is going to end up just displaying my scaffold with the center and the circular progress indicator. So yeah, super simple. On the other hand, if the state that we're receiving is the off state authenticated, so that means that we are already logged in, then we're going to call our navigator and push replacement named. So that means that we're going to leave this page. We're not going to have access to that back button. If I just use push named, then I could use back to go back to the splash screen. But this doesn't make sense in this case. I don't want people to go back to the splash screen, which is just here as a temporary thing while we figure out if somebody's logged in or not, right? That that's not logical. So here we're using push replacement name to say if we're authenticated, go ahead and go to the home screen. And finally, if we're not authenticated, then go ahead and push this sign-in screen, right? So send us to the sign-in screen so that we can actually authenticate and then do something in response to that. Okay, so I know this was quite simple. This is why I wanted to do it together in the previous video as well, but that didn't end up happening. In the next video, we're going to take a look at the sign-in screen, and we're going to make a second block, and we're going to use freezed to make it a bit more complicated. In fact, we haven't quite finished because I forgot something. Remember how we had this somewhere? We had this auth event of requested, right? We want to check if the user is signed in as soon as we create this block, as soon as we start the app. So what we're going to do is over here in the constructor, I'm just going to say ... add, and now I can add whatever event I want to. And in this case, I'll add const of check event, of events, in fact, of requested. And it's giving me an error because probably haven't imported something. I might have made a mistake on my, yep. I forgot to extend off check event because normally I wouldn't do that. Normally I wouldn't write anything like that. In the next video, you guys will see what I mean. And it should let me use const. I'm not sure why it doesn't, but okay, it's giving me an error. I'll get rid of it. That's fine. So what I'm doing here, this add is just adding an event. And this ... notation, this double dot, it's like having two lines. It's like saying on the first line, have the auth check block with the auth repository. And then in the second line, we're going to take whatever we have, the auth check block, and .add of event of requested. So we can simplify this into a single line by using this ... notation. It basically says whatever we have here, take that, and it's as if we're creating a new line to do whatever we're doing with it. So like this. So now that we're doing this, what's happening is that as soon as the app starts, we add this auth check block, and straight away we add this event. Straight away we check to see if a user is authenticated. And let's look at the actual flow of data, because when we do that, so we're going to create this, and that's going to cause this auth state initial to be emitted, simply because that's always the first one that's emitted, right? Because it could take time to get the response. And then, so that comes out first. And then the auth requested is added. This event is added for us, and that's going to go here. It's going to check to see if it's this type of event. It is this type of event, and then we're going to get the response here. In this case, we're going to get false because this is false. And once we get that false response, we're going to end up emitting auth states unauthenticated, and because of that, because this is yielding that state inside the splash screen, we're listening to the state and we check, is it initial? Well, it's not initial. Is it authenticated? It's not authenticated. Is it unauthenticated? Yes, it is. In that case, push replacement named and go to the sign-in screen. Okay, there we go, guys. So that's the basic flow of BLoC. In BLoC, we have map event states. We have our, not this file. We have our states, which we're emitting, and our events. If it still seems a little bit fuzzy, don't worry about it. I did create this simple example. I did choose the simple example for a reason. I wanted it to start off nice and easy. In the next video, it's going to be quite a bit more complicated than this one. So I hope you guys will stick around, and I hope you guys learn a lot in that one. But for now, myself, Vidius, I'm out. Take care, guys. I had just signed off. I thought I was finished, and then I decided to actually run this to see if it's doing what it should be doing, and I realized I made a mistake. So let me just make this bigger again. I forgot here in the BLoC listener to give it a type. So whenever we have the BLoC listeners, also the consumers, and I've got to plug my headphones into my mic. Whenever we have BLoC listeners, consumers, and builders, we always need to give it the type of block and the type of state. So in this case, this is the off check block, and let's just double check. This one takes, yeah, both, and the off check states like this. Okay. So if you forget this, like I just did, this is what you will see. A big red thing, which says block provided of, called with a context that does not contain a qubit of type qubit dynamic. Essentially what this means is it doesn't know what block to search for, because you'll often end up having multiple blocks, which is what we'll end up having. So we didn't tell Flutter which block to use. So let's try it again, see if it crashes again. I wouldn't be surprised if I forgot something. Yeah, see, perfect, signs in. So this is what we should have seen the first time. And what I'm going to do, in fact, is make this really small and make this a lot smaller so we can see exactly the way it moves. So I'm going to refresh this, and you can see for a second you saw that it actually moved, right? You saw that that slide in. I should slow this down, but I don't know how to slow it down. Yeah. Okay, let's try it once again. And look very carefully. Right here you can see a slide in. So that's from this navigator of context push replacement. So for just a fraction of a second, we had a circular progress indicator, but because we've hard coded it, everything is instant, and straight away we're pushing the new screen. Okay, and this time it works. So guys, don't forget to give the BLoC listener, the BLoC consumer, and the BLoC builder your block as a type, in this case off check block, and also your state, off check state, because if you do forget to do that, it's going to crash like mine just did, and that's not going to look good. All right, so for the second time, myself, Vidius, I'm out. Take care, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the complete free Flutter course presented by the same person, as always, myself. We're going to have a really quick video right now, and then we'll have a longer one later today. One of my subscribers asked me about why I include the const keyword before things like edge insets, and if I couldn't have written edge insets without the const keyword. And the simple answer is yes, I could have. You can always omit the const keyword if you want to. I don't think you're ever forced to use const, but that's not a good thing to do. I don't want to go into too much detail about what const is. Instead, we're going to talk about linting. But really quickly, the reason we're using const is a runtime constant. It tells the compiler that since we already know what it is at compile time, let's just create that object once, a single time, and reuse the same object multiple times for our projects, rather than creating a new project, a new object, which might be exactly the same. So by using const, we're actually saving resources, we're saving RAM, we're saving memory or whatever else. So our projects can run more easily, and they can become more performant. So obviously it's a good thing to do. But the next question becomes, how do I know when I can use const and when I cannot? And that's where linting comes in, because for myself personally, I don't know every single place I can use const. Now I have a pretty good intuition for it, of course, because I've used linting for a while. But when I started, I had no idea. And by the way, if you do see anybody use something like edge insets without using const, normally the reason they're doing that is they just forgot, or they don't have linting turned on, so they just didn't realize they were making a mistake. But I would consider it a mistake. I think you should always have const before edge insets or anything like that. But that leads us to linting. So what exactly is linting? Linting essentially is it's like rules, best practices that we can follow to make our code more readable, or sometimes more performance, or different things. It has all kinds of different rules in it. And linting is basically these rules we can install on our IDE to kind of help us along to write our code the correct way. And of course, Google has some linting rules automatically. And if you do use Android Studio, then certain linting rules will come pre-included with Android Studio. However, Google has this awkward thing where if they have a linting rule in Google, they absolutely must follow it. No matter what's happening, you have to follow it. And so as a result, Google ends up having many suggestions, right? They end up not being linting rules, they're just linting suggestions. So if you are using the automatic one in Android Studio, it's not going to be complete at all, because there will be many times when you don't want to follow those rules. And if it's a real linting rule in Android Studio, then the people at Google have to follow it. So as a result, they're quite hesitant to make things rules, and you end up with those suggestions. So as a result, I think it's highly recommended to install some kind of linter to help us out, to give us more, more suggestions, and to just tell us when we're doing something wrong, which is exactly where this comes in. And there are several different packages, but this is the one I use, lint. I learned about it from Rutocoda, Mate, and I see no issue with it. It works perfectly fine. So this is what I'm going to use. And obviously this is from pub.dev. We can get it through going here, or just using that pub-spec assist we have. So we're going to go to pub-spec.yaml, Control-Shift-P, that was it, pub-spec assist, and this is going to be the other one, dev dependencies. And I'm just going to type in lint, and you see this installs lint 1.3.0, which should be this one. Yeah, and there are a few different linters as well. If you just type in lint or linter, different ones will come up. I personally haven't used linter or effective Dart, this one, but I think they're all going to be pretty much the same. I don't think there's anything wrong with using a different one. Okay, and now that we have this, so we're going to save this as always, and that's going to cause my Flutter pub get to run. And I'm going to right click on the root folder and hit new file, and we're going to make an analysis options.yaml. And this needs to be in the same folder as your pub-spec.yaml. So this is the very, very root. It's further down than lib. And in this analysis options.yaml file, this is where we can set specific rules. And the first thing we want to do is import the lint rules that we just installed. So we're going to say include, and then we're going to say, and we don't have quotes here because this is a YAML file, package lint slash analysis options. It would help if I could spell .yaml like that. Okay, and once I save this, this is going to install all of the lint rules, and I won't be surprised if it then tells me that I've made a lot of mistakes everywhere, or a couple of mistakes, I don't know. But on top of this, we can also set our own rules. I don't know if this is working yet. It's not telling me I made any mistakes. So let's try doing something. Yeah, it is telling me I have a lot of mistakes. So you can see now, if I pull up the terminal here, under problems, I have a lot of things. So here, prefer const with constant constructors. So this is one of the places where I completely missed it, simply because with constants, it has to be a runtime constant. Anything which you can change, anything which is dynamic, usually cannot be const. So a scaffold, normally I would have my own dynamic values. So normally it's not a const. But in this particular case, I hard-coded you are now signed in, and the text style is also hard-coded, it's never going to change. So in this specific case, I can put the const here. And if my linter hadn't reminded me, I would have had no idea. It would have been completely over my head. I'm not even going to lie. And then we also have this one. And see, it gives you that nice blue underline. So I can save it. But on top of this, we can also set our own rules. So something I might do. First, let me show you how. We can just say analyzer, and then we can say errors to upgrade something to an error. And we can have the different names of the specific, of the actual lint rule. So I could say, for example, prefer const constructors. And of course, I would not do this because there will be times when I don't want to follow this lint rule. And if I do this, and I'm just checking if I made any mistakes, it should be error, not errors. And now that I save this, anytime I don't follow this lint rule, it's not going to come back as a warning, it's going to come back as an error. So now it's really forcing me to follow this. Now, obviously, with this specific lint rule, I'm not gonna, it doesn't make sense to have as an error. But there are others which do. For example, one that I got from Ade was to have return statements. If I have a missing return statement, I have that come up as an error because, that's the way it should be. For example, I could say missing return error. So now if my function has a return attached to it and I don't have that return, it's going to come back as an error because obviously I made some kind of mistake, something's not going right. Another one that I normally use is missing required param. This should also be an error. And this is one I really like actually. And must be, so I'm just looking at my other screen to see other things that I personally have. Must be immutable. I do not want to use. I have it on my previous, on different projects. So these ones are upgrading the severity, but I can also downgrade the severity. Another thing that I might often do is tell my linter to ignore certain rules. The one which just drives me insane, which I always make sure to ignore, is avoid print. So we can say the name of the rule with that colon and then ignore. And in fact, let me show you how I get that name. So if I go to my home.dart, for example, it could be anywhere, and I can say print hello world. This is going to come back as a lint warning because we shouldn't have print statements in production code. But of course, this is not production code. So I want to have this. I want to be able to follow my, the flow of information. Personally, I use print statements much more than the debugger. So you can see it gives me the description, and this is the name of the warning. So here, avoid print. So I can also control click on this, by the way, and this is going to come up and give me more details, but that's for a later time. Now I can just copy what it says here, in this case avoid print if it wants to stay up. And it doesn't want to let me drag, but that's fine. And then I can just type it, avoid print, and ignore. And I could also just copy it from over here. So for example, I could say prefer const constructors, ignore. And the const constructors, I would never ignore this one. It was just an example. But yeah, avoid print. So now that I do this, this is no longer going to come back as a warning. So when I'm coding, this is great to have. So I can actually have my print statements wherever I want, and this isn't going to, yell at me or blow up on me. On the other hand, we can see here, we forgot my const. Gonna add it here, and also in this text field, and this text field, and this one as well. Okay, and I'm just looking to see, yeah, in my other projects I have a few other lint things which doesn't really make sense to use here. So yeah, I guess we'll go over those at later points. There is one more thing I want to go over, which is exclude. What exclude does is that it allows us to show different files in which we're not going to apply any of these lint errors or lint warnings. And you might be wondering, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to not lint a specific file? Well, that's actually going to lead us really nicely into the next video, where we're going to start working with a little bit of generated code. One of the things we can do these days is we can use different packages which make code for us. And that generated code sometimes doesn't follow the lint rules perfectly. For example, it might have the imports out of order, or it might create a class which we end up not using anywhere because we just don't need it. And then that's going to be a lint warning. It's going to say, why are you creating something and not using it? But I might want to use that in the future, or maybe it's just giving me 10 different classes and I happen to only use 8 of them. Well, I don't want to get that warning for the other 2, right? So rather than me going through and deleting that code, which will be put back when I run that generator again anyway, and it's just going to be frustrating, or also I could ignore it at that point, but then again, when the code gets generated again, my commented out ignore, which I haven't showed you guys that yet, so let me actually show you how to do that. So for now, I'm just going to get rid of my ignore thing here, and that's going to give me this back. If I want to ignore a lint rule just for one specific place, not the rest, I can control click, and here, ignore lint, avoid print for this line. And all that's going to do is just give the comments here, ignore, avoid print, and this way my linter knows to ignore the next line. So I can do this. It's really useful if I don't want to ignore the rule everywhere, but just in one specific place. So yeah, this is something I could do in a generated file, but then when that file gets generated again, then this comment is going to end up being deleted because, you know, it's rewriting everything. So as a result, let me put this back. Avoid print is going to be an ignore, which of course leads us to exclude. So we can either have specific files or we can use regex to match different types of files. So some which I use would be star.star.g.dart, because a lot of generated files have that file name .g.dart. Another which I use, which we're going to see in the next video, are going to be star.star.freezed.dart, because the freeze package makes the generated files which end in the file name .freeze.dart. So yeah, and aside from that, I can also give the exact name of the file. So I'm going to get rid of my avoid print again, so we can see the warning over here, just so I can show you what this would look like. I can get the exact file path from here. So lib/creans/home and save this. And now that I save this, assuming I haven't made a mistake anywhere, which apparently I have made a mistake, this should have ignored this. I might have to restart my VS Code or something like that, but I don't want to do that right now. Oh, because I missed .dart, that's why. You need to give the ending. Okay, it still doesn't want to do it, but after I restart VS Code, it should do that for me. I'm not exactly sure why it's not doing that, but it doesn't really bother me. But I was just trying to show you guys how to do that. For now, I'm going to put it back this way because this is the way I want it to be in the next video. So yeah, and then I can just get rid of my prints. I don't need this either. And yeah, that's going to be it for this video. Be sure to tune in for the next one, where we're going to continue looking at BLoC, and we're also going to take a quick look at the freeze package. But for now, myself and Vidius, I'm going to head out. Take care, guys. Welcome back, everybody, to another video right here at the complete free Flutter course. If you can hear my fan from my laptop going completely crazy, that's because we're still rendering the video from the lint. Yeah, from the lint video that we just recorded. So yeah, my fan's gonna be a bit busy, but that's gonna end in about 6 minutes. So while we're recording this. Okay, so what are we talking about today? We're going to carry on with our BLoC, and I mentioned that while I was coding BLoC in the previous videos, I wasn't doing it the way I would normally do it in my own projects. And the reason for this is because normally I used a package called freezed, which helps me with some things. Sorry, I can't be more specific. It creates data unions or freeze unions, which give us a few different advantages. For example, it automatically creates a copy with function. Copy with, we could make it ourselves, it's not terribly complicated. All that does is it takes an object and copies that object with all of the old values, but we can override only 1 or 2 values. And what do I mean by that? I need to open something where there's actually logic. Let's take my BLoC, for example, and we're not gonna, we're gonna delete this afterwards. This is just an example. If I had, I can't think of an example. If I had I need to actually make a new class, class car, for example, and this could have final int top speed, and I could also have final int the final string color. If I had a copy with function, which I do not, but I could make one, we could say first we need to make a default constructor. Okay, it doesn't want to let me. I'm making a lot of mistakes today. first we need to generate the constructor, and then we could have a car, and this gave me another error because this should be capital. I made the wrong thing capital. This is why we installed the lint thing in the previous video, so now we can see when we're messing up. Car to copy with, and this could take a int top speed and a string color. And this should probably be a factory. And then we could say, let's give me an error because I don't have the return yet. Then we could say return car like this, and then top speed, this dot top speed is going to be equal top speed, not equals null, top speed, or this dot top speed. Okay, I'm not doing Git very well because obviously I don't. This should be more like this. As you guys can tell, I do not often do this at all. Normally I would just use my freezed generated copy with. Okay, it would look something like this, not quite like this. Essentially what my copy with function is going to do is it's going to say, if I passed in a value here, then use, I know what I'm missing. I'm supposed to have a car, previous car. What this would do is say, if I pass in top speed, use the value I passed in. If I, however, have not passed in a top speed, use the top speed from the previous value. And I can attach this to a class so that it uses the previous class. So I know I'm not making so much sense. I know I show that pretty badly. So let's instead show what it would look like when we're actually using it. It would look something like, let's say I already have a car, right? And this car could be whatever. So car C equals, and by the way, this of course will not work because I haven't actually made that copy with function. Top speed could be 14, 144 in fact, and the string could be red, right? But then when I say c.copy with, I could then give it a top speed of 200. And now this is actually going to return a new object. So I should actually say c2 equals, but I don't need to make a new object. I could also just leave it like this. It depends on what the situation is. So now c2 is going to have the new top speed, but it's going to take anything else that we didn't override from the previous thing. So this is one of the things it gives us. It also gives us a really nice map function. Map is something I use quite often as well. And what the map function from freezed is going to do is it's going to force us to go through every single instance of something. And all this will make more sense when we actually use it, don't worry about it. And another thing it gives us is freezed unions, which is kind of like the enums. So think of when we do, for example, main axis alignment in a column. We can just type in, if I have something like this, font weight is a good example. When I want to select a font weight, I can just type in font weight and then hit dots. And then if my laptop was a bit faster, these different options would show up. I can select W600. I don't need to remember them by heart. On the other hand, you guys saw in the previous video in my states, when I was working with these, I kept forgetting what the name of this is. So wouldn't it be nice if these would be packaged together in an enum the same way that font weight or main axis alignment or cross axis alignment is? What if we could just say offcheck state dot initial? You know, wouldn't that be nice? So this is another thing that freezed unions give us, and also a few other things that we have not mentioned. And yeah, So let's delete this because we made a complete mess. Let's pretend that didn't happen. I swear I'm not that bad of a coder. Or maybe I am, who knows? Yeah, let's go back to this and let's look at how we should do it. So we need to install the freezed and freeze annotations. Trying to see if they give us yeah, information here. We need freeze annotations, we need build runner, and we need freezed as dev dependencies. And then under the motivation, it will tell us a few more things that it gives us. But honestly, I told you some of them. I told you the ones I use, so that's going to be fine. So we're going to go back to pubspec.yaml, and for dev dependencies we need freezed, and dev dependencies we need build runner. This sometimes can cause problems if you have other packages installed. It's not uncommon to get conflicts with build runner. If you do have that issue, then just play around with the different versions. Let's say if I had maybe BLoC test has conflicts, or at least it had, I don't know anymore. If I had a conflict there, I might change this to 1.9 or something like that. Just play around with the different versions until you find something which does not have a conflict. Okay, so those were our dev dependencies. I'm also going to need one regular dependency, which is freezed annotations. So you can see I have the latest freeze annotation here, freezed here, build runner here. Okay, that's fine. Just saving this stuff. I hope I haven't broken this. Okay, so we're going to close all of this. And what we're going to do now is create another block, because I have my off check block, but now I want something which holds the password, which holds the email address, something like that. And I can't even remember how I made it this project, so I might be doing this wrong, but never mind. So we're going to go to right click, new block, and let's call this one just auth. And that's going to create a folder called BLoC, which I'm going to rename to be, apparently I deleted it. I wanted to rename it, but yeah, apparently I made a mistake. So BLoC, new block, let's call it auth. And right click, rename, auth. Call it auth block as well. That's fine. So I put it inside the off check block, but it doesn't really matter. I could also put it just inside BLoC. Maybe it is inside there already. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it for now. Okay. And this needs my VS Code to be restarted. One of my subscribers told me a nice shortcut to reload VS Code, but I forgot. So I'm just going to restart it instead. And thank you to whoever told me the shortcuts, and I'm sorry I forgot about it. Okay, so now when we go to states, we can, and you can see this has the freeze annotation already because it's nicely integrated. So we have @freezed abstract class of state, or whatever we want to call it, with of state. This should come automatically. If not, you could type it out. So it's going to be freezed abstract class, and then the name of the class. So I could make, I was using it in one of my previous projects. So let me just look at what I was using. I had something like filters. I can't see it right now. And then underscore, $, filters. So it's going to be whatever class you call it with an underscore and a $. And then const factory, the name of the class, dot, and then what you want that enum thing to be. So first name. Then you could have an underscore. You don't need an underscore first name. And keep in mind, this is going to make another class, right? So because it's going to be another class, this name doesn't need to be unique. It can cause conflicts. I made this mistake previously. I had ascending filters, and I also had descending filters. and I just use something like first name here, and then in my descending filters, I had abstract class with desk filters. You can also make a VS Code snippet, which I do have installed here, but I'm showing you how to do it by hand first. And then I had something like const factory desk filters dot first name. I thought this might be okay because, you know, why not? And I had the same name. Anyway, what ended up happening when I did this was it didn't work. It crashed, right? And the reason that happened was because these two were the same. And initially I'd thought that maybe because I'm using the different class name here, the different enum, then it should be fine. But I forgot that this is just an alias for this class name. This class name is what it actually is under the hood. So you can't do this. Okay. But anyway, I was just showing you. And I think maybe I don't have freeze installed. I don't know why it's still giving me errors. Did I not get this? Or maybe this had some kind of, yeah. See, this is what I mentioned before. Sometimes we can get different errors here. In this case, it says that sign-in page depends on build runner 1.10, which requires 2.10 or higher, but here I had 2.7. So let's try changing this to 2.10. Let's see if that's okay. Sign page requires SK1. The current version is 2.10. Oh, so let's just try this one. .beta, because this is what it is anyway. Now it's still giving me an error. It requires version 2.9.0.93 dev. I don't really want to do that. Okay, so we're going to take this back to 2.10. I don't want to use the dev SDK. And instead, I'm going to change my build runner to something like this and see if this will fix the conflict. No. Let's try 1.9. It really should be able to fix this for you by itself, but as you can see, mine is not doing it. I'll change this to 2.9. Sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating just trying to get the correct versions. You can also just go on Google and try to find out which specific ones you need for which specific situation. But normally that's what I do. I just kind of guess. But yeah, this one worked. So 2.9 with build runner 1.9 has worked. Let me check what I had in my previous project. Just give me a second. I have two different laptops, the Mac, which I use for work, and my own Linux system. So in the projects I was using there, which is a real project, I have SDK 2.7 with build runner 1.10.0, and that did not cause a conflict. Okay, but this one has. All right, whatever, I'm not going to complain. All right, but now that we have this, I have gotten this. Just gonna get it again. Now it should find these. Now this file of BLoC.freeze.dart doesn't exist yet because it hasn't been generated, right? So let's finish what we were doing here. So in the previous BLoC example, I had the different classes for the different states, but now that I'm using a freeze union, I do not want different classes. I only want a single class to represent everything. So what I'm going to do instead is say const factory of state and just leave like this. I'm actually not going to have the different versions. I will use it for the events, so you will still see that. I shouldn't have this. This should be equal to of state. And now I can have the different pieces of data which I need to follow in here. So I'm passing them to the states. So I could have a at required string email address, at required string password, at required string confirmation, at required bool show confirm or show confirmation. I think that's it. I could also have an at required string error messages or error message like that. And that's going to be fine for now. And then of course we need the semicolon here. Sorry, my fingers are not going so great because this keyboard is a tiny bit different than my Mac, and I got used to typing on my Mac mostly. Then we can have a factory of states.initial, and this is going to give us our initial values. And this would be email address is going to be empty, because of course when we open the app I don't want anything there. Password is going to be empty. Confirmation is going to be empty. Show confirmation is going to be false. Error message is going to be empty. So what this is saying is that when I say offState.initial, this is going to return to me a new offState object in which all of these values are empty and show confirmation is false. And the reason I'm doing this is because this is my initial state. So in the previous BLoC, the way we did that was we created an entirely separate class. And I could have had data inside of here, right? But I wasn't using it in this particular case, so I did not do it. And the way I have it here instead is with the freeze union with the dot initial, and I have these empty values here instead. So that's fine. I'm going to close this. And now let's think about the different events that we're going to need, right? And I'm going to open this on the side so I can kind of be reminded of these things. So the different events which we could have would be email changed, const factory of events. So this time it actually is a proper freeze union because I'm going to have the different functions here. Password changed equals password changed. Const factory of event dot confirmation changed equals underscore confirmation changed. Of event dot toggle show confirm. So what this is going to do is think of when we have our sign in page, we're going to have some kind of, by default it's going to show email and password, but then it's going to be a button which is going to say a register instead, and when we hit that register, that's going to trigger toggle show confirm, which is going to turn show confirmation into true. And I'm going to have some kind of flag. So in that login page, I'll have if show confirm, then it's going to have email, password, confirmation as 3 different text fields. But on the other hand, if show confirmation is false, it's just going to have the email and password. So this event is what's going to switch between having 3 different text fields and having just 2 text fields. Okay, so toggle show confirm. Another really nice thing about these freeze unions is I'm never going to use these. I'm always going to use these ones. So as a result, if I were to spell this completely wrong, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I don't work with that anyway, so that's fine. Okay, so almost there. Const factory of event dot. Am I going to have login? I can't remember if I had my login in the previous one. Yeah. Okay, I'll have login. In fact, it should be login pressed, because I need to actually do the logic to check if it's correct. Const factory of event dot registration pressed, or triggered. I could use that word as well. Registration triggered. I'm pretty sure I spelled that wrong, but again, I don't have to care. Const factory of event dot so the error message, I am going to change it, but the user is not going to have the ability to change it, right? This is something I'm going to trigger from my off block. It doesn't make sense to have an event doing this. So I'll get rid of that. Okay, I think that's it. We're probably going to remember more things in the future. So you can see all of these red things are because these things don't exist yet, but we're going to make them. So we're going to open up our terminal here. And there are two different commands we could use. We could either use build or watch. So it's going to be flutter pub run build underscore runner. And then we can either use build. If we use build, what this is going to do is just run this command one time. And when it's finished, it's going to stop. So right now it's going to look at all my files. It's going to see where I use the different annotations which have code generation, which in this project is just freezed, but you can have a few different ones as well. And keep in mind, this has to be updated here. This has to be imported here. And for the parts, you might have to manually add this if you're doing it in a different file. It's going to be the exact name of the file, of BLoC in this case, dot freezed for our freeze unions, but for different things, like for Hive, we use .g, and then .dart, right? And our build runner is going to look for where we have different things like this, and then it's going to generate that code for us. So if we just give it a second, it's not there yet. It's just running. Sometimes this part can get blocked as well. I forget the exact fix for it, especially when using Hive. I don't think it's happened with freezed, but yeah. When we get a Hive, I will probably have to go over that. Okay, so now that that has finished, we can see we have a new file here, offblock.freezed. And we're not going to go over all of this. We're not going to go over pretty much any of it, because you can see it is a huge, huge file, right? And it says here, freeze generator, generated code, do not modify by hand, of course, because it used it for me. Oh, previously we didn't have unused elements, right? Previously they didn't have this lint rule. It's really nice that they're doing it this time. So for example, this gives us, as I mentioned, a copy with, and we're going to find it in a lot of different places. It also gives us map and a few different things. Okay, so this is really nice. It's going to allow us to use that. Now let's look at how we can actually use this. I'm going to get rid of my terminal because I don't need it anymore. Oh, let me also show you the other command. I could also use flutter pub run build runner watch, and if you do this, you should really include this flag, delete conflicting outputs. What this is going to say is sometimes for different reasons the build process can kind of get stuck halfway, and those old files are going to block the new, building the new files, and delete conflicting outputs or whatever it was. Yeah, my fingers remember that command better than my brain does. If you include that flag, it's going to say if there was something to have blocked you, delete those blocked files, those blocking files, so you can actually generate the new code. So you can see when I use this watch command, this is still here. And the nice thing about that is that if I were to make a change, say I don't want to display the error messages here, and save it, then this is going to run for me and make those changes. And I could also put it back. So now you can see it's giving me an error because error message is not currently part of this because I made those changes. But now saving it, my watch is going to automatically run, and it's going to be that. I'm actually not going to use it because my laptop's not the fastest and I'm doing a lot of things right now. Okay, so now that we have this, so let's look back at our BLoC. We need to start with our initial value. So when our BLoC first starts, what is it that we're passing in? Well, in this case, we're going to use this here. We're no longer using the separate class. We're using this, right? So this is the same way how we use that union thing. Okay, and now we're going to get rid of this. And keep in mind, now that we're inside the BLoC, this is where we need to go over the different events and do things in response to our events. So I'm actually going to put my events on the side now so we can see that. And this is one of the nice things that that freeze gives us. I can say yield of event, I believe it's events dot map, right? And this map function comes from freeze. It's going to automatically give me all of these, one for each. The first thing I'm going to do is put semicolon at the end. Then I'm going to put comma here so I can format it. And I definitely forgot how to format on Linux. The code is different for there we go, for Mac. And these days I normally use Mac. Now I can hit Control D to select all of these. And instead of null, what I want to do is this. And it might not be an async. Let me double check. It's an async star. There we go. Okay. So what do we want to do if we get an email changed? And I don't need this anymore. If I get an email changed, all I want to do is say yield state dot copy with. So state is coming from somewhere. Our BLoC is passing our state to us so we can access the previous state. And now we're doing that copy with that the freeze library gave us. And we're going to say email address. And it's going to be e.email. You know what, e.value, let's say email. Now, of course, this is going to give us an error because we haven't set it up to take a value. But this is a function, so we can, of course, give it all of these parameters. Password. This one's string confirmation. Toggle show confirmation doesn't need anything because when we get the event, we're always going to do the same thing. We're always going to emit the opposite of what we have, so I don't need to pass in anything. Similarly, login press doesn't need anything, and registration press doesn't need anything. And when you make any changes at all, you're going to have to run that that build command again if you don't have watch running. So flutter pub run build runner build, delete conflicting outputs just in case. This is why I don't like having my text so big. I'm very quickly running out of screen real estate. Oh, it's a yield. No, it's not. Here. Okay, so the reason this is giving me an error is because this one needs to be yield star. Yield star means yield each. Yield means pass just one of them. Yield star means like every time something comes in, pass in the new one as it comes in. So that's why everything was giving me an error. I'm using yield star before event.map, and I'm using just yield in each individual one. Okay. And then password change is just going to be yield state.copy with, and the password is going to be e.password. Same with confirmation, yield state.copyWith, and confirmation, or whatever I called it, is going to be e.confirmation, like that. Toggle show confirm, it's going to be yield state.copyWith, and here we're going to say show confirmation is not state dot show confirmation, like that. Login pressed, I'll leave this for now. Okay, we'll do this afterwards. I don't want to make the video too long and too complicated. And same with registration press. We'll go over this in the next video. Okay, so what is going on here? What have I done? Well, I'm taking advantage of the map, first of all, and second of all, of copyWith. When an event comes in, my events can be any of these, right? So the first thing I'm doing is checking what type of event it is. Event.map, right? That's what it's doing. It's checking what kind of event. And then in response to each event, it can do something different. So if my event is email changed, then we're going to run this function. If my event is password changed, then we're going to run this function, and so on and so forth. And if my event is email changed, then this is my event, which is going to hold all the data which we had here. So in the case of email changed, the only data it's going to hold is my string email. That's why here I can say e.email. This says get the email address which we got from the event, right? Okay. Same with password. I take the state, the previous state, and I copy anything else that's already in it, but I override that email. Then I override the password. Then I override the confirmation. And the only thing which might look a little bit funky is this one. So to get the information from the event, I use e.confirmation, but of course I could have called this EVT, for example. And if I call this EVT, I would instead have to call this EVT. So the name is coming from right here. But yeah, in these cases, I was using the data from the event. But what if I want to use the data I had in the previous state? Well, in that case, I can use state dot variable name. So in the case of show confirmation, I'm not getting it from the event. I'm just saying, give me what was previously in the state, show confirmation, and then invert that. Give me the opposite of what that is, like this. Okay. Okay. So I know this might have been a little bit confusing. In the next video, we're going to hook this all up to my sign-in page, and we'll see how we can actually fire off these events and do different things in response to them. But in this video, what I want to show you guys is how to use the BLoC together with this generated code. So the important things I want you guys to take away from this was, first of all, pubspec.yaml, we need to install freeze annotations, freezed, build runner, and sometimes that build runner can have different conflicts with our SDK. So you might have to change the number on the SDK or the number on the build runner. So yeah, and you can either try different things like I did, or if not, you can go on Stack Overflow, just go to Google and see what other people say, see which versions work with what. Maybe they even say it here, but yeah, I'm not going to read all of that. So that's fine. So that's how you actually get it. Then we're going to make a freeze union, which is going to be abstract class, the name of the class with underscore $, then the same name. Then over here, the name of the class, dot, initial whatever, that's going to be the different versions of the enum. And then some unique, has to be unique, some kind of unique name here. And then we can do that with the different whatever we have. So like that. Then once you have this written out, you must use a terminal command. And we can either use Flutter, pub, run, build runner. Now we can have the choice of build to run it once, or watch to watch it. So to watch all of our files for any changes. And I would really recommend using delete conflicting outputs flag as well. that can help you avoid errors. And then once you've done all of that, inside our BLoC, we can yield star event, and now we have this map function, which is going to automatically fill this all in for us. And another really nice thing about this, which I haven't shown you guys, is what happens if we forget an event, right? If I deleted this, look what happens. Now this gives me an error. This says a parameter registration is required, which is going to be really nice because it doesn't look how I want it to. It's going to be really nice because what happens in the future if I add another event, right? I already have all this written, but then I realize, oh, what if I have forgot password pressed, for example, right? And I add this as well. Well, giving me the error here is going to force me to remember not to forget it. It's going to force me to write that code so I can't forget about it, which is really nice. And then finally, the last thing that this gave us was this copy with. So now I can look at my previous state and say .copy with to, you know, not have to overwrite everything, not have to go through every single thing and write it a second time. Okay, so we went over quite a lot, but as long as you remember those parts, then you guys will be perfectly fine. In the next video, we're going to actually hook this up to our sign-in page. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. In the meantime, myself with videos, I'm out. So take care, guys. Welcome once again to another video. We're carrying right along with our BLoC pattern, and we're carrying on with this sign-in page, which you can see I have open in a Chrome window on the sidebar. Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is make this not look quite as bad as it does now, because I do not like looking at that thing. So I'm going to go into my sign-in page. I believe this was it. I'm not going to do too much. I'm just going to wrap my... I'm thinking what the best way of doing this is. Probably what I'll do is just give it a main axis alignment of main axis alignment.center, like that. And then I'm gonna wrap this in a container, and I'm gonna give the container a width. But before that, I'm gonna wrap, no, that's fine actually. Give it a width of media query.of context.size.width times 0.95. And of course I could have also given it a padding. I could do that. I'm going to do it this way this time. For some reason I'm not getting any outputs here, which I should be. Don't know why this is considered a... Oh. Yeah. Just refreshing this. So it looks a bit better already. Still not giving me the size I would expect, so I might end up giving it a padding. Oh, because it's not centered. That makes sense. Alignment to center. And as I mentioned, it might have just been easier to give it a padding. I'm not sure why I'm doing it this way, but I started doing it this way, so now I'm doing it this way. Okay, it's still not behaving, so I'm just going to give it a padding. Padding of const edge insets dot all, or symmetric, I think. Horizontal, give it 10. Vertical, it doesn't need any, but I'll give it 10 anyway. See if this looks any better. Yeah, it does look a bit better, not too much. So in my flat button here as well, what I'm going to do is give it a text style. Style of text style color of colors dot white. and that should improve it a bit. I also want to give this a padding. I can't remember if that flat button has padding or if I need to wrap in a widget. I can't see any padding. It does. Const edge insets dot symmetric again, and I want the vertical padding to be a bit more than it is now, and the horizontal padding probably is fine the way it is now actually. I'm really not used to using this computer anymore. Normally I use my Mac for work, so that's why my fingers are not quite as smooth as before. So that didn't quite give me the outputs that I was expecting, so instead I'm going to wrap my text in a padding. Const edge insets dot symmetric vertical 5, horizontal is probably fine actually. Yeah, the shortcuts are a bit different on this system, and why did this go to the other place? Yeah, the shortcuts are a bit different on this system and my Mac, which is why I might do some awkward things. Okay, the button's still not looking the way I expected it to. Let's make this really, really large just so we can verify that it's working. So it is working. Let's try 15 here. That doesn't work. It's too much. 10, 10. That's okay. I do want this to be a bit bigger. Font size, let's give it 16. It looks better. And then sign in up at the top here. I'm gonna make this 26. Does look better. Still doesn't look very good, but it is better than before. I'm gonna give this a height of 20 here. Yeah, it's not great, but it's not quite as bad as before. This isn't what I want to focus on anyway. I'm going to give this a const, so I'm going to have to remove these two. Okay, so that aside, we were actually talking about the block. So if you guys remember from last time, we made the majority of the blocks, we wrote most of the code in here in map event state. And now what I have to do is actually hook up this block to the page where I want to use it. And I don't know if you guys remember from the previous time, but we're also using the off check block over here, right? And that's then used in the splash screen. The splash screen checks to see if we're logged in or not. And then depending on whether or not we're logged in, it either takes us to the home screen or to the sign in screen. And now what I want to do is hook up my second block, my off block, to the sign in screen. So what I could do would be to wrap all of this in a block provider and give it the off block, and that's probably the best thing to do actually. That's what I would recommend doing. However, what I'm going to do instead, this particular case, is I do it over here. I'm going to create it over here instead, for the simple reason that I want to show you guys how to use the multi-block provider. You know, I'd already written this code last time, so I'm going to keep using it. But normally I'd really recommend that you use the block provider as low as possible in the widget tree to still be the parent of everything that needs to access it, if that makes sense. So putting it all the way here above material app is not the best place. The best place would be in the sign-in page over here. But yeah, it's not how we're doing it this time. Okay, so for the multi-block provider, what it's going to do is just give us this list of block providers. And if we were not using a multi-block provider, we would just use this part without the providers list and without this, obviously. Okay, so what I'm going to do is have another block provider here, and I'm gonna say create context, and this time we're creating the off block. And if I remember correctly, it doesn't take any input currently, but it will take some input in the future. Gonna import it, fix the imports, and save it. Just gonna check my off block if I got the right one. So it doesn't currently take any inputs, but I am gonna have to change this in just a second. You guys will see why in a minute. Let's quickly look over the functions we had over here. So we had as event, we had email changed, password changed, confirmation changed, toggle show confirm, and login pressed and registration pressed. These two we haven't filled out yet, but we will really soon. So we're going to go back into our, so we're done here. We don't need main anymore. We're going to go back into sign in page, and sign in page now has access to our block because the block provider. So what we need to do is use either a block builder or a block consumer or a block listener to get access to that state. And I'm thinking what we actually need, because we don't need as much of the states as you guys might be thinking. And what I'm also going to do is pull up the state just so we can remember what's in it. So email address, password confirmation, show confirmation. I definitely need access to this, and error message. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in my sign-in page, wrap my column with a block builder. And this is going to be the off block and the off state, if I remember correctly. And then I need to import this. And I'm going to have to import this as well. Fix the imports. It's messed up all of this. I might have to do this manually. Let's try again. Yeah, I've noticed this a few times. Whenever I try to use this wrap with block builder, block listener, block consumer, provider, it always kind of messes up my widgets. So what I'm going to do instead is just wrap with widget and do it manually. So there's going to be a block builder, which is going to take off block. First going to take the name of the block and then the name of the state associated with that block. So in this case, it's going to be off state. And then this is going to have, if I remember correctly, a builder function. Okay, import block, put this. And this is going to take a builder function. And what the builder is going to do is the builder is a function which is going to take the context and the state, and then we can return some kind of widget tree, some widgets, whatever. I'm just using an arrow function because I'm just going to return the column. But what you could do instead is have a regular function and then do something in response to the states, or get some specific data in response to the state. One thing I might often do is pull out a specific part of it. So I might say state dot, like if I have something really long, if I have a list of something especially, in the projects I'm currently working with, I'll give you an example. I have like display my quotes, and all these quotes have line items, and all these line items might have a specific key, such as an order ID. And this is actually a list. So this might have the index 0 because I want to get the first one. So I could say final order ID equals, and do something like this, right? And this would just be because I don't want to type out all of this. So this is, as I mentioned, in the projects I'm currently creating for my workplace, my real work, I have this exact line in several different places, and it's just so long. So if I want to use order ID like over and over again through this, I don't want to write all this out. So instead I'd say final order ID and get it that way. But we don't need to do that right now. So now we can access the state via state dot and then get whatever property we want. And then the properties we have are these ones. So the first thing I'm going to do is go down to where I have my text field here, and I'm going to copy this along with the size box, and this one is going to be confirmation. But I only want this to show if states.show confirmation is true, right? So I'm going to say is if state.show confirmation. And keep in mind that we are inside a column. Inside a column or inside a row or inside a stack, I can use these if statements like this directly, but you can't have the brackets around them. I can't use an if else. I can only use if, and then whatever comes after has to be like one line. I can't make it a complicated thing. Alternatively, I can also have if else in the form of a ternary. I could say show states.show confirmation, and then the question mark, and then do something, and else do something else, but we're not doing it this time. Okay, now it is a single line. Remember I said that. So that means that this is one line, this is a separate different line. So as a result, I need to repeat this. I need to say if state.show confirmation like this, and this wants a const over here, and that's fine. And this counts as a single line. It doesn't matter that it's wrapping to the next line. That's fine. So now we're going to have an extra text field, but only when show confirmation is true. And what I'm going to do also to make it a bit easier to see is give it some icons. I think it was leading icon, or maybe it's under decoration. Yeah, under decoration there's an icon. I'm going to give it an icon of icons dot, and I believe there's an email. Yeah, that's fine. And then for password, I'm going to give this an icon of icons dot lock outlined. And then for the last one over here, I'm going to give it an icon of icons dot lock. I'm just refreshing this. We should not see the confirmation yet because when this loads, show confirmation is false. Okay, so now we can see a nice icon for the email and for the password. And the reason I made this outline is because I want the confirmation and the regular password field to be a little bit different. I don't want them to look exactly the same. And if I have solid outline, it's going to look like quite funky. It's going to look quite weird. But if I put my outline in the middle, it looks like it's done intentionally. It has more of a pattern, so it looks much better. So yeah, we're going to leave that like that. Yeah, that's fine. Now we actually need some kind of way to switch between the different states, right? So what I'm going to do is in my column, what I'm going to do is wrap this column in another column. And I'm going to give this column a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot space between, right? And this first column is going to be my first child, so this is going to be at the top. And I'm going to wrap this column in an expanded. So for now, nothing's changed. Because it has to be expanded, it's going to stay at the top. But now that I have this, I'm going to make another container here. So this container is going to go on the very, very bottom of my sign-in page. And I'm going to give this a height. So I'm going to hard code the height to be, I'll try 40, but it might have to be something different. We'll see. And give it a child of center. And this child then is going to have a child of text, which is going to say, so now we're going to use that ternary from the state.show confirmation. So I'll say state.showConfirmation. So if showConfirmation is true, then we're going to say already have an account. And we'll leave it just like this. And if showConfirmation is false, we're going to say don't have, I use double quotes here, don't have an account, like this. I'll change the style afterwards. I'll see what looks good, what doesn't look good. Instead of a text widget, I'm going to wrap this in a row. And then I'm going to have an inkwell. And my inkwell is going to have a child of text. And this one is going to have the same thing, state.showConfirmation, question mark. So already have an account, sign in instead. Else register, like that, and that's fine. I'm going to give this a style of text style. I'm going to give this a color of colors dot some kind of light blue, just to show that it's clickable. And now we get to the ontap. So I've shown you guys how to access the states, right? We're going to access that state through state dot and then whatever field name we have. To actually emit that event, we're going to say context. I might be doing this wrong. Dot block, and then the name of the block of block with the brackets afterwards. Dot add, and then the name of the event over here. So I'm going to have const of events, and let me just check what I had. Toggle show confirmation, that's what it is. Dot toggle show confirmation, and yeah, we're going to have to make it an arrow function like this. Okay, so again, this syntax is how we add an event to the block. We get the actual block through context.block, then the name of the block with the brackets, and then to add an event we say dot add and then the name of the event. Similarly, we can do this inside our of block. If I'm in here, I already have access to my block, of course, because I'm inside the block. So here I could just say add, and then I could give it whatever events I wanted to. Of events dot then whatever. Obviously here I'm not going to do it, but just showing you how you could do it if you wanted to. Okay. So back here, in this case, however, to get access to that block, I'm going to have to say context.block, and then, yeah, like that. So that's going to work. And again, over here, that toggle show confirmation, if we look back to what we did here, we just took the state of show confirmation and we're inverting it, right? So because we're flipping it the other way around, it doesn't matter if we're currently if we want to switch to sign up or if we want to switch to register, because we're just saying whichever one it is, give me the opposite value. Alternatively, we could also create a longer function here, so not an arrow function, and do some kind of if check and say if state.showConfirmation, then do one thing, else do something else, right? So if we had written this differently, we would have to do it like this, but it's not the way we've written it. We were trying to simplify it. Okay, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and refresh this, see what it looks like, see if I broke anything. Okay, so I did not manage to censor this successfully, and the reason for that would be the rows. Yeah, the row's probably not taking the entire size, or it's not centering its children properly. So let's give it a main axis alignment of main axis alignment.center and try again. And that's good. And then after this, we're going to give this size box so there's a space between don't have an account and register. So size box, and we'll give this width of 10. This, and that looks much better. Maybe the text is a bit small. Maybe it's not. Click to register. Okay, and you can see that when we click this, the state's going to change, and once the state changes, the state.show confirmation of course changes, and that's going to make the missing field show up. So when I click to register, now you can see that this text over here has become already have an account sign in, exactly how I wanted it to. And now I have my third field here. I can see email, password, and confirmation, right? But if I just want to sign in, click this, and I just have this, just have two fields. Similarly, we want to do this. We want to do the same thing with the sign in button. I want the text to change. So if I find my button here, and my text here is sign in, so I'm going to say state.show confirmation. If I'm showing the confirmation text, then that must mean this is a register. If not, it's going to be sign in. And this gives me an error because I have a const here. I can't use the const together with a non-constant value. This is not constant, it could change, right? So now I should add the const in the edge insets and also the text style. Refresh this, and look at that. Perfect. So now that button text is also changing. It looks much, much nicer than how it looked before. And I do actually want to give this a tiny bit more padding all around. It looks much better with the 50, I think. And see, now when we click this, we can actually see the way everything changes and all that, and that looks absolutely amazing. We could also change the shape of the flat button. I can't remember the exact field. It has something like border. Can't remember exactly. I think I mentioned to you guys before that I don't use flat buttons very often. Personally, I prefer having more control, so I use the inkwells. But that's just me. And you can see as a result, I don't know how to do it properly. But yeah, okay, so we'll leave it for now. And we'll move on to the next part. Everyone, sorry for the abrupt ending. I just finished recording this video and it is over an hour long. So rather than releasing a single hour-long video, what I'm going to do is cut the video in half and release half an hour today and half an hour tomorrow or the next day. We'll see how it goes with the editing. So yeah, again, excuse the abrupt ending of the video, but for now, myself, videos, I'm out. Take care, guys. We also need to hook up our email and our password and our confirmation to hook this up to actually change the state when we type something in here, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to our text field, the first one here, which is the email one, and we're going to give this an onChanged. And if you guys haven't seen this before, we can give a text field an onChanged function to do something, anything that we want it to do whenever the user types in over here. I'm sorry about the noise outside. I hope my microphone doesn't pick it up. So what we're going to do here, the onChanged is going to take a string value, and then it's going to do something in response. And this gives me an error because it's an invalid constant value. So now that I'm having this function, I need to delete const there, and instead it's going to want me to add const here. This is inside here, so that's fine. Okay. So now that I have this, I'm going to do the same as what I did down here somewhere, which is say context.BLoC, the name of the block, dot add, and this is not going to be a const. It's going to be off event dot email changed, and I'm going to pass in this value from here. So what this is doing is that whenever the user types something in here, that's firing this onChanged function inside my text field. The onChanged gets the value here, which is whatever was typed in, the entire string. So it's the entire string, not just the last letter. And then I'm taking this value and putting it into my off event email changed, which is then going to send it here. And then I'm going to emit a new state with the new email string inside the state. So as a result, when the user changes the text here, my BLoC has that text. So I could access it from anywhere. And that's great. And then we're going to do the same thing with the password and with the confirmation. So this next one is password, exactly the same thing. Onchanged, val, and this time I'll make an arrow function just to show you that I can. I like to show a bit of variety when I can. And this is going to be off event dot password changed, and the same thing. This is going to take the val, and it's giving me an error because this is const, which it shouldn't be. I mean, I say it shouldn't be. It was supposed to be const when I made it, but I had to change it now. So now it's no longer a const. And the same thing here. Context.BLoC, off BLoC dot add, off event dot confirmation changed, and this is going to be value here. And of course the value here is going to be the same one from here. And I put the wrong punctuation there. Const. And there we go. That's nice. Then this register button needs to be changed. Currently the on press does nothing. So what I'm going to do instead is say if. I could also make a ternary the same way I did here. I could do something like this, but you know, I like to show different ways of doing things. So instead I'm going to say if state.showConfirmation, then we're going to say context.BLoC off BLoC.add, and this one is going to be const off event dot. So if we're showing confirmation, then I want to say registration pressed, else context.BLoC off BLoC.add const of event dot sign in or login pressed. Here it is, like this. Okay. So I'm going to quickly go back to my off BLoC and just write some print statements here so we can see exactly the way it moves. So in my email changed, I'm going to say email changed, and then I'm going to have the value we just received, which over here is going to be e.email. Keep in mind e comes from here, e refers to the event, and then inside the event I gave it a string email for my email changed. So this is where this email is coming from. E represents this event, or to be exact, it's actually this one, and then email is here. So there's that. And the same thing here. I'm going to say print password changed e dot, and I think I called it password. I did. And then print confirmation changed. gonna bother me if it's not the same. e.confirmation. I'm not going to write anything here because we can actually see it's changing, so that's fine. And then with login pressed and registration, for now I'm just going to print out what's happening. So login pressed with email, and here we're going to have to use states.email, right? Because here, and this should be email address, or whatever I called it. I thought it was email address. Maybe I misspelled email address. Password. It's going to be state.password. Okay. So again, here we have to access state dot and then the property name rather than e dot property name, because my login pressed, if we look here, doesn't take any parameters. Same with my registration press. This doesn't take anything. It doesn't need anything because it can get that information from my state. So there's no need to copy it over. There's no need to repeat myself in code. And we'll do the same thing here. So I'm just going to copy this and change it to register. Password, confirmation, state of confirmation. Like that. No. Okay, it's being a tiny bit slower than I'd like it. Give me a second. Okay, so now let's see what happens. Now, and I think I updated this as well, didn't I? Yeah. So now when I type in my email address, I should see the print out over here to confirm that it is changing the way it should be. So Ovidius Mazuru, and we can see it's coming over here just like we'd expect at gmail.com. Yep. So I'm receiving the email as expected. Then my password might be password, very secure. And if I type sign in, we can see it login pressed with email, and then it gives me my email and my password. So it is doing what I expect it to do. I can switch to confirmation. You can see these values stay the same. There's no reason why they should change. Then we can add something else here and say register, and say register pressed with email, password, and confirmation, exactly how I would expect it to do. Now, this is where we'd start to add different checks inside my login pressed or my registration pressed. Well, it's up to you really. You could either add the checks here or inside the thing, the off facade, which I definitely forgot where I had it. Off repository in this case. Or we could add some kind of checks inside my off repository. One thing I would do in this case for register is I would say if states final bool passwords match equals state dot confirmation equals state dot passwords. So this is a very simple way of just saying, you know, if the password is the same as confirmation, then they match, so we can do something. If they don't match, then do something else. So let's say if password match, and this should really have an S. Don't know why this is giving me an error, because I misspelled it, that's why. If password match prints success, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Else, what I can do is yield state.copyWith, and then remember I had that error message, error text, something like this. Can't remember exactly. Yeah, error message, and say password and confirmation must match. And if you haven't seen the /n before, that's just the character to create a new line. So this is going to come over 2 different lines. And let's try. I don't need anything. Say something else here. When I click register, I'm not displaying the text anywhere. So now I'm going to go back into my sign-in page and actually do something with the error text. So what I'm going to do is between sign in here and my email field, which is here, const sized box height 10. Then I'm going to have a const. It's not a const actually. I'm going to have a text where the text is going to be state.errorMessage, and the style is going to have a text style. The color is going to be colors.red, and I want a darker red. I don't want it to be too bright. I don't really like bright colors. Let's try shade 600, shade 700. If it was my own project, I would have pulled out all the colors earlier, and I'd have chosen something myself which I like, rather than relying on Flutter's base colors. But yeah, it's fine. Okay, there we go. It didn't want to format. So what we're going to see now is, by default, there's no error message, so we can't see anything. But once we have these password and confirmation which don't match up, you're going to see this is going to show up. Password and confirmation must match, exactly what we would expect. One thing I would do here, however, is also give this a alignment, font align. Definitely doesn't go here. Okay, it doesn't go in the style, it goes here. Text align, that was it. I always get a bit confused with these, of text align censor. So now it's going to look a little bit better. Yeah, it does look a little bit better. It's still not great. It's good enough. Okay, and now one thing you might notice, this is up to you. Do you guys think that when I change between these, the error message should go away? Or do you guys think it should stay here? So this is really your choice. I could then go into my off BLoC and say that if toggle show confirm is pressed, then I could reset my error message. And what I'm going to do really is have it over 2 lines. And I know that looks quite strange, but the reason I'm doing it is because I don't want this to jump when I actually get the error message. Right, so that should have the correct amount of space so the boxes don't jump. So when I hit register now, yeah, you can see there was no jump. And now when I hit sign in, that's going to go away. Register, that goes away. Right, now in this case there was no second error message, but if there had been a second error message, going to sign in or register, either one is going to make that error message go away. And depending on what you guys think, you could do the same thing where you clear out the error message on a lot of actions. I could do some kind of check for the email address, for example. If I go back into my off BLoC, I could say something like, if e.email address contains at, then do something. I actually want a not here. Do I not have a contains on a string? That doesn't matter. All right, never mind. Yeah, so we could do some kind of check to say that if there's a substring which has an @ then we can consider it to be a valid email and then carry on do something. If not, show a different error message or something like that. You know, we have a lot of different options. Okay. So now the next thing to do is we actually want to do something, right? Or at least pretend to do something. So as a result, my BLoC needs access to the auth repository in the same way that my previous BLoC needed. So what I'm going to do is give this a final auth repository underscore auth repository. I cannot spell. There we go. And we're going to import this. And then it's going to take this dot auth repository. That's going to be because it's unused, that's fine. And now that I've done that, I'm going to have to go into main and give this auth repository. And if I remember correctly, I made it a singleton. So this auth repository is going to be the same as this auth repository. If I didn't, then this isn't going to work right. So going back to our auth repo, let's look at what we do. So when we sign in with email and password, we return true if it looks how we expect it to, and we return false otherwise. And with register, currently all we're doing is returning true. And this is just an example of something you might do. So if I go back into my auth block, we're going to go into our login pressed. And instead of doing this, we're going to say final results equals auth repository dot login or sign in with email and password. And this takes a string email and a string password. So that's going to be state.email address, state.password, like that. Okay. And then I can say if results else. So in this case, results is going to be a bool, and I'll mark it just so it's more clear. So that comes from here. So if I think the validation goes through, I'm returning true. If it's not going through, I'm returning false, right? But this was just one way of doing it. You could do it any other way you'd like. So if result comes in, that means that we have been validated as worked. So that's fine. Then I don't actually need to do anything here because this auth repository is going to be the same as the one which is being accessed by auth-check. That's the wrong one. By the auth-check, wherever that is. This one. There we go. This auth repository is the same one which is being accessed by my auth-check block here. And what's going to happen is if these are valid, then auth repository.authenticated is going to be switched to true. And then my auth-check block should listen to that. And this should happen. Auth events, auth requested. Okay, so I forgot that I need to do an auth events, auth requested, but we'll do that afterwards. And then, yeah. That does that. So here we're going to have to do the auth event, the auth requested, but that comes from the other block. So I'm going to have to add a new property here. But for now, let's go to the else and do this first. So I'll say if the result is not correct, I'm going to yield state.copyWith and say error message invalid email and that'll do the /n password combination like that. Okay. And then with registration pressed, as long as these two match, it's fine, right? Okay. So let's see what happens. Well, nothing's going to happen yet because I need to go back into my sign-in page and actually do this auth requested. But let's just see how it works for now. So for now, let's print success, for example. And let's see which fields I used here. Sign in, and nothing's happening. And why is nothing happening? Well, let's check. It's probably this. No success. I probably made a spelling mistake somewhere. Yeah, so this time it works, it says success. Now let's actually make it do something, right? So this is all doing what we expect it to. And I'm going to close this. And we can go back to our offset block. So, give me a second, I want to close everything. We had auth events auth requested. Right, so what I'm going to have to do is add a new property to my state here. So, string auth states changed. Bool, it can be anything. Int, that's fine. I just need something to trigger. I need something to change. It doesn't matter what. I just need to listen for something to change, and then once I receive that change, I can trigger the event from the other block. So I could have a bool here, I could have an int, I could have absolutely anything. It really doesn't matter. I just need something. So here I'll say changed 0. So this is just the starting value. And I'm gonna have to run my build runner again. But we'll do that afterwards. Then we're gonna say inside off block here, yield states dot copy with, and all we're doing is saying whatever we just created, off state changed, state off state changed plus plus. And this isn't going to do anything yet because it's I haven't run the build runner yet. And the same thing here. Okay. So now I'm going to go to a new terminal and say Flutter pub run build runner build. What that's going to do is apply the changes I made over here. Okay, so my computer's a bit slow. I'm going to edit out the wait. I'm going to very quickly reload the window. I meant to reload this, not that. But that's fine. So that's just to get rid of that, that error. I'm going to open this up in Chrome again. It's fine. Okay. Just give me an error here. Maybe it doesn't like me doing this. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, and then I'm going to listen to it on the sign-in page. And this is just one way of doing it. You could have done it a different way. Another thing you could have done would be, you could have not passed in the auth repository to put this here. You could have also just not passed in the auth repository to this block. What we could do instead is just listen to this changing, and then once this changes, we could trigger the other block to do what it needs to do, right? It'll make more sense after I show you guys. Okay, so we have this block builder here. Now I need to access that other block here. So I'm going to wrap this in a widget. I'm going to change this to a block consumer. And give this a listener. Context state. If the other thing I want to do is say rather than doing this, I can do this, that's fine. So I'll say if state dot changed over 0, so it could have been a bool as well. Then I'm going to say context dot block, and I want to access the other block dot add const of check events dot. I was really hoping it was gonna show up so I don't need to type it out, because I can't remember exactly what I called it. Of check requested, like this. Oh, I didn't use freezed for this one. That's why. Okay. So all I'm doing here is saying if the off state changed from my off block is over 0, and it's going to be over 0 whenever I get the success, right? Then it's going to increment over there. In that case, I'm going to say context.block off check block, that's the other block, not this one, and add the off events of requested, which is going to trigger this one, which is going to trigger this, and it's gonna get my is user authenticated from my repository, and then yield either off state authenticated or unauthenticated, which is going to change this. Okay, let's see if it works. I won't be surprised if it doesn't. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I've already shown you guys the errors, so I'm just gonna do it directly. Password. We got it, it works. Okay, gentlemen, so that was it. I'm gonna end this video here, but I'm gonna record in the next video, we're going to do a summary of not only the block pattern, but also of states in general. We're going to talk about the different state management solutions we've spoken about, advantages, disadvantages of each, when you want to use them, so on. And that's going to be the final video of this module. And then after that, I'm going to release a huge video containing all of module 4. That's going to be like 9-10 hours long. So you guys who have been watching the entire time won't need to watch that. It's going to be the same thing, nothing new, but some new people might like it. So yeah, that's going to be it. All right, but for now, myself, Vidius, I'm out. Take care, guys. Welcome back. So we've spoken a lot about state, everything about state. We spoke about stateful versus stateless widgets, provider, GetX, BLoC, Redux. We spoke about events. We spoke about all these different things. And for some of you, you would have watched all those videos and now you think, okay, I understand everything perfectly and that's all fine. Others of you, and I would have been in this crowd when I was first learning, would have watched all of those and would have thought, now what? Which one do I use? What do I do? There are so many. So in this video, what we're going to do is just conclude everything, wrap everything up, and give you a bit of ideas of what to use and why. And yeah, so let's jump in. The first thing I do want to say is that you don't always need to actually jump ahead and use a state management solution. Now, normally I do recommend it, but there will be times in my own apps, this happens all the time, when you will use stateful and stateless widgets. There will be many times when you don't want the state to be shared between different widgets, or maybe if you do want the state to be shared between different widgets, maybe it's just going to be from one parent to a child. And if it's just this quick relationship from one to the next, there's no need to create an entire block or to create a provider or whatever else. You don't need to overcomplicate it if it's not complicated. You should really only be jumping to the state management solutions when you start getting issues with stateful widgets, when things are just falling apart and you don't know which variable goes where and where it's coming from, or when a parent is passing a variable to a child which doesn't use it and is only using it to pass it to its own child. That's when we need to start looking at state management. But many times we can just use stateful widgets. And on top of that, there will be some times when stateful widgets are pretty much required. Things like with animations. If you want to have a custom animation with an animation controller, you need to have a stateful widget for that. Now, we can do more complicated things, like we could hold a stateful widget, like an animation controller in GetX and provider in BLoC, but that becomes such a headache. It's much more trouble than it's worth, I think. So when it comes to things like animations, go ahead and just use a stateful widget. Now, this doesn't mean that if you have a stateful widget, you can't have a BLoC, you can't have GetX. These things are complementary. When it comes to your actual state management solution, normally just one, right? Or just one type, but you can have multiples of them. Like in my BLoC videos, I had 2 different blocks in the same app. And this is really common, you'll often see stuff like that. But when it comes to stateful widgets, it's quite common to have your stateful widgets and then separate from that, your BLoC. Or it can even go together. You can have stateful widgets accessing your BLoC, and there's different reasons to do that. So yeah, don't think that you can't use stateful widgets. And then the next question I often get is, so now that we learned all of these state management solutions, which one should you use? And I know you guys are not going to like the answer to this. Just use whichever one you want to. There is no best. Each of them have different advantages. Personally, I really like BLoC because of this events-driven architecture. I like events. I want to work with events. I don't like just working with variables and then having my logic inside my UI. That doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't look good. That's not how I want to code. I want to have everything separated. So I want my state management to also hold my UI. So for me, BLoC is perfect. But you might not like the complexity of this. You might prefer something simpler like GetX, and that's fine. But the other thing I would add is, just because you've seen these videos doesn't mean you can go into your workplace and say, all right, well, I learned GetX. From now on, we're going to use GetX in our apps. And then your boss or the senior dev is going to look at you and thinking, who is this guy? He watches 2 videos on YouTube, and now he thinks he knows all about states. In other words, your work might have a preference. And if your job place does have a preference, don't be a smart ass. Don't argue with them. If they tell you to use provider, just use provider. If they tell you to use the BLoC, just use the BLoC. But that leads me to my next question. A lot of people ask me, which state management is a company most likely to use, right? If you go to work for a big corporation, which one would they expect you to use? So again, it depends on the company. The big ones I'd expect from a company would be provider, BLoC, or just no state management. But that doesn't mean stateful widgets, actually. The reason I say these three is because provider is actually recommended by Google. In fact, if you look at the original keynote in which they recommend provider, they recommend BLoC and provider. But BLoC has kind of fallen out of favor simply because it's a bit more complicated. And then everybody was talking about provider and people kind of forgot that Google does also recommend the BLoC pattern. So as a result, a lot of companies will just do what Google recommends. A lot of companies are kind of averse to using something which is untested or unproven. I spoke to a senior developer in my previous workplace about GetX, and he didn't like the idea simply because he had never heard of it and because Google doesn't recommend it. And what he told me, I thought was really interesting. He said that what he's afraid of is that we'll start using some state management, which is the latest, most hot thing, and then 2-3 years from now, a new, latest, easiest, whatever, hottest state management solution will come out, and then people will stop maintaining the one we're using. So in that case, we were building an entire app which was going to be the backbone of the entire business. Think of if you were working in a company like Uber or in Netflix or something like this, the app that you're building there has to last for years and years and years to come. So in that case, using something like GetX, which although it has a lot of stars, it has a lot of interest, it's still kind of unproven. A lot of senior developers are quite adverse to that. They don't really want to try something new because they're afraid what happens if GetX falls out of favor 2-3 years from now, right? I still need my app to work. So am I then going to go back and rip out all my GetX code and insert a new state management? Because if I've been working on this app for 2 years, that's a big app, and that is going to be a huge, huge headache to do that. And as a result, there's another solution which a lot of companies use, which is they might say to themselves that Flutter is still quite new, state management, we still don't know what's going to be the predominant one a few years from now. So they might make their own custom one. They might just use streams or RX darts, something like that. We haven't looked at RX darts, but it's an addition to streams. And they might just build their own custom thing, which they will therefore, of course, have to maintain, but they know it will always be maintained by them. They know it's always going to behave the way they want it to behave. And that might be something that they're interested in. For me, I think that's kind of a waste of time, but I don't make any of these huge apps. I don't have a huge team. In my own workplace, we have several people. We have less than 10 developers. I'm not going to give you guys the exact number, but it's less than 10. And we kind of make a lot of small projects, right? We don't have this massive thing. We make a lot of smaller projects. And although we do kind of work in teams, we don't collaborate too much. Like myself, I do a lot of the front end, I do a lot of Flutter work, and then I have somebody else on the back end. So what I do on the front end, I can just kind of decide how I want to do it. And a lot of people working with startups or working with whatever else, their own stuff, will be in a similar position to me in that I can decide what I want to use, and I don't need to tell anybody, right? I don't need to message my boss, hey, I want to use BLoC, is that okay? I don't need to message him, hey, next time I want to try GetX, is that going to be okay? Because I'm the only one writing my code, I'm the only one reading my code, and if you're in that situation as well, go ahead and choose whatever you want to choose, right? Don't let anybody else tell you what you should use, and don't let me tell you that, as I said, BLoC's my favorites. But don't think that just because I want to use BLoC, you need to use BLoC. You can use whatever you want, and that's all fine. So, to summarize, the best state management solution is the one your boss tells you to use. The second best is the one you want to use. And other than that, just don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. That's all it's going to be. Alright guys, so that was it for this video, and in fact for this entire module. So I will see you guys in the next one when we'll start talking about networks. We'll start talking about accessing APIs and all that stuff. It's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to it. I know you guys are as well. But in the meantime, myself, Avidius, I'm heading out. Take care, guys.